afternoon from Miami Beach. This is the day when this Republican convention is scheduled to reach its ultimate moment, the election of a presidential candidate. The climactic moment may well be measured more in terms of noise and a brave attempt at delirium rather than in contention, resolution, or debate. By the way, as a guide to you housewives, I should think you may plan your evening dinner and routine with extreme confidence, because we're certainly not going to go away. We will be here until a very late hour. We suspect there will be about 5 hours of nominating speeches alone, plus demonstrations, and then the roll call. But all in all, there'll be about 9 hours of speeches, if you like speeches. David?
Well, there'll be about 9 hours even if you don't like speeches. They are persisting in the idiocy we have seen in previous years of allowing full-scale nominating speeches followed by full-scale seconding speeches for non-candidates. That is, candidates who do not even themselves have any particular interest in being president. Favorite sons and so on. I really don't know why they do it, do you? It's a little tribute to the vanity, I guess, of those who like to hear their praises described from the platform to a room full of delegates and to some extent on television. But there is no purpose other than that. You may remember last time at the convention in San Francisco in 1964, they spent about an hour nominating and seconding a congressman, a former congressman named Walter Judd, who never had any idea of being a candidate for president. About the same thing will be true here tonight. Nevertheless, in time, we will get around to the actual voting tonight and the choosing of a candidate for president, a Nixon or a Rockefeller or a Reagan or somebody. The news at this moment is that, as we were saying a minute ago, Chet, before we got on the air, Nixon came to Miami Beach lacking about a half an inch of enough votes to be nominated on the first ballot. Tonight, just before the balloting begins, he is still, by our calculation, about a half an inch short of enough to win on the first ballot. He may win anyway, because at the last minute there will be a number of switches, and favorite sons will decide to give it up and throw their votes to this candidate or that candidate. But in any case, the Nixon bandwagon arrived at Miami Beach well ahead of the other candidates. It has remained ahead, but it has not left them behind. It has lost a vote or two here, gained a vote or two there, and remained relatively about where it was 2 weeks ago. So the moment of truth will be sometime tonight, Lord knows when the actual voting begins, and then all of the pious predictions and all of the speculative guesses about how many votes are going from this delegation, that delegation, and so on. Tonight, sometime, we'll find out the truth, and somebody will be nominated. Unless, this is unlikely, but unless it goes beyond 2 or 3 ballots and they decide to quit for tonight and pick up the vote again tomorrow. We'll continue with NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from the Gulf Oil Corporation. Here in the hall, they're rehearsing for the spectacular tonight. A group now down in front of the rostrum called the Up With People group, whom I'm sure you have heard of, is rehearsing for its appearance during the convention here tonight. These net baskets, I guess they're baskets, you've seen hanging from the ceiling these 4 days are now being filled with balloons, and somebody will pull a string and release them, and they'll fall from the rafters at the appropriate time tonight. When there's one of them there. They're pumping them full of air, so they will fall rather than pumping them full of gas, so they'll rise up into the rafters. And the committee has put a limit on the demonstrations. I don't know how well it'll work, but they put a limit on it. Governor Reagan is about to have a press conference, news conference downtown. He's on his way to it now, we are told, and as soon as he arrives, we'll be there. The Poor People's Marchers are at the Fontainebleau Hotel. NBC's Aline Saarinen is there. Aline?
hotel, he will be greeted by the Poor People's Mule Train. It's an appropriate greeting because his purpose in coming is to address the Black Caucus, a caucus of black delegates, the alternates and their wives, in order to answer their questions and try to persuade them that he's the one who could do the most for minority groups. Yesterday, when the mule train is not in very active action at the moment, but we don't know whether when the governor arrives, more people will come around it. The governor is coming because yesterday, when the minorities division had a meeting, no candidate appeared. The people standing in the lobby, of course, are the typical people you find in hotels, the gawkers, the tourists, the adherents of various candidates. The excitement is that this is the first candidate ever to come to the headquarters hotel. And in 2 rooms, the governor will make his way through this lobby and through the people. There isn't the usual hoopla of bands, but perhaps that will accompany him. And now to Perkins, Jack Perkins, who is waiting in the French room.
Celine, we are waiting for the news conference, which was due, let's see, 7 minutes ago. Governor Reagan is running late, so we are told it will be another 7 or 8 minutes before he gets here for the news conference. A lot of people here waiting for it. He is, though by the reports of many of these very same reporters, he does not have much of a chance of being elected or nominated, even president. He is still good box office, and they are here. It is quite likely that he will not be asked any new questions that have not already been asked, and will not give any new answers that have not already been given. He's already been asked, would he accept the vice presidency, and he is very firm in that. He would not. He has said that over and over. Today, he made quite a point of sending telegrams to the chairman of each state delegation, telling them again that despite the rumors that might be spread, he thinks by his opponents, that he would not accept the vice presidency under any circumstances. So that is one question. Even if it is asked again, he will not answer. The other questions that have been asked, the most important one, and it will probably be asked again here today, is how many delegates do you think you have now, Governor Reagan? He has not answered that in the past. He said, I don't know. He said, gosh, fellas, I really can't keep up with all that, and we're just trying. We go talk to the delegations, and we tell them what we think about the issues, and we don't ask for their votes. We don't solicit their votes. We don't ask who they're going to vote for. Indications are he has not made great inroads in any of the delegations he has spoken to so far. But, again, we will see what he has to say when he gets here, and we hope that'll be in 7 or 8 minutes. Bill Matney is in the Fontaine room now. Back to him.
There's been quite a bit of excitement created by the presence of Governor Reagan expected here after the news conference. There are Negro delegates among the 26 here already in the room, and they're members of the National Funeral Directors Association who have been invited, as well as the Afro-American Republicans. They say about 500 Afro-American Republicans will come here to put some rather tough questions to the governor. They have a rather large California delegation on hand, and it appears that the governor will have some straight, solid answers for the Negroes who are very much concerned about his image. The people from California, those who know the governor, say that his posture is much tougher than his private position, that in his 19 months as the governor, he's made much more significant and many more significant Negro appointments at the state level than Governor Pat Brown did in his entire term of office. So this should be a rather exciting and interesting and perhaps enlightening situation when the governor finally does arrive. But right now, people are standing around talking, chatting, wondering exactly what Reagan will say in answer to many of the tough questions that I know will come. So as of now, that's about it. This is Bill Matney and back.
As you know, the delegations from New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio have been rather key delegations in the estimation of Governor Nelson Rockefeller of New York. And all this week, of course, the Nixon people have been attempting to soften up those delegations and perhaps come away with a few delegates from them. Well, the last word this morning is that all 3 delegations, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, are staying about where they were. They're going to stand firm. On the first ballot, there will be a few Nixon votes, so we are told, in there, but the bulk of them are solidly committed to Governor Rockefeller of New York, at least through the first ballot. Here is a somewhat ephemeral story which has reached us, and it seems to me rather profound. A lady delegate was asked, as the Colorado people huddled in the lobby of their headquarters hotel, a reporter came up and said, "Have you made up your mind yet?" The lady said, "Yes, we have." And he said, "Well, which way are you going?" And she replied, "On to Nassau." NBC's coverage of the Republican convention will continue after this message from Gulf.
We'll find out sometime tonight when it came down and with what results. The New Jersey delegation, which is mostly pledged to Rockefeller, though not entirely, pledged to the favorite son, the senator from New Jersey, Clifford Case, has been one of the most ardently courted delegations here because Nixon wants those Rockefeller delegates. And the New Jersey delegation caucused this afternoon, and the Nixon people were so confident of winning when they ended and announced the results, they sent a brass band over to play a victory tune. But they caucused, came out and announced they had decided to stay with Senator Case, and so the band played, I don't know what, but something else. In any case, Bob Teague has been watching the New Jersey delegation and has a report for us. Bob?
What New Jersey did today for Nelson Rockefeller was not a victory for the governor, but rather a basic exercise in practical politics. These 40 delegates have to go back to New Jersey, and most of them would have a difficult time explaining to the folks back home why they failed to vote for New Jersey's favorite son, Senator Clifford Case, on the first ballot. In other words, their contribution to the so-called Stop Nixon drive was relatively incidental. The vote at the caucus was 29 for Case and 11 for Richard Nixon. But these figures were not definitive. As a matter of fact, Nixon appears to have a slight majority among the delegates from New Jersey, something near 18 votes, and he'll get those 18 tonight and perhaps even more if the convention goes beyond the first ballot. At the caucus today, some of the Nixon people were persuaded, at least for the moment, that there would be a second ballot, that they would have a chance to vote for Richard Nixon. The Rockefeller people produced figures to show that Nixon couldn't win on the first ballot. By their count, Nixon's total was less than 600 votes. So again, although Rockefeller benefited from the New Jersey caucus today, it was not his victory but Senator Case's. But without that happy coincidence, Rockefeller would by now be described in Governor Romney's phrase as a dead duck. This is Bob Teague, NBC News at New Jersey Delegation Headquarters.
Senator Hatfield said he had not been contacted by Nixon representatives about vice presidential possibilities, but he said he would certainly want to discuss the matter with Nixon, and I would consider it a great honor. Hatfield said one of the conditions for his acceptance would be that he would carry his own weight in a new administration. The Oregon senator said he would want to be an activist vice president and did not have any desire to sit up there in the Senate and rap a gavel. I would have to know what kind of role Mr. Nixon would want me to play, Hatfield said. He added he did not see any conflict between his position on the Vietnam War and Nixon's, which he said represents a very definite new direction. As we draw closer to this more or less climactic moment tonight, there is increased speculation and guessing on who the vice presidential nominee is going to be. Now, last night, Barry Goldwater was quoted as saying that Nixon had definitely and flatly ruled out Mayor Lindsay of New York, Senator Percy of Illinois, and Senator Hatfield of Oregon. However, that story is not holding up too well this morning because Senator Hatfield has certainly indicated that he is highly amenable to an invitation or to a bid from Mr. Nixon. Senator Percy has given us every indication and every reason to believe that he, too, is certainly willing to listen. Mayor Lindsay of New York, on the other hand, has said this morning in no uncertain terms that he, too, is flatly not interested in being the vice presidential nominee. So that now Mayor Lindsay of New York and Governor Ronald Reagan of California are two, at least, who appear to have taken their names definitely, completely out of circulation insofar as a vice presidential nomination is concerned. Now to Eileen Saarinen at the headquarters hotel.
Things have livened up and heated up in the headquarters lobby. The poor people have come in. They've been chanting, "Whose side are you on?" They've been dancing. They have been followed not only by the crowds, but by more Secret Service men than I can count, who are trying to figure out how they can get Governor Reagan through the group of people, through the poor people's floor show, so to speak, over there, and are decided they're just going to have to just push their way through. The banners have been carried saying the usual things like defense money can improve life, not end it. They are pleading with the Republicans to take note of the fact that they're an enormous part of the United States population. I asked if there were any particular program which they had planned when the governor actually arrives, which should be any moment, and they said no, they just do it like it is. And we'll keep going, obviously, until he comes. All the crowd here is very friendly and very entertained by the Poor People's campaign and by what they're doing. The mule train has been abandoned, with just a few people standing around it to keep the mules from getting too excited. Now we're having Nixon and Rockefeller people who are also coming in to take a look at this one candidate. A minute ago, a couple of the small children who were with the poor people came and tried to fight their way through the crowd. And everyone was very polite also to them and let them through. The only real problem will be circulation, because the distance from where I'm standing to where Jack Perkins is really about a football field, but it's a circuitous. You have to really do a broken line run. And now the motorcade of Governor Ronald Reagan is arriving outside, although most of the people inside are not yet aware of it. And the security people are now really going into action, trying to clear one of those aisles. The surge of people is somewhat like what Edwin Newman found with Mr. Abernathy last night. Here is the governor. Here is the governor. He's just going by us. He's carried along by a phalanx of Secret Service men. He's a big man, and he looks really as if he were in a football game. You can hear the crowd screaming. He's now approaching the pole, and he's going over toward the room, the French room as it's called, way back around where Jack Perkins is waiting for him, where he will hold his news conference. It's going to take him quite a while to get there because there are enormous numbers of people, but I am amazed at the speed with which the Secret Service men can move through an absolutely solid mass of people. They've now gone up the stairs, which is the first one of the obstacles on the way to this room. Those of us who've been in the headquarters hotel find that it really is an adventure to get from where I'm standing here in the lobby with the poor people to where Jack Perkins is. You have to go by all the newspaper rooms, Time, Life, the New York Times, where I'm amused to see the reporters all do their typing looking at television. And we think that they're picking up an awful lot of their news from us if you walk by there. The governor will be speeded in as fast as he can in order to get him out of all this very hot mess now. The air conditioning's no good when you have this many people. And when he leaves there, he's going to have to get through another mob to get back to the room where Bill Matney is and where the black people are caucusing. He is probably now just making his right turn down a very long corridor with a lot of temporary curtains up. The whole hotel has been improvised to accommodate an enormous number of press, and the poor people are keeping going. They are interested, of course, in making their point not only to the candidate himself, but to any delegate who may be by, and really to the American people in general, because their point obviously is that we should know that they really want their cause to get across. The governor was looking very chipper in his white suit, and I don't know how he survived. Now to Jack Perkins in the French room with Governor Reagan. To Jack Perkins in the French room.
Well, you see the governor. We're coming in. Taking his place. He is 25 minutes late, and that is not news. But he will have some things to say now, and we will see if any of those things he says are news.
It's quite a traffic jam for anybody going north and south. We've been so far north we met Yankees. Someone have a question? Because I certainly have no statement.
Governor, we're told that you will not be on the floor tonight. Can we expect any kind of statement from you at some point in the evening, one way or the other?
Well, now, I assume the question was the assumption that I will not be on the floor tonight, and that would there be a statement sometime from me during the evening. I'm quite sure there would be. I realize and understand that under the circumstances now it would be impossible for me to be there. And so I'm quite sure that there'll be a comment later on.
Governor, are there any circumstances under which you would accept the vice presidency?
No, as a matter of fact, I finally had to send a wire to the chairman of each of the 50 delegations because of the harassment of our own delegation last night. There is no circumstance whatsoever that could alter my decision about that.
We have an estimate of your strength at this point.
I couldn't very easily give you one because I've been on the move since I left the hotel. Haven't had a chance to see anyone except delegates themselves that I've been meeting with. And I just actually have not been given a score. The last estimate I heard was not particularly about my own, but before I left the hotel was that the situation was still fluid and was still open, and that a number of delegations, presently uncommitted or favorite son, were renewing their determination to hold steady.
Governor, could you tell us about the harassment that you talk about in your delegation?
Well, when I say harassment, it seemed our people came back, and of course I wasn't there, but the delegation said that they were constantly beset by other delegates and delegations who were coming down with reports that they had actually been told that not to believe anything that they'd heard, that I was available for that position. And I have to think someone must, I don't know, someone must have been, for some reason or other, indicating this. I understand today, though, that the word is pretty well being accepted now, perhaps as a result of that wire, that I'm really stubborn and I meant it.
You don't know who it was who was trying to...
Is your delegation going to stick with you totally on the first ballot?
As far as I know, I left them after a meeting this morning, and they seemed very enthusiastic about that.
Governor, do you have any indication how many delegates you might get to support you out of the Ohio delegation after they switched from their favorite son, Governor Rhodes?
I had no way of knowing, and I know that the Ohio delegation is staying very steady with Jim Rhodes. And I'm sure from the last word I heard, they intend to stay that way for quite a while.
Governor, how do you feel about Senator Barry Goldwater's activities on behalf of Mr. Nixon?
Well, I think that's understandable, and I think it fits right in with the Barry Goldwater, who not only is a party man, but also has had a long association and represents or recognizes an obligation from the last campaign himself, and I would expect him to do what he's been doing. Incidentally, Barry is one who has since informed his delegation. This morning I understand that he accepts and believes that I will not be a candidate for vice president.
Governor, at this point in your campaign, how do you assess your own chances?
This is, in this situation, very obviously, I am way back there on the outside of the bottom turn, because as a matter of fact, I have consistently refused to actively campaign for this until the moment the other day when the California delegation made a decision. And I just have to say that it's a mystery to me. I think it's going to be a very exciting night. Obviously, there is one candidate who is very close to the mark and is out ahead. There's no way of knowing, I'm sure, at this moment. I'll tell you this, in my getting around today and the delegations that I have met or the people I've met, this concern that we've been aware of all year long, this desire to hold an open convention and really deliberate over the decision seems even strengthened as we come closer to the hour. I've met more people who seem very concerned. They want to make sure they've made the right decision. Wait a minute, Glenn.
Have you seen Governor Rockefeller today?
No, I haven't seen either of the candidates since I arrived
Have
here.
you spoken to him on the phone?
No.
Oh, Governor, can you tell us subjectively if you had any prime purpose in calling this press conference at this 11th hour? Was it to reiterate your position on the vice presidency or something else?
Now, someone else is going to have to answer that, because Mr. Chairman, have so many requests.
That's the reason.
I was going to say, I came in the lobby and I was saying to Paul on the way in, what do they want another press conference with me for? Now you asked me, what did I want one with you for? If we're all here under false pretenses, let's go away.
Plan for switching the support of the California delegation to someone else, or must that release come directly from you?
Well, the release would have to come from me, but also that we have agreed, and I certainly all this time have reiterated to them, that the decision will be made by a delegation. There would be no way in advance that we could plan a decision or a move, because our delegation, if you got to their other choices, beyond me, is a broad-based delegation with a variety of viewpoints. So it's going to depend when they make a move on the factors and on the circumstances at the time.
You stated that you would not accept the vice president. You stated that you would not accept the vice presidency.
Over and over again.
Okay, now if you went, who would you like to have as your vice president?
Well, now you recognize that that's an answer that I don't think any candidate could give by name. And again, I can only state my philosophy and my approach to it. And the approach is that I've never subscribed to the balanced ticket theory other than a certain recognition of geographical realities. I believe that if you're going to submit yourself to the voters on the basis of your policies and philosophy, then you are morally obligated to have someone of the same viewpoint, so that there would be a guarantee of a continuation of that philosophy if something happened to you. I might add, my list isn't overly long.
Mr. Nixon has stated that if nominated, he would make a trip to Russia. Have you any contingency plans for going overseas if you're nominated?
No, frankly, I could see a president-elect at the request of the administration in the sense of an orderly transfer. I could see moving over or doing something of this kind for the turnover of the administration. Personally, I question whether you could do such a thing as a candidate without undercutting the present administration and perhaps disrupting relationships that are now going on in our nation. Dave?
How will we get the statement from you tonight?
We'll arrange that at the time that occurs.
We will keep you advised.
Governor, assuming for a moment that you are not the nominee, what part will you play in the campaign ahead?
Oh, I've made that very plain to every delegation. If I am not nominated, I have promised and pledged I'll campaign as actively in behalf of whoever the nominee is as I would for myself. Now, Dave, on that thing, I'm sure they will. We're just going to sit and watch the television screen, and don't call us, we'll call you.
Governor, excitement or not tonight, in your considered opinion, is the convention process the way to pick a candidate for president? Is the party's best man going to win the nomination?
Well, let me say, this particular convention has only one thing that has caused me in the last few hours concern. I don't mind expressing it. And that is, here is an opportunity for an open convention, for a decision that will be made on the basis of all of the things right down to the time of voting that have taken place. And yet we do know that on the basis of technical rules regarding certain delegations, there are delegates who, at least for a couple of ballots, will be voting for a candidate and have expressed themselves as having another preference in another direction. It almost makes you think that we ought to start with the third ballot, and maybe we'd get down to the business quicker. But from that standpoint, I am concerned if there are delegates who are going to cast their votes on one of these bases other than their own preference, then will we be sure that we've actually gotten the feeling of the majority of the delegates. But somehow the system does seem to work. And so far, I don't think anyone's come up with any proposal that is better than this.
Here is an item which has just come to our attention at 1675 62nd Street Northwest in Miami. There is a large crowd of about 400 Negroes, most of them young, conducting a noisy demonstration. There are reported to be 12 policemen on the scene and more coming to control the situation, and the demonstrators are demanding the resignation of Senator Edward Brooke over the seating of the Lily White delegation. The noise is loud, and the people seem extremely determined in their protests, so we're told. By the way, it might be explained that obviously these people are demonstrating because they are objecting to the manner in which Senator Brooke, outwardly, I suppose, has gone along with the decision of this convention to seat a rather small number of Negro delegates here. Well, we'll be back with more of NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from Gulf. Senator Percy received a message on the mezzanine floor of the Marco Polo Hotel where the Illinois delegation met in caucus today. The senator appeared shaken and made several hurried telephone calls from a pay telephone. Then he turned away from the telephone, grim-faced, and left the hotel, telling reporters he had been summoned to attend a news conference by Rockefeller at 4 p.m. at the Americana Hotel. Percy, as you know, is one of Rockefeller's backers, and there has been talk of Percy as a vice presidential candidate. Earlier, Percy told reporters he was disappointed that Rockefeller has not picked up more strength in the 58-vote Illinois delegation. Percy was asked, do you still think you can stop Nixon on the first ballot? Percy answered, I don't know. There were encouraging signs at noon, but I've been out of touch with the situation for more than 3 hours. Well, we shall keep track of that and hope to have more on it in a little bit. As we mentioned a moment ago, there are 3 key delegations here: New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. They have their favorite sons, but actually these favorite sons certainly are pledged to Governor Nelson Rockefeller of New York. We had a report on what goes with the New Jersey delegation a little bit ago, but now let's get a report on what the status is with the Ohio delegation. To Paul Duke.
The Ohio delegation will stick with Governor James Rhodes on the first ballot. After that, it could be anybody's political ball game, depending on which way the governor decides to jump. The way things now stand, the governor will have the support of 55 of 58 of Ohio's delegates as a favorite son on the first ballot. There are 2 who will vote for Nixon, and 1 is for Harold Stassen. There's a great deal of Nixon sentiment within the delegation, and some of the Nixon supporters were hoping the governor might release the delegates to vote as they pleased when the roll call starts tonight. But the governor and the state Republican chairman, John Andrews, who exercised tight control over the delegation, made it clear at a caucus this morning that Rhodes would not release the delegation, that the governor intends to keep the 55 votes he has at least through the first ballot. If, of course, it appears Nixon is a sure winner, Rhodes could change his mind at any point and quickly release the delegates. But the caucus this morning provided a further tip-off that Rhodes really prefers Governor Rockefeller and will not get behind Nixon until he is convinced Nixon cannot be stopped. Rockefeller came here to talk to the Ohio delegates this morning and laid heavy emphasis on what he could do to help pull in other Republican candidates this fall. In Ohio, there is a crucial Senate race for the seat that is being given up by Senator Frank Lauschie, who lost in the Democratic primary. So, at this stage, Ohio remains behind Governor Rhodes on the first ballot. If released by the governor to do as they pleased, the delegates would go overwhelmingly to Nixon. But if Rhodes endorsed Rockefeller, a majority could be expected to follow the governor into the Rockefeller camp. Paul Duke, NBC News at the Ohio delegation headquarters.
As we reported, as Chet reported here a minute ago, Senator Percy of Illinois got a phone call while his Illinois delegation was caucusing and turned white, looked grim, made several calls and hurried away, saying he had been told or asked to appear at the Rockefeller press conference at 4 o'clock. It's now a little after 4. It has not yet begun, but it's about to. Ray Scherer of NBC is at the Americana Hotel in the press room awaiting the arrival of Governor Rockefeller. We're going to switch there now. Ray?
The governor has been in and out of this hotel all day long conducting a shoring up operation, trying to get the favorite sons, New Jersey, Ohio to hold, and so far he's been successful. We've talked to him a number of times today, and every time he says he is very encouraged. One time he said he was tremendously encouraged. The reason is, of course, that he thinks, he's still insisting, there will be no first ballot nomination. He says this is an open convention. He says if Nixon doesn't get it on the first ballot, he's not going to get it at all. Here are some of the other things the governor has been saying today. He says that Nixon is now conducting a desperate attempt to break up the favorite sons. He says it will be tragic if the party nominated someone who can't win. Obviously, he means Nixon. Rockefeller, one of the things we noticed about him today, he's hitting harder than before. He is charging Nixon with playing up to the South, making promises to the South that he, Rockefeller says, will lose the party in the North. He says that Nixon is telling the South that it can have veto power over any legislation he would suggest, and that the South can also control the vice presidency. Rockefeller says this is one of why he thinks the Republican Party can't win if it goes along with his strategy. We were summoned in here for a 4 o'clock news conference. At first we were told it was going to be Bob Douglas, the man who is perhaps closest to Governor Rockefeller. Then later came word that the governor himself was coming. The news conference was set up for 4 o'clock. It's now a few minutes after 4. Yesterday, if you were watching at this time, as you know, he was to come here at 4:15. He didn't come till 5 o'clock. We hope we do a little bit better today, and I think maybe we will. But that's been pretty much the story today. The governor he's enormously confident. Whether he's just keeping up a brave game or whether he really thinks so, it's hard to tell. He accuses Nixon of Cold War strategy. He started out the day by saying that he was a psychological warfare himself during the Eisenhower years. He recognizes Cold War tactics, and he says that's what Nixon is playing. So he says it's not over yet. There will be no first ballot nomination, and if there isn't one, he thinks it'll begin to break up. So that's about the situation here. The governor has been upstairs resting for the last couple of hours after visiting these delegations. First to Ohio, where he was told that Governor Rhodes would hold. Then to New Jersey, where he was buoyed with the word after about an hour after he'd been there that favorite son Case would hold, and then to Pennsylvania. That's the story here. We're waiting for the governor to arrive. And now back to the booth.
We have a reading now on the strategy that will develop here this evening when the role of the states begins. Alabama, of course, is always the key in this device because Alabama heads the alphabetical list. The Alabama delegation, winding up its caucus today, has voted unanimously to yield to California when nominations are called, when they're beginning this afternoon. Alabama State Republican Chairman Alfred Goldthwait will turn the floor microphone over to probate Judge Perry Hooper of Montgomery, and he then in turn will say that Alabama yields to California. Now, the purpose of all this gesture is to give some exposure, in quotes, to Hooper, who is the Republican nominee for United States Senate from Alabama. The yielding to California is not expected to change the Alabama lineup, which now is 14 for Nixon and 12 for Reagan. But in any event, by majority rule in the Alabama delegation, Alabama will yield to California, and Reagan's name, therefore, will be the first to go in nomination when that process begins. By the way, when we signed off here last night, or just as we were about to sign off, we almost had an incident when a delegate from North Carolina stood up and asked for recognition, but he was a little bit too late. The gavel had already sounded, and the prayer had been delivered, and the convention had recessed. Well, North Carolina delegates today remain as mystified as we all were last night as to what it was all about. As I say, as the benediction was being pronounced, a lone North Carolina delegate, Dr. Thomas Hood, sought to be heard from the rostrum. He didn't make it. He refused to tell us newsmen why he was seeking recognition. He has thus far steadfastly refused to tell us what it's all about. And Dr. Hood disappeared in the subsequent confusion and has been unavailable since. David?
Well,
if Dr. Hood had started, I heard he wanted to talk about the war. If they opened that up for discussion on the floor, we'd all be here 2 years. You want to hold the card up there? Which one is it? More from the convention in a moment, and right now a message from Gulf. Here from NBC's George Wilson is an interesting little story about what it is like to be a more or less uncommitted or leaning delegate here in Miami. A member of the Maine delegation, the State Attorney General James Irwin, arrived in Miami Beach favoring Nixon but leaning to Rockefeller. And he mentioned the fact that he had some small doubts about Nixon, mentioned this to a Rockefeller assistant, and within a few minutes, the Rockefeller people had swarmed all over him. They arranged for him, Irvin, the delegate, to have a meeting with Professor Henry Kissinger of Harvard University's Center for International Affairs, the authority on modern warfare and so on. The two of them discussed foreign policy for 90 minutes. Then Irvin got several phone calls from the governor of Rhode Island and a number of other top Rockefeller celebrities, and he said he was flattered and somewhat flabbergasted at the lengths they were going to try to get his one vote. But this afternoon, Irvin said he'll vote for Nixon on the first ballot. He said he based his decision on the local political situation in Maine, not otherwise explained, and he added Rockefeller came into the race after things had already crystallized. Governor Reagan has gone to attend a black caucus here at Miami Beach, and Bill Matney is there with a report for us. Bill?
Communities, but with our Americans.
Governor Reagan has been at this black caucus for about 3 minutes. He is flanked on his right by Wendell Handy, who is a member of his advisory board for children and youth. And on the governor's left is Bob Keyes, his assistant on human needs. Right now the governor is telling why he decided to come before this black caucus.
Most of you here are representing or are representatives for your states as delegates to this convention. As Republicans, I know you must be kind of lonely because, for the most part, minority communities have been voting pretty overwhelmingly with the opposite party. I felt for a long time that we had a right to ask some questions of those who were voting for the opposite party so consistently. I think we have a right to ask why this should continue when over many years they've had an opportunity and the promises have been glittering and great, but the problems seem to get worse and there's been no solution to them. And it would seem to me that the Republicans have a right to ask that even if we cannot come with some finished model of something to show, we at least can say, shouldn't we be given a chance to try with our philosophy and our answers to these problems? In California, a businessman, right after the disturbances in Watts a few years ago, got about 100 Los Angeles industrialists into a room together, and he told them, he said, maybe we mustn't take the blame for everything that's happened, but he said there is one thing we can take the blame for. The thing that we could contribute to this problem are jobs. And as a result of this, Chad McClellan, this was the man, Mr. H.C. McClellan, a very successful man himself, took these industrialists into the Watts neighborhood. A council was formed to work with them. And they went at this from the standpoint of providing jobs in private enterprise by way of job training through the State Employment Service, and at no lowering of the requirements for those jobs. They said, we'll make this legitimate and straight business. Business and industry today are crying for people with the skills to do jobs, and they can't find the people to do them. One firm that went in there had a request in, had recruiters in the Midwest looking for 1,500 employees who had special skills. They joined this management council, as it is called, and canceled that order, and by today have hired a total of 2,500 from the minority communities by way of job training. Now, an example of some of the failures of some of the programs that have been offered by government is the fact that when they first put this together, there were representatives of the federal government of many of the poverty programs that were coming in every door, and they all had the same thing. They were all saying, do business with me, don't talk to these other fellas. And fortunately, Chad McClellan was just hard-nosed enough. They had the jobs, and Chad McClellan said, you go out and get married to each other, and you come back in when you're ready to tell me how you can work together to help us in what we're trying to do. And I think they brought some common sense into the job training programs in that area for the first time. In 16 months, 17,800 were employed. 5/6 of those people are still in the jobs or have been promoted to better jobs. The average pay rate was $2.75 an hour. The day after I was elected, I called and asked Chad McClellan, could he do this on a statewide basis? He didn't hesitate a second. He said yes. He volunteered. To this day, he is still a volunteer, working full-time, no pay, nor is it costing the state anything because they're getting foundation grants from private foundations who have been attracted by their approach. And there are thousands of industrialists today up and down the state in 16 urban areas in this program. In the Long Beach, Los Angeles area, which is the biggest single industrial area in California, where it's been going the longest by way of the Watts start, this program today has lowered the ratio of non-white unemployment to white unemployment to less than 1.5 to 1. In San Diego, where the program is the youngest, has been the shortest time, they've just celebrated the 1,000th placing of a man in a private enterprise job. And so this program continues. Again, as I say, it's going to be a long haul. And it's going to get tougher as it goes on because now in some of these areas, like the Los Angeles area, they've gotten through the great group of unemployed who could, by virtue of job training, become immediately employable. And now 90% of the people who are coming into this program are, where at first it was only half, 90% are now unemployable by reason of some other individual problem, whether it's a lack of basic education or a disability or a record. But they're going to require the combined efforts of all of us, and we're continuing in that line, to solve their individual problems. Now, beyond this, in other programs, we didn't stop. We have another program, a job. I never can remember all the initials. You tell me, Bob, the name of the
Job Training and Placement Council, headed by Lieutenant Governor Bob Finch.
That's the one. I never can get all that name straight. Bob Finch, as Lieutenant Governor, was put in charge, and this was to go into the area of the job training. And they found there were something like 13 different directions being followed by these programs. The idea was to consolidate and aim them at jobs that were immediately available. And they are the kind of coordinating organization that is making the Chad McClellan program as effective and helping it to work as it is. Now, in addition to this summer, we put into effect statewide a job training program, or a job program including job training, but for youngsters, summer jobs. And it involves the state, we involve the local governments, and we involve the private sector. And I heard just before I left that the figures on those who've been placed in jobs, youngsters on vacation jobs, just through the State Employment Service, is more than 70,000. And we don't know how many more have actually been directly employed by the companies that are doing it. In the Sacramento area, we have a work and learn program going. Again, the private sector. The private sector is putting youngsters to work in jobs in which they work for 4 hours and go to school for 4 hours to combine and lead up to. In our state program, the jobs that we made available, we tried wherever possible to make them actually training jobs leading toward them becoming a pool for future state employment, public service. Out of the meetings that we've held, and let me tell you, in these neighborhood meetings, I've never been so impressed with the sincerity and the responsibility of people, some themselves who were unemployed, but who were continuing themselves to try and make programs work that maybe had been started by a poverty grant and then someone on a whim in Washington changed it, and kids were going to face broken promises, and these people were still working. As one man put it to me, he said, we're trying to lift ourselves by our bootstraps and we don't have any boots. But we have a program in another city in Seaside, California, started at the grassroots by young Negroes in this community, financed totally just out of the contributions that they can raise. And this is a program in which they're anticipating dropouts. It's almost a kind of Alcoholics Anonymous in a sense, in that they anticipate and find some youngster that is looking as if he's dropping out of school. And they help them and they show them how to go about getting employment, and they've now enlisted the aid of the employers to help them in this. We have a program called Operation Sandlot. This came out of one of the meetings. I heard a plea from mothers about the lack of space to play in their neighborhoods in the congested areas, how to keep the kids off the street corner and away from the wrong kind of people. Well, we went back to Sacramento and took an inventory of state lands. You know those great gashes going across the city that are cleared for a freeway, for some public development, and then they stand there for years before they're completed. Well, we took an inventory and found out all such lands that we had in the cities that will not be built for a minimum period of 2 years or longer, and we leased them back to the local communities for $1 a year on the basis that their volunteer groups, their citizens, their service clubs, their Kiwanis, their Rotary clubs and so forth, would go in and take over these lands and clear them, put baseball diamonds, playground equipment, whatever, to make use of them as open areas in these years before we have to complete them or build them. I probably overlooked a number of approaches. I wanted to point this out only as an effort that we are making, and again to say that I believe the Republican position should be that there are no instant answers. We found, incidentally, and this is the reason for some of the men that are here, we found in going out that we could start a policy out of the governor's office in Sacramento, but government's a pretty vast thing. And we found that when you got down through the echelons of bureaucracy, here and there could be one wrong-minded individual who could upset everything you were trying to do. So we have appointed a number of regional representatives who are out in our various service areas in the state and who have direct contact with my office and who can guarantee that a complaint that they get will go directly to the governor's office and not be lost someplace in the bureaucracy. And let me tell you the sample of the kind of thing that can happen and that we've decided to head off. A man who was working in a neighborhood with some youngsters trying to help them get jobs told me in one of these meetings that he had taken them in, they'd filled out their applications in our state employment office in one of the regional offices. And about outside, he gathered the boys together and asked them, well, now, did you put everything down that would be helpful? And one boy had left some things out. So he said, let's go back in. 10 minutes had elapsed, and they went back in and they couldn't find the job applications. And on a hunch, he walked over to the wastebasket, and that's where the applications were. Well, that isn't going to happen anymore. We're going to have some inspector generals like the Army has, that when that thing turns out, a state employee who does a thing of that kind is going to find a hand on his shoulder, and he's going to get some severe consultation, if not a change of duties. But it is, I think it's rare, but it does happen. These are some of the things that were in this filmed report. But now I could go on here trying to think of some of the other things we're doing. But again, I must tell you honestly, my faith is in the ability of the people.
Well, anybody at this black caucus who expected Governor Reagan to come in here in a defensive posture certainly must be surprised. He came in on the offensive and stressing jobs, education, and housing as the root of all the problems involving the minorities. He's going to talk about housing, but he is expected to go light on open housing. So that's about it here from the Reagan News Conference. Now to Ray Shearer at the Rockefeller News Conference.
Rockefeller has just begun to talk at his news conference. We take you to the podium.
So in starting, I'd just like to express my appreciation to the members of the media for your patience during the past 3 days and the past 3 months. My appreciation to all those who've worked on my behalf, and to the delegates who have really been giving of themselves, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, during the past 3 or 4 days on a basis that's pretty intensive. I said that I would announce this afternoon the seconders. As I mentioned before, Governor Ray Schaefer is going to put my name in nomination. Mrs. Ike Campman of Texas is going to second my nomination. She's a former National Committee woman from Texas. Up and down the beach, as it's described here in Miami, and not only in this 3 days of the convention, but prior to the convention, speaking all over this country. I would like to express my deep appreciation to Chuck for his support and ask him first if he'd say a word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Rockefeller. The last several days, I have met with a dozen delegations all over Miami Beach, including even the Iowa delegation that we finally found out in the middle of the waterways, and they were nice enough to pull over, and I spent a 45-minute period on board with them talking politics. From early morning until late at night, the delegates of this convention have, with deep concern and deep conviction that we are going to nominate the next President of the United States, addressed themselves to their responsibilities. They've been open-minded. They have been subjected to great pressure, but I think this is a free and open convention. I'm convinced it's an open convention. Governor Reagan's entry has helped make it that, and I think it's going to go down as one of the great conventions that the American public have witnessed. Certainly, the choice is a magnificently difficult one, I might say, for all of us. It's a tremendous choice to have to make in the challenging times that we now face and the problems that this nation faces. And I just feel so deeply and with such utter conviction that we have available today a man of exceptional quality, a man of great capability, a man who can provide tremendous strength and leadership to this country abroad, and a man who at home can heal many of the wounds that we face. And for this, and we have. For this reason, I have supported with great enthusiasm the campaign of Governor Rockefeller. He's contributed immensely to political thought in recent months. He's been a magnificent candidate, and I believe tonight we're going to have an outswelling of support for him. We know that we must have no closed-out first ballot. And with the conviction that the delegations that I've met with, that are four favorite sons, and the firmness with which they're holding, I anticipate that we will have no closed-out first ballot. But I do know this. This is a party that is not at all divisive as we were in '64. There is no bitterness. And though I appeared before delegations firmly committed to other candidates on the first ballot, there was an open-mindedness about the second and third and fourth ballots. And not once has a delegate ever said to me, as in '64, in some way that should be interpreted as bitter or frustrated or concerned. We have, I believe today, delegates that are full of the responsibility and filled with the responsibility of nominating the next President of the United States, and I think that President can and should be Nelson Rockefeller, and right up until that first ballot is cast, every single one of us will be working for his nomination. I think he can do a great deal for this country, a great deal for the free world, and he can give us the opportunity in the Republican Party to be a majority party again. We know that millions of concerned Democrats will cross over and vote for a Republican ticket headed by Nelson Rockefeller. It's that conviction that leads me to believe that the American people's desire to see this kind of a candidate will be reflected in the delegate votes tonight. Thank you.
Here is a note on the financial status of this party, whose convention you are witnessing. Since January 1st, the Republican Party has raised $6,600,000 for its national campaign, according to a spokesman of the Republican Finance Committee. This sum breaks all party records for fundraising at this stage of the campaign. By convention time in 1964, the Republicans had collected only $3,400,000. A good portion of the money in the Republican Treasury was raised by Sunday night's $500 a plate gala at a local hotel. Individual donations from private citizens have brought in $2,700,000. So you Republicans in the audience may rest assured that the solvency of this party is rather well guaranteed. Now, on behalf of the solvency of NBC News, more from Convention Hall in a moment, after this message from Gull.
So in switching up and down the beach in the last 30, 40 minutes and hearing from Governor Reagan and Governor Rockefeller, notably not from Richard Nixon. He has not appeared, and so far as we know now, has no plan to. We have seen what is going on in the political maneuvering just prior to the beginning of tonight's session, which will include the nominating speeches and then sometime, we don't know when, sometime, the voting and the choice of a nominee. Unless there is a delay that we don't expect, multiple ballots which could carry it over till tomorrow. The delegates tonight, having been importuned, wheedled, cajoled, pushed, shoved, persuaded, finally tonight will be able to cast their votes however they like, except in some cases where there is a unit rule, where there are unit rules. David Douglas Duncan, the much admired still photographer who was working with NBC during this convention, has turned his very sensitive camera on the delegates and has a report for us now.
Last night was apparently very serious for the Republicans here in Miami Beach, but it was a carnival for me. The security was adequate for Fort Knox, or so it seemed. Agents in each corner of the Coliseum. When Tom Dewey arrived, the place went absolutely apart at the seams. Not just in motion and in noise, but in hearts. It seemed to me that Dewey was the same as he was 20 years ago when he ran for president. And this girl saw it the same way, too. I thought for a moment, I was watching him through a great telephoto lens, I thought he was going to burst into tears. And she nearly did. He affected blondes the same way he affected brunettes. I don't know what he has, but when I reach his age, I hope I have it too. Politicking went on among the old timers, men who probably covered 10 conventions. I have no idea what they said. I was using the big telephoto, and it's almost an invasion of privacy. The old gentleman tried to stay awake, but got tireder and tireder. And finally couldn't suppress the biggest yawn of all. But he wasn't the only one who was tired there. We photographers were tired, and the other older men were tired too. One of the delegates from Kentucky, a real Kentucky colonel, he refused to wear the fun campaign hat of the rest of his delegation. He dropped off slowly to sleep. And they were actually listening at that time to a part of Everett Dirksen's speech. He had come on very strong like a great old American eagle, quite indignant that there was still noise, people talking when he took the podium. He called for silence. He said, "You're going to hear this platform read the most succinctly you will ever hear it read in your life. And you're going to have it quiet, or you won't hear it at all." This old campaigner accepted it. This young delegate was a bit skeptical. I'm afraid some of the speakers who came after Mr. Dirksen kind of suck-sicked him right out of the ballpark. It was pretty hard to take. It ran on for a long time. The cowpoke kept searching the whole arena for somebody he could really relate to. He found him far back in way back in the convention hall. Looked like another range rider, also in a sombrero, from Arkansas. The first guy was from Wyoming. And straight back in the back of the hall, away from the big television lights, a lot of the alternates bugged out. They went home. It's very interesting. The delegates up front stayed where the big cameras could reach them, but up in the alternate seats, there was a lot of space. Up back with the delegates, I found a couple of types who really looked like they're out at the dog track, and one had the racing form inside the platform itself. Really Raymond Dunyan characters. Playing the horses or the dogs. The guy at the center won, his buddy at the right lost. As I saw it, of course. It's just being facetious, but it did look like a dog track setup. Much to my delight, as I said last night, my business permits me to meet many people. Last night, I met the gentleman that I'd photographed the first night here on the floor, Mr. Genoa S. Washington. And here, the whole excitement of the convention had reached him. 2 nights ago, he had his own dreams, very deep. This time he reacted to the convention itself. His eyes swept the whole convention hall. I was fighting the crowds while making these pictures. Someone walked right in front of me as I made my last shot. Well, those are some of the people, some of the delegates, the Republicans, who will tonight choose their candidate for the President of the United States. This is David Douglas Duncan.
Great pictures, David. On point, a related subject. Cuban refugees in the Miami area will hold a prayer service tonight at 7 o'clock in front of this convention hall and then rally in Miami Stadium. Several hundred widows, sisters, and mothers of Cubans killed at the Bay of Pigs will participate in an ecumenical prayer service on the plot out here in front of the hall. This demonstration is planned to focus attention on what a spokesman called the threat to the United States from the Russian occupation of Cuba. It will take place as Republicans are making their nominating speeches for their presidential candidates. The rally at Miami Stadium is sponsored by 70 Cuban organizations in the greater Miami area, and about 20,000 people are expected. A Spanish-language newspaper here and Spanish-speaking radio stations are promoting the demonstration. You might know that about 150,000 Cuban refugees live in this area of Florida, and a spokesman said that nearly 30,000 of these are American citizens now and are registered to vote. All candidates are expected to send representatives to the rally to speak tonight. And by the way, one of the most exhilarating and encouraging experiences is to come to this area of Florida and hear the citizens of this community and of this state invariably declare what wonderful citizens these Cubans have made. They have made a great contribution to the economy of this area. They have been fine citizens, and all in all, it has worked out well. You ready for that, Doug? We'll be back with more of NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from Gulf.
There are numerous tabulations of the projected ballot, first ballot strength for all candidates here. We have ours, which we'll go into later. The Associated Press has one. It shows Nixon with 659 publicly committed votes on the first ballot. That is 8 short of enough to nominate him. There will no doubt be some further movement and some late afternoon decisions or early evening decisions made here in caucuses and so on. Our 4 floor men have been giving some attention to this question. John Chancellor? John?
David, I'm standing here with Mr. Anton Hollendonner, who's an attorney from Trenton and a member of the New Jersey delegation. And I don't have to tell anybody, I suppose, now how important the 40 votes of the New Jersey delegation are in this convention. Mr. Hollendonner, you've had a number of people trying to get those 40 votes committed to various candidates, haven't you?
Yes, we have. I never realized how important the 40 votes of New Jersey were going to be, but we've been wined and dined the last 2 or 3 days, and we've been closeted as a group since about 8:30 this morning. We started off several days ago, and we were numbered to death. And one thing that I and other members of the delegation wanted to know, what were the realistic figures? Every poll or every figure we heard seemed to indicate something contrary. They weren't together. So we finally today had some representatives from the Rockefeller camp and from the Nixon camp, and they gave us some figures. And then the group went into caucus, and despite some pressure, some desire on the number of a few, or possibly about 11 to 16 of the delegates, the group voted overwhelmingly to continue Senator Clifford Case as a favored son.
Now, but what happens in the middle of the first ballot to the New Jersey vote? I mean, what kind of criteria do you have for moving toward one or another candidate with these votes in New Jersey?
Well, whether we move from one candidate or another will have to depend. We'll have to try to work on it as the things develop. But we were told this morning that an estimate by Rockefeller was that he had Nixon, that he had a total now of as of about 3 o'clock this afternoon, a total of 682 delegates committed to him. He indicated that by the time the voting came to New Jersey, Nixon hoped to have, or was confident that he would have 384 votes.
Now, what happens if New Hampshire is the state before you on the roster? What happens if he has 384 votes, Nixon, when New Hampshire has voted? What then happens to the votes of the New Jersey delegation?
Well, it'll be difficult to say. When we left this afternoon, the decision that we had made was to remain together behind Senator Case until such time as we call another caucus. Now, if we get to New Hampshire and it indicates that Mr. Nixon's estimate is fairly accurate, I would assume, speaking as an individual, I would assume that the group would try to call for a caucus, probably at our seats or at our places here on the convention floor. And we would have to arrive at some decision at that time. In all probability, my own estimate would be that if Mr. Nixon is close to the 384 mark, that there probably would be a large or a substantial number of delegates in New Jersey who would vote for him at that time.
And you could actually do it for him on that basis.
I believe they could. There was some feeling that New Jersey played the part of a kingmaker, but the majority of the people felt that it was more important to get a candidate who could win and to bring victory in November, regardless of whether or not New Jersey was responsible for swinging the election here, the nomination here. But I would say it was a distinct possibility. If the figures given to us by Mr. Nixon's people are accurate, then I would say there's a good possibility that New Jersey could swing over. At least there would be a great deal of agitation for it among our group at that time.
So that's the magic number. If on the first ballot, when New Hampshire finishes voting, it's 384 votes for Nixon, it looks like his figures are pretty close, and it looks like he might take it. Mr. Anton Hollendonner from New Jersey, thank you very much. And now here's Edwin Newman.
I'm with State Senator Emil Lockwood of Michigan, who is the Nixon chairman in Michigan. Mr. Lockwood, Senator Lockwood, a few minutes ago I saw you dancing here on the floor to the music that was being sung. Why were you dancing? Were you happy?
I feel certain that Nixon has the nomination on the first ballot.
Certain on the first ballot?
Yes.
What's going to happen to the Michigan delegation, which is a favorite son delegation for Governor Romney?
I am hopeful they will all vote for Governor Romney on the first ballot.
You hope that they're going to vote for Governor Romney on the first ballot, but is there any possibility that they will swing over to Nixon if it looks as though his choice is inevitable?
As a stopgap measure, unfortunately, the presiding officer is Congressman Jerry Ford from Michigan, and we would hope he would recognize his native state first.
You're counting on the fact that the permanent chairman, Gerald Ford, is from Michigan, and so he will recognize you so that Michigan can throw the decisive votes to Richard Nixon. Is that it?
That is correct. Hopefully Governor Romney rather than me, because he is the chairman of the delegation.
Governor Romney would do it himself.
I would hope so. We have advised the governor of this possibility of requiring the Michigan vote for the final poll.
Senator Lockwood, there are 4 Reagan votes in the delegation. What are they going to do on the first ballot?
I feel certain that they will vote for Nixon whenever it comes down to a key vote for Nixon's nomination.
4 Reagan votes will do what? Would you say that again?
Will vote for Nixon at the point it comes down to be essential for Nixon's nomination.
You're absolutely convinced that Nixon has this thing wrapped up. There's nothing to go through but the motions.
I feel that, but anything can happen in the next 3-4 hours.
Well, all the same, it does seem to me there's a different atmosphere here tonight. All the Nixon people seem very, very happy in a quite uninhibited way. Am I right about that?
Maybe we're eternal optimists.
Thank you very much, Senator Lockwood. This is Edwin Newman out of Santa Van I'm down here at the front of the Arizona delegation with Senator Paul Fannin. Senator, can you give us any idea about what Senator Goldwater has been doing for the past 2 days? Has he been working on Richard Nixon's behalf?
Yes, he has. He's been working continuously, talking to different delegates from states all over the nation. He's been spending most all of his time working for Nixon.
Has he been spending an especially great amount of time with the southern delegations, and what has he been saying to them?
Well, yes, of course, I think he's been emphasizing to them that Nixon has the experience, the qualifications to be a great president, and he's giving him his full support.
What arguments is he getting in return from them?
Well, I tell you, it's surprising that he's getting, I think, very good support, and many, of course, are very kindly towards Governor Reagan. At the same time, I think they feel that they would rather have him on the second spot than on the first spot.
I was going to get around to that because we seem to be talking as much tonight about Vice President as the presidential nominee. What is the feeling in your part of the country about who should be on the second spot?
Well, it's very definitely for Reagan. It seems, I don't say it's unanimous, but certainly there's an overwhelming number of our delegates that would go for Reagan for the second spot.
Is it not felt that perhaps this ticket would be too conservative?
No, I don't think so. It's surprising how many people feel that former Vice President Nixon is a middle roader and is not on the conservative side, the point where that Reagan would make any difference.
Sir, wouldn't this be a repetition of the strategy that Senator Goldwater tried to put into effect in 1964, the southern states, the western states, and the midwestern states?
No, I don't think so, because I feel that Vice President Nixon has very strong support in many areas of the country. That's been proven with what has happened in the primaries and also with what has happened as far as his visits to different cities.
Thank you very much, Governor Paul Fannin of Arizona. Now to Frank McGee.
Thank you, Senator. I have with me Mr. Rex Dewey. It's spelled D-U-W-E, but pronounced Dewey, Mr. Rex Dewey of the Kansas delegation. Now, Mr. Dewey, when that roll call starts tonight, when they get to Kansas, they will have gotten to the first sizable block of delegates committed to a favorite son. And we'll begin to see then whether the favorite sons are going to peel away in support of any of the leading candidates. What will Kansas do?
It is absolutely certain that Kansas will cast her 20 votes for our favorite son, Senator Carlson.
Now, I'm sure that there has been an effort made by some of these candidates to get you to break at that point.
Well, the effort has been actually surprisingly small, although there has been some subtle attempt.
Now, there are several states. There's Kansas, Ohio, New Jersey, and Michigan, all holding out for favorite sons. Is there some kind of communication between these delegations to keep them in that status, to keep them as holding out for favorite sons?
Well, to my knowledge, not to keep them for holding out for favorite sons. We had a series of meetings at the Seagull Hotel where the Kansas delegation is stationed to hear candidates, but there is no attempt to form a block or anything like that.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Dewey.
Thank you.
Mr. Rex Dewey of Kansas, now to John Chancellor.
Two of the most interesting men on the convention floor today, the critical men here, are Governors Romney of Michigan and Rhodes of Ohio, who are being interviewed here with their delegations apparently holding for favorite son group.
Now, Governor Romney, what about the Michigan situation?
Well, the Michigan situation remains the same, except that we've now acted with respect to the second ballot, and 44 of the Michigan delegates will continue to support the favorite son through the second ballot, subject to taking a look at the situation at the end of the first ballot.
Now, obviously, what everybody is concerned about, let's say that Richard Nixon is 630, 635 on that first ballot. What will each of you gentlemen do at that time?
Well, we will remain as the favorite son candidate, and John Andrews, the chairman of the Ohio delegation, will cast 55 votes for the favorite son.
Even though he goes to 630?
That's right.
35,
that is correct.
40.
We agreed to this in caucus.
And you, sir?
Our position is the same. The only thing we've discussed with respect to the possible vote level is that if it got within 6 votes of 667 for Mr. Nixon, that at that time you had to be realistic and recognize that the few would want to jump on the bandwagon. But if he was 20 votes short, or 630, which is 47 votes short, we would continue to cast the vote for the favored son. So it's basically a favored son position.
And you both feel confident that that will hold through the first ballot and even into the switches, unless, in the case of Michigan, you end up 6 votes away, and in the case of Ohio, you're going to stay all the way.
All the way, yes. This is
Thank you, George Romney, James Rhodes.
Governor Rhodes, I think they can see you through one of these places. We have been told that New Jersey, a number of New Jersey delegates, may break for Nixon if the New Hampshire delegation brings the Nixon tally at that point in the alphabet up to 384 votes. Now, you would precede that, Governor Romney, and you would follow it, Governor Rhodes. What if they're a little bit beyond that? Will you still hold if Nixon is stronger than 384?
The Ohio delegation has not established a due line for any of the votes being cast for the presidency nomination here tonight, and we would have to caucus before we can do anything other than what we have agreed to do at 9 o'clock this morning.
All right, I think now that they're making the Pledge of Allegiance, I think we'll let you go. Thank you very much. John Chancellor on the floor to Chet and David.
We're about to hear the national anthem. The convention was led in the singing of the national anthem by the youngsters of the Up With People group, a wonderful appearing bunch of young kids. NBC's coverage of the Republican convention will continue after this message from Gulf.
NBC News convention coverage will continue after station identification.
This is the decisive night, the balloting. Stay with NBC for continuous coverage.
Escape, come over to Royal Crown Cola. It's a mad, 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 mad cola. See, the one with the mad, mad taste. What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? Drink Diet Right, America's #1 sugar-free cola. The most delicious way to enjoy cola and avoid hundreds of calories a week. And it tastes great. So drink up. What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose?
Diet Right one ways. No deposit, no return. Easy come, easy go. Diet Right Cola.
For a powerful meal lifter, Grandma relies on Vietti Beef Barbecue, which provides energy for any occasion.
Go wild, sweetie.
This is Color 4, WSM Television, Nashville, Tennessee, telecasting service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company.
This may give you an indication of what the newsmen of this country have been experiencing in recent weeks. Simple arithmetic, average intelligence and fact on the one hand tells you that candidate Nixon is virtually unbeatable, that he has it all but sewed up. And yet, on the other hand, every time you contact a Rockefeller representative, there you find the conviction so strong, the conviction so unshakable that you go away in a high state of confusion. And you have this deep, sincere conviction on the one hand, and, as I say, arithmetic on the other. David?
Very artistic persuasion they are capable of. Nancy Dickerson reports to us that there is still considerable support for Barry Goldwater among the delegates here on the floor, which of course was obvious the other night, and we already knew. But during the cheers for him, she heard, she tells us, one older delegate, one lady in the Texas delegation say, "Barry is just wonderful, but I'm too old to fall in love again." That's the saddest little remark I've heard since we came here. I really doubt it's true. Nixon's people are so confident of winning tonight, we are told, that they have already chosen a place to repair to make their campaign plans after the convention. When it's over and there's been a little rest, they plan to meet somewhere near San Diego. We don't have the precise spot, somewhere near San Diego, to plot their strategy for the campaign this fall. Mrs. Reagan will be here in the convention hall. She isn't here yet, is she? No. Mrs. Reagan will be here in the convention hall shortly, and will watch the proceedings from a box seat down here. And she will stay here, we're told, through the nominating speech, demonstration, and seconding speeches for her husband. And we believe now he will be put in nomination first. And then the plan, we're told, is for her to leave here and to join the governor at a private residence on Sunset Island and to watch the voting on television.
By the way, David, if the strategy develops and Alabama does yield to California, you'll see the Californians clad in a serape, very brightly colored with sort of a Spanish-American fringe on it.
Is that what that is called?
That's the California delegation. That's all Reagan, of course. And that leads me to the observation that the serape is indeed an improvement over the costume the California delegation wore 4 years ago. You may recall they went out overnight and brought back in the convention hall something which appeared to be a colorfully dyed carpenter's apron.
With Goldwater printed on them, yeah. I thought they looked like those rubber things that icemen, those who are old enough to remember icemen, that icemen used to wear, carrying ice over their shoulders. The Poor People's Marchers, as we reported earlier, are in Miami Beach and are appearing place to place, including the lobby of the Fontainebleau Hotel. That's the California delegation, and the serape is that if you have a color television set, and if you don't, we recommend it, an orange fabric with yellow tassels hanging on it. Is that Spanish originally? Must be.
Well, the serape is, yes, very definitely. Here is some more political news, David. Senator Edward Long was defeated in Missouri's primary election yesterday. Representative Bob Dole won a Senate nomination in Kansas, and Senator Frank Church of the state of Idaho, of course, sailed through the Idaho primary. He was unopposed. In Missouri, Lieutenant Governor Thomas Eagleton defeated Long for Missouri's Democratic senatorial nomination in a contest marked by a magazine's charges linking Long with unsavory leaders of the Teamsters Union and Steamfitters Union in St. Louis. Long has called the accusations a smear. Now to John Chancellor with the California delegation, somebody with a serape.
And I'm standing with Mr. James Halley, who is the Reagan floor manager at this convention. Mr. Halley, how do you feel now that we get into the crucial evening?
I think we're moving. I see some things that we view very favorably. I think you're going to spend a fascinating evening.
Think well after midnight?
Yes.
Can you give me any indication of some of the things you see that are moving, Mr. Halley?
Well, I'll give you just one. As I understand it, Alabama is going to yield to us, and Governor Reagan's going to be placed in nomination first.
How about in the delegations? You getting any more Southern support?
We're getting additions of support in several parts of the country. Are going to make a good first ballot showing.
Mr. Halley, what about the talk of a liberal vice president, a liberal northern vice presidential candidate with Mr. Nixon, say John Lindsay? Does that help your cause?
I can only say that for days I've been saying that those who thought, and there were some saying, that there would be a forced Nixon-Reagan ticket, that they were wrong, that that would not be the fact, that Governor Reagan wouldn't be. Today he made it very plain with that telegram. And this is causing a little reevaluation here and there.
Are there, in your southern operatives, are they reporting back to you that the southern states are unhappy about the possibility of a northern liberal joining the Nixon ticket?
We see no unhappiness. We just see a great many people that like Governor Reagan.
And so you think you're going to come through? Have you got a ballot estimate?
No, I'm not guessing ballots even now. I'll be counting it as it comes in.
But you're sure now of more than one, you said?
I am confident that we're going to have more than one ballot.
Fine. Thank you very much. James Halley, the chief Nixon strategist and tactician, on the floor. And now here's Sander Van Oker.
To continue with what John Chancellor was talking about a moment ago, I'm with Mr. Howard Callaway, a Nixon leader in Georgia, who's got a command post right here, one of the several command posts that Mr. Nixon has on the floor. On this point about a vice president, Mr. Callaway, we understand that Mr. Nixon has made some fairly firm commitments to Southern delegates. Would you people in Georgia be put out if he went for a liberal northerner like Chuck Percy or Mayor John Lindsay of New York?
Well, I'm delighted we're talking about vice president because we...
Well, no, wait. Let me just stop. I don't want to give you the assumption it's all wrapped up, but we are talking about the vice president.
We don't think it's wrapped up either, but on that, yes, I'll be glad to talk about that. I represent 8 southern states. That's my responsibility, and we're all concerned about the vice president. We talked with Mr. Nixon about this. We questioned him very carefully. He said that he's running as a national candidate, not as a sectional candidate, and he believes in appealing to all sections, and we were glad to hear that because there's been a lot of talk about writing off the South. As part of that plan, he said that he is not going to take anyone who is offensive to any section of the country, not just the South, and has used his terms as best I can remember them. I didn't write them down. He said, and force them upon any section of the country. Now, I would say that when the time comes tomorrow that Mr. Nixon decides this, it's my guess that he will have together some 1 or 2 people representing the South, some 1 or 2 representing the East, the various sections of the country. And if they, and I don't know who these people will be, tell him that this candidate is absolutely unacceptable to this section of the country, then I think he would attempt to have someone who is acceptable to all sections.
All right, suppose you're one of the people there tomorrow morning and he suggests he wants John Lindsay. Is he acceptable to you?
Well, I don't think it's fair for me to comment on that. I'll give Mr. Nixon my comment, but I don't think... I want to say that he very clearly did not rule out anybody. He made clearly he did not rule out anybody.
Well, we saw a transcript in the Miami Herald of a recording that was taken at that Southern Caucus yesterday. Mr. Nixon did not push a question like open housing. He said he did not want it brought up at the convention because he didn't want divisiveness. Do you think this was done as a favor to the Southern delegates upon whom he depends for so much support?
I don't think so. I think that, and I was not at that caucus. My caucus was a different one from the one you're speaking of, so I don't have first-hand knowledge, but I know the way he has felt about some of these issues, that if they are divisive issues within the nation, between Republicans and Democrats, between races of this, he's preferred that divisive issues get behind us at the campaign. He feels strongly, as I do, that we've got to unify this country, and he wants to unify the North and the South, the Negro and the white, the labor and management. And he's not trying to have divisive issues if he can help it. And of course he can't control all of this, but he doesn't want divisive issues right in the middle of the campaign if he can help it. I think that's sound. I think that's good. If they come up, he'll take his stand, and I think he'll take a good stand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard Callaway, a Nixon leader in Georgia. This is Sander Van Oken, now to Frank McGee.
Thank you, Senator. I have with me Senator Hiram Fong of Hawaii. Now, Senator, you came here as a favorite son from Hawaii. After you arrived, you endorsed Mr. Nixon, yet none of the other favorite sons have done this, and Mr. Nixon's strength today seems to be just about what it was before this convention even started. Now, what I can't understand and would like you to talk to me about is why his people, including yourself, have not been able to shake any of these favorite sons loose so far.
Well, many favorite sons come here with the idea of stopping Richard Nixon. I didn't come here with the idea of stopping Richard Nixon. My delegation and my Republican Party in Hawaii wanted to honor me and wanted to focus attention on the Pacific Basin and Hawaii. So they asked me to become favorite son, but I intend to withdraw from the nomination after my delegation has cast There's 14 votes for me. And when all the states have been computed, I will rise and ask that I be withdrawn, and that my nomination be withdrawn, and at that time we'll cast our ballot 10 for Nixon and 4 for Rockefeller.
I understand that, Senator Fong, but can you help me understand why some of these other favorite sons are not prepared to endorse Nixon at this point? Why are they holding out?
Many of them probably are just jogging for position, and many of them, as you know, have potential vice presidential nominees on leading their delegation, and they think probably that would be a bargaining point. But others are for the specific purpose of denying the vote to Richard Nixon on the first ballot.
Have you made less progress in trying to get these favorite son states to break in favor of Nixon than you had hoped?
I think that they had anticipated that these favorite sons would remain as they have been. And I think when the roll calls get started, I think many of them are going to fall.
They say they won't, Senator, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Thank you very much. Now back to Chet and David.
To bring you up to date a little, NBC News in Washington advises us that General Eisenhower's doctors say there has been no change in his condition during the day. They're satisfied with his progress. Now to John Chancellor on the convention floor.
I'm with State Chairman Alfred Goldthwait of Alabama, the first state in the roster of states here, and you are going to yield to California. Is that right, Mr. Goldthwait?
That's right, John. We're very pleased to do so.
Now, what do the viewers see tonight when this happens? When they start the first roll call, what do you do?
Well, I will stand up and at that time announce that for the purposes of yielding, purposes of stating the Alabama position, that at this time I will recognize Judge Curio Hooper, who is a candidate of the United States Senate in Alabama. And at that time, Judge Hooper will come to the microphone and state that for the purposes of various purposes, he wishes to yield to California to place the name of Governor Ronald Reagan in nomination for President of the United States.
And then when do you get to be polled in the balloting? After these various early states have yielded to other people for nomination?
That's correct. After you've had the nominations for favorite son and go through the entire roll call, then I assume we'll come back then and start voting.
And what will your vote be then, Alabama?
Well, on a test vote this afternoon, it appears as if the vote presently stands 14 for Nixon and 12 for Reagan. Of course, this could change by the time the next 3 hours, and that very possibly will change.
Mr. Goldthwait, we've talked to some delegates from southern states, and some of them expressed a certain amount of apprehension that if Nixon gets the nomination, he will choose as a running mate a northern liberal. How do you feel about that? What if John Lindsay got the second spot on the ticket?
Well, of course, at this time, I think it's rather hypothetical to say who he would choose. I think, in my own personal view, he would choose whatever's necessary for him to run the best race.
Right. Well, we'll be back to see you again, Mr. Goldthwait. Thank you. And that's all from the Alabama delegation, which will yield. And now to David Brinkley.
And our information now is that Governor Reagan of California will be the first one to be put in nomination, and that should begin very soon. We'll have some more details on that, and we'll continue NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from Gulf Oil. The chairman of the convention, Gerald Ford, has announced from the platform that they want things to move along rapidly, and he has announced the rules for the nominating speeches and the spontaneous delegations planned thereafter. And we'll pass along that information to you as we go along. Sander Van Oker on the convention floor has Senator John Tower of Texas. Sandy?
Senator Tower, I'd like to check with you because you've had a lot to do with trying to hold the Nixon forces in line. How is he holding among the southern and southwestern states?
Very well. As a matter of fact, I think he's picked up. I worked about 8 delegations yesterday and 3 today. Of course, Florida just went 33-1 for Nixon.
Who is the one?
Governor Clerk, is it?
Who's he for today?
I don't know who he's for recently, but the 33 are for Nixon, and that represents a gain. We've picked up by 1s and 2s and 3s in about 3 or 4 other states. So I think instead of shrinkage, it's actually been a gain for Nixon in the South.
All right, here's a story we're trying to follow. Has Mr. Nixon made so many commitments in holding the South together that he is going to be obliged to pick a vice presidential candidate from the South if he gets the nomination?
Certainly not. He has no commitment to pick a vice presidential candidate from the South. Of course, Southerners will be consulted as to what their opinion is on the number 2 spot, but there certainly is no commitment.
What is your opinion?
What's my opinion on what?
On the vice presidency.
Well, I think it's got to be a credible ticket. I think it's got to be somebody who understands and agrees with Nixon's viewpoints and can advocate them with a degree of credibility.
Now, he's taken a dovish position on Vietnam and a very hard line on domestic affairs recently. What kind of a person from anywhere in the country could fit that description you've just given?
Well, I think the idea that he's taking a dovish line is erroneous. I don't think the terms hawkish and dovish are aptly descriptive of positions that are now being taken in Vietnam. I believe that he goes for a negotiated settlement if it's possible. If it can be done without a friendly veiled surrender.
Sir, do you feel much sentiment? Hey, this is hard to put because you probably might be considered as the vice presidential candidate. But what does your delegation think about a ticket of Nixon and Reagan?
Well, I think that would be fine with my delegation. Reagan is popular, of course, in the western and southern states. However, I would anticipate that we probably won't have a Nixon-Reagan ticket.
Thank you very much. This is Santa Van Oker, and I will turn it over to John Chancellor, who's right by my side here in Texas. John?
I'm standing in the crowd around the Alaska delegation now here on the floor, and our guest is Congressman Howard Pollock of the Alaska delegation. Congressman Pollock, we've all known that there's been great pressure on the delegation here to rally behind Governor Hickel as a favorite son so that the delegation's votes would be held on the first ballot. What is the actual situation with Alaska now? It isn't that, is it?
The situation is that I will nominate Wally Hickel as a favorite son. He will then acknowledge the nomination, but withdraw and indicate in his own personal behalf that he intends to vote for Mr. Nixon. And there will be no commitment on the part of the delegation by the governor at that time.
So that means that all the pressures we've been aware of to keep Alaska early in the roll call uncommitted have failed.
I would say that's correct, and I would say that on the first ballot, the Alaska delegation will vote 11 votes for Mr. Nixon and 1 for Mr. Rockefeller.
Congressman, are you personally for Richard Nixon?
I am. Yes, I am.
Were there other members of your delegation who favored other candidates?
We have one delegate who favors Mr. Reagan, one who favors Mr. Rockefeller. The rest favor Mr. Nixon.
So you think you'll get Nixon off to a good early start tonight?
Yes, my feeling at this point is that it will go over the top on the first ballot because I think after the nominating speeches, when the roll call starts, there will be 1 or 2 states I think that will pass. They will then be recognized alphabetically before there are any other people recognized for switching.
All right, and then we can expect, though, to see Alaska go heavily for Nixon at the start.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Congressman Howard Pollock of Alaska, and now to Chet and David.
A rally at the Negro Militant Vote Power League has resulted in a confrontation between about 200 people and Miami City police. Rocks and bottles were thrown at police, and they have called for reinforcements. The meeting brought police earlier when a white reporter was thrown out by the black militant members of the Vote Power League, although the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was the sponsor. On television tape, we have an interview with Governor Volpe of Massachusetts. The interview conducted by NBC reporter Frank Mankiewicz.
Governor Volpe, you'll be giving one of the seconding speeches tonight for Mr. Nixon, along with Senator Baker, Mr. Ogilvie, and Senator Hatfield. Have you decided what you're going to say? Have you divided it up? For instance, are you going to talk about one particular thing in connection with Mr. Nixon?
Yes, we had a breakfast meeting this morning, and we agreed that I would talk about his character, background, experience. Mr. Ogilvie, who is the candidate for governor in Illinois, will talk about primarily the urban problems Senator Baker will talk primarily about party unity, and then Senator Hatfield will wind it up with the war, the need for settling of peace, and so forth.
So that you'll be the first seconder.
I'll be the
Mr.
first
Nixon.
seconder as soon as the demonstration is over.
And yet you're, as a delegate, you're probably pledged to vote for somebody else as soon as the balloting begins. Is that right?
Only on that first ballot. I don't think they'll need the Massachusetts votes, but if they should be needed on a second ballot, there'll be votes there for Dick Nixon on the second ballot.
Has that situation come up before in your memory as a delegate participating in these conventions in which someone pledged to one candidate gives a nominating or seconding speech for someone else?
Well, it's the first time, as a matter of fact, that our primary law has been in effect. We have just passed this. Ted Kennedy, as a matter of fact, was the one who was responsible for introducing it in Massachusetts year before last, and this is the first time that it has been applied, so I think perhaps it is the first time, primarily because of the fact that the primary law is in existence.
How are the delegates the delegates then in Massachusetts in the primary are not voted for? It's the candidate who's voted for, and the delegates then will support the candidate, whoever he is. Is that right?
That is correct. Our delegates do have to run, and they can, on the ballot, place a pledge to whoever they desire to be pledged to. And in cases where there is no competition, where, of course, in many cases they do not have to put any pledge down, but where there is more than one delegate running in a particular slot, then on those occasions the delegates do indicate their preference.
But when the voters of Massachusetts elected you a delegate to this convention, they knew that you were supporting Richard Nixon. Is that right?
At that time they did not, because that was on April 30th when we had our primary, at which time our delegates were elected, and of course we had for the first time the presidential preference primary, in which Governor Rockefeller received 499 votes more than I did, and Dick Nixon received a few less than I did. But our combined total between Dick Nixon and my own was almost double that of Governor Rockefeller.
I see. Have you written your speech yet, Governor?
Well, I have reviewed it, yes. We've drafted it, and I'll be doing a little more combing on it in the next couple of hours, and hope that I won't have to do too much reading. Rather, it'll be as extemporaneous as I can make it.
Fine. Well, thank you very much, Governor. Well, let's go back to your reception now. Thank you very much.
We have arrived at that moment. The roll call of the states is about to begin. Chairman Gerald Ford is out. The aisles be cleared. Let's go to the platform.
The chair has a very important announcement that he wishes to make before we proceed with the call of the states. It has been customary in several past conventions to permit the chair to recognize non-delegates for nominating and seconding speeches. Is there such an objection to the procedure at this convention? Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it will be so ordered. At this point, the chairman of the convention will recognize the secretary of the convention, Mrs. Consuelo Ann Bailey, who will call the roll of the states. The states that want to make a nomination will so indicate when the name of the state is called. The secretary, Mrs. Bennett, will proceed with a calling of the roll. Mrs. Bennett.
Mr. Chairman, I will now proceed with the calling of the roll of the states for the purpose of indicating whether or not your state is going to nominate someone. Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, for the purpose of stating the Alabama position, it is my pleasure to yield to Senator Perry O. Hupper, the future senator from the state of Alabama.
Would the chairman of the Alabama delegation please repeat his statement?
Yield or not?
Mr. Chairman, for the purpose of stating the Alabama position, At this time, I wish to recognize and yield the Imperial Hopewell, a delegate to the county.
The secretary will proceed with the call of the state.
Alaska.
Alaska will nominate our Governor, Walter J. Hickel.
Arizona.
This Arizona, the great Grand Canyon state of Arizona, passes.
The Democrats, you
Arkansas.
may recall, follow a different process. When they have someone to nominate, he's nominated there, and then after that, the roll call proceeds. This convention is doing it the other way.
California.
California will place a name in nomination, as previously stated.
Colorado. Colorado.
Madam Chairman, Colorado passes.
Connecticut.
Madam Chairman, Connecticut yields to the great state of Michigan, which will have a nomination.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the delegate from Michigan.
Michigan would like to express its appreciation to Connecticut for giving us the privilege and the honor of nominating our great governor. Thank you.
Delaware.
Mr. Chairman, Delaware yields to the state of Kansas for the purpose of nominating Senator Carlson.
The District of Columbia. The District of Columbia. Will the District of Columbia make a response?
The District of Columbia passes.
Florida.
Florida passes.
Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, Georgia passes.
Hawaii.
Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman.
Can't hear it.
Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman.
Yes, Hawaii.
Madam Chairman. You're on now.
Chairman.
Madam Chairman, I can hear you.
The chairman of the Hawaiian delegation.
Madam Chairman, from the youngest state in the Union, the very lovely Hawaii, to all the delegates here, to the people of these great United States, aloha ahi ahi o ko apauloa. Your youngest state does have a name to place in nomination. Aloha. Aloha.
They have a name to place in nomination.
Idaho. Idaho.
Idaho passes.
Illinois.
Illinois passes.
Indiana.
Indiana passes.
Iowa.
Iowa passes.
Kansas.
Kansas wants to sincerely thank the great state of Delaware for yielding to us for the purpose of nominating Senator Frank Carlson, our favorite son.
Kentucky.
Madam Chairman, the Bluegrass State, Commonwealth of Kentucky passes.
Louisiana.
Louisiana passes.
Maine.
Mr. Chairman,
Maine yields to Pennsylvania.
Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, Maryland does indeed request permission for the chairman of its delegation to place a nomination before this convention, a very significant name.
Yeah, we know who. Massachusetts.
Massachusetts passes.
Michigan.
Michigan intends to place in nomination the name of its great governor, Governor Romney.
Minnesota.
Madam Chairman, a delegate from Minnesota desires to place a nomination in the nomination a candidate.
Mississippi.
Mississippi passes.
Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, Missouri passes.
Montana.
Madam Chairman, Montana passes.
Nebraska.
The state of Nebraska passes, Mr. Chairman.
Nevada.
Madam Chairman, Nevada passes.
New Hampshire.
Mr. Chairman, New Hampshire passes.
New Jersey.
Chairman, New Jersey, the Garden State, will place in nomination the name of its senior senator, Clifford P. Case.
New Mexico.
Madam Chairman, New Mexico passes.
New York.
Madam Chairman, New York passes.
North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, North Carolina passes.
North Dakota.
Madam Chairman, North Dakota passes.
Ohio.
The wonderful world of Ohio will place in nomination its distinguished governor.
Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, Oklahoma passes.
Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, the great state of Oregon passes.
Pennsylvania.
The state of Pennsylvania wishes to thank the state of Maine for yielding and giving the privilege to our great governor, Ray Schaefer, to place in nomination the name of the next president of the United States, Governor Rockefeller.
Convention, please come to order so that we can proceed with the call of the states.
Puerto Rico.
Mr. Chairman, Puerto Rico, the 51st state, passes.
Rhode Island.
Mr. Chairman, Rhode Island passes.
South Carolina.
Madam Chairman, South Carolina wishes to place the name and nomination of its favorite son, Senator Strom Thurmond.
South Dakota.
South Dakota passes.
Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, the great, beautiful state of Tennessee passes.
Texas.
Madam Chairman, Texas passes.
Utah.
Madam Chairman, Utah passes.
Vermont.
Madam Chairman, Vermont passes.
Virginia.
Madam Chairman, Virginia is delighted to be here and passes.
The Virgin Islands.
The Virgin Islands pass.
Washington.
The state of Washington pass.
West Virginia.
Madam Chairman, West Virginia passes.
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin passes.
Wyoming.
The state of Wyoming passes.
That completes, Mr. Chairman, the calling of the roll.
At this point, the convention will have the opportunity to hear on the beautiful organ which has been donated by the Baldwin Piano and Organ Company, Mr. Fletcher Gaylor.
We shall return to the floor of the convention in just a moment. But first, if we may, this message from Gulf.
Call it a ping, a knock, or that funny noise coming from under your hood. When you hear it, it means you've got a sick engine. Now, hear this. Camaro will. Try a tank for. What do you think we call it no-knocks for, anyway?
On the basis of what we were told before this session began, and from what we were able to hear in the roll of the states, 12 names may be placed in nomination. Of course, several of these could withdraw at the last moment, but it's going to be at least 10 and possibly 12. Back to the speaker's platform.
Placing a name in nomination, the chair now recognizes a delegate from the state of California, Mrs. Ivy Baker Priest Stevens, treasurer of that great state and one of the outstanding members of the great Eisenhower administration. Mrs. Priest Stevens.
She is now the treasurer, state treasurer of California in the Eisenhower administration. She is treasurer of the United States. In that capacity, her signature appeared on all our paper money. She will nominate Bradley.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, fellow Republicans, and fellow Americans, as we meet here tonight, our country is on the threshold of a new era, a new political era. It is an era which is ours to shape, ours to create, and to build. And the opportunity is ours alone. The present administration of our country is confused and divided. It has lost its way. It has plunged us into a war it will not permit us to win. It has created a chaos that it cannot stop. It offers as solutions to the problems of today and tomorrow only the same disproven, antiquated answers which led to the failures of yesterday. And these are not good enough. We will not settle for more of the same. America demands a change. Our nation wants to get on with the great American dream. The right of every individual to be free, to be himself, to become whatever his abilities, his talents, his aspiration, and his will to do can make him to be. He wants to be free from excessive governmental control. He wants to be free from inflation, from crime in the streets, and many of the failures we've had today. And so it is that the decisions we make here can truly mean a rebirth of the great American dream. It can mean a new beginning, new direction, and new dimensions. A new spirit, if you please, for a new age. This week, in this hall, we Republicans have the opportunity to embark upon a recommitment to American ideals and excellence. We do not want, nor we cannot afford, the status quo. Our people cry out for purpose, for direction, for leadership, and if we will answer that call, if we will offer that leadership, then our people will respond. They will move forward with us to an overwhelming victory in November. We in California know that this can happen. We've seen it happen. In 1966, we faced a situation similar to that which faces America today. 2 years ago, California had a government of indecision, of favoritism. We were tired of 8 years of false promises and bankrupt programs. And in 1966, California Republicans came forward with a great new citizen leader, highly successful in every field of endeavor, a man of proven executive ability, a businessman, a rancher, an active labor leader who served as a director of his union for some 22 years and 6 terms as its president. A man of integrity, compassion, and common sense. And when a man who could communicate, who could inspire, and who could lead. A proven winner. The rest is political history. Our party's overwhelming $1 million vote victory in California in 1966 points the way to an even greater Republican victory, an even greater American victory in 1968. California is a replica of these entire United States. Its 20 million people include all colors, all classes, all economic segments. It is both industrial and agricultural. It leads the nation in space age innovations. It is rural and suburban and urban. It is rich with the past and bright with the future. And the issues which face Californians are the same issues which face Americans in one way or another. And just as California came forward with its leader, America now seeks a leader who has the vision and the courage and who will apply common sense to the administration of the day-to-day affairs of government. Remember the millions upon millions of forgotten Americans who carry the whole weight of a bureaucratic government on their backs. The men and women who work 2.5 hours every day just to pay its cost, who pay and who pray and never riot, never demonstrate or desecrate the flag or burn a draft card. The forgotten Americans who make things go and who deserve the very best their leaders can offer. What America needs today is a man with the courage to meet problems, meet the problems, and to face with courage the issues, and who will not trade the demands of leadership for the comforts of expediency. A man who will confront the radicals on the campuses, the looters in the streets, and say, the laws will be obeyed. What America needs today, what America calls out for, is a man who will make it unmistakably clear that if we must fight, we will fight to win. And that if we must send our young boys to bear arms in battle, then the entire power and resolve of this mighty nation will stand behind them and will be with them all the way. A man who will have the creative courage to say loudly and clearly to the timid as well as the tyrant that never again will we permit this nation to endure the humiliation of having our ships boarded, our young men kidnapped, our planes impaneled, our citizens imprisoned. Yes, California knows the mark of a leader. He is the man who has brought fiscal responsibility to our state, who paid off the inherited debt and reduced and reversed the spiral of spending. He recruited some 300 business, industrial, and civic leaders to make a study of the cost-controlled and efficient programming of state government. These men volunteered their services without cost to the taxpayer. And out of this task force effort has come some 1,500 recommendations which have a potential annual savings to the people of California of $233 million of the taxpayers' hard-earned money. In the months just past, he toured our cities
Mrs. Reagan,
and our towns
you just saw a picture of Governor Reagan
and to
leaving the
listen
caucus
to
room.
the leaders of our minority communities. He did this without fanfare, without publicity, and it was done with sincerity and with compassion. He does not believe that government has all of the answers or that government can solve all of the problems. He believes that the great answers lie within the hearts and the minds of the people, and that government must lead and inspire, but the people must act. He believes that it's time to stop trying to be our brother's keeper and to be our brother's brother. What I have given you is just a brief measure of the man, the citizen leader who believes that a creative society, in that kind of society, the proper role for government is to lead the people, to stimulate, to encourage, and to inspire, and that the people do not run the government, and if they do not run their government, it will run the people. Now, fellow Americans, the old order does change, but it must be a change of ideals. It must not be a change of our foundation. Instead, it must be a change of dimension, a change that comes through progress, through growth, through fulfillment. America's fundamentals are constant. Our foundations must stand. but it is the vision which expands, the programs which change to meet the needs of the time. Today, great problems cast their shadows across our land, shadows which fall across our streets and our schools, shadows which invade our hearts and our homes. America wants these shadows to end. They want an end to the suspicions, the strife, and the sniper's bullets, an end to permissiveness and to political expediency. To each generation, and now to this convention, and to this party, our Republican Party, is given the challenge of proving and providing the strength of America's eternal heritage while building upon it a structure that is brilliant in design and unlimited in its capacities for the future. We cannot shirk this challenge, and we will not shirk this challenge. Through the history of this great republic, in times of peril, uncertainty, and crisis, a divine providence has always placed its hand upon the man to lead us out of the storms and upward to the stars. Destiny has again marked this man. A man to match our mountains and our plains, a man steeped in the glorious traditions of the past, a man with a vision of the unlimited possibilities of a new era. Yes, destiny has found the man. Fellow Republicans, fellow Americans, it is my great honor and my deep pride to place in nomination the name of the man who has inspired a nation, a man who can restore the free world's faith in our beloved country, and yes, the man who can restore our faith in ourselves, in our fellow men, in our country, and in our God. It is with this pride that I present to you that I nominate for the high office of President of the United States His Excellency, the Governor of California, the Honorable Ronald Reagan.
You said, sir, if it goes beyond one ballot.
Yes.
If. Is there any doubt in your mind?
I'm pretty sure that it's going beyond one ballot. But this is a year of unlikely things. I feel sure that we're going beyond one ballot. But I was wrong. In 1948, I was the House manager for Harold Stassen, and the late Joe McCarthy was the Senate manager for Harold Stassen. We missed then. I haven't missed since.
Sir, we read this morning that there's a computerized operation that figured out the Rockefeller total. How did you feed it in the computer? What did you use? And why do you base it more on a computer than on an actual head count as in the old days in politics?
I know nothing about the computer count. I wasn't able to get here until Monday night. I'm not in on those. I just go by the old-fashioned method of political instincts, and mine have been pretty good, frankly, over the years.
Senator Morton, supposing the slippage occurs if there's a second ballot in the Southern delegations, then if the South moves toward Ronald Reagan, then where does Governor Rockefeller expect to pick up his strength?
It would be on the third ballot.
So where does he expect to pick it up? From which states?
From the Nixon delegates in the Midwest and in the East.
And where the Midwest and the East? Has Governor Rhodes made any indication to you where he's going to go after the first ballot?
Governor Rhodes is going to stick for 2 ballots.
At least for 2. How about Governor Romney?
Same.
Thank you very much. Senator Thurston Morton of Kentucky, the campaign manager for Governor Rockefeller. Now back to the demonstration.
The chairman, Jerry Ford, has uttered the first cry for clearing the aisles. The hired band has started to march slowly toward the back. The nominating speech took 15 minutes, and so if their rule is followed, that means they have only 10 minutes for seconding speeches. He said, Ford said...
Will the Sergeant of Arms please clear the aisle?
Ford said it had been made, as he put it,
please take their seats.
crystal clear to the managers of all the candidates that they were going to insist on sticking to the time, and he said on the rostrum they have a stopwatch, and when the time runs out, whoever is speaking will not be allowed to finish. That sort of precision is rare in political conventions, and if it actually occurs, it'll be surprising.
Baker preached, not only adept with the currency of the United States, the Treasury of the state of California, she apparently knows how to read a stopwatch. It's timed in exactly 15 minutes for her.
Leaving 10, right? Are indeed clearing. Slowly.
Will the delegates and the alternates please take their seats? And will the Sergeant of Arms clear the aisles promptly, please?
One of the sad sights at conventions after the nominating night is over, nominating nights are over, are the piles of discarded signs and banners used in the demonstrations for the losers.
Now will the delegates and the alternates please take their seats promptly? And will the convention come to order? And the Sergeant of Arms immediately clear the aisle.
The Sergeant at Arms in all other conventions I've known of in the past has been a politician appointed to what amounts to an honorary job. This time he's a professional security man, a former Secret Service agent, hired and paid to look after the security and the crowd management at the convention.
The chair wishes to announce that the demonstration lasted 15 minutes and that we have consumed an additional 7 minutes approximately in order to proceed with the business of the convention. The nominating speech for Governor Reagan by Mrs. Ivy Baker Priest Stevens consumed 15 minutes. There is 10 minutes left for the seconding speeches on behalf of Governor Reagan. At this point, the chairman is pleased to recognize for a seconding speech one of the bright, able, articulate new members of the 90th Congress on the Republican side of the aisle, the next governor of the state of North Carolina, the Honorable James C. Gardner of North Carolina.
Reagan went into North Carolina and spoke at a fundraising dinner for Mr. Gardner.
Fellow Republicans, fellow Americans, if each of us would take but one moment to think back to the dark, gloomy political days of 1964, we can remember that very bright spot that pierced the gloom when a man from California came before the American people on national television and said that we have a rendezvous with destiny. Well, we did have a rendezvous with destiny in 1966 when the Republicans heeded the cry of Americans that we needed a change. And 47 new Republican congressmen went up to Washington, new Republican senators, and a new Republican governor in the state of California. Well, I think now in the year 1968, the Republican Party stands on the threshold of its greatest hour. And it pleases me a great deal tonight, representing the state of North Carolina, to second the nominating speech of a great American, a great leader of a great state, and I think the next president of the United States, the Honorable Ronald Reagan. Thank you.
Well, apparently the chairman, Representative Ford,
thank you very much.
And the seconding speakers are intent on sticking to the time allotted. That will move things along.
Maybe they mean it.
It could be.
The person seconding the nomination.
To the floor of the convention and John Chancellor.
I'm standing here now with Representative Melvin Laird of Wisconsin, the chairman of the House Republican Conference, and I don't blush, but you're regarded as one of the smartest men in the Republican Party. And recovering from that, Congressman, how do you see the outcome now as we stand at this hour this evening?
Well, I believe that we're very close to a first ballot nomination for Dick Nixon. It all depends on what happens with New Jersey and Ohio. I believe there are 40 votes for Dick Nixon in Ohio and about 20 votes at least in New Jersey. If they would break on the first ballot, and I think they very likely could break, and they would certainly by the second ballot, then it would be over. Because these favorite son delegations will determine the outcome. It's that close on the first ballot.
Now, we've been told by delegates from New Jersey that they intend to break if the Nixon tally is strong at that time and following the scenario written by the Nixon people. But in Ohio, Governor Rhodes is still saying absolutely not, that they're going to hold firm and caucus at the end of the first ballot. What effect do you think his stand is having on some members of that delegation?
Well, I think it definitely has an effect on those members of the delegation because Governor Rhodes has been a popular governor in Ohio and he has considerable influence. However, many of these delegates have worked hard to come to this convention. They've been elected in their county caucus and their district caucus. They're paying their own way, and they like to feel that their vote is going to count. And they don't want this balloting to go on and find that They did not have their vote count in either the first or second ballot, and that has a tremendous influence on these delegates.
Do you suppose that we may see some of these famous huddled caucuses in the middle of the Ohio and New Jersey delegations caucusing right here on the floor?
I'm sure we will, and if Jerry is a little slow with the gavel and doesn't close off the first ballot, this will have a considerable effect, because as you know, we're operating under the House rules, and until the vote is announced by the chairman, that roll call is open, and they can make any changes they want to make until the chairman announces the vote.
Can I ask you a parenthetical question? Here we are in an age of electronics and computers and a lot of mechanical things. Doesn't the chairman have a lot of power here to recognize and not recognize certain delegations?
The chairman has tremendous power, but we have a fine chairman in Jerry Ford, and he knows how to use that power. He is capable of being Speaker of the House of Representatives, and as Speaker of the House, he would be fair whether it was a Democrat or a Republican in the tradition of the House of Representatives. This is the way he would operate, and I'm sure he will be fair tonight, as he will be fair as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Thank you very much. Congressman Melvin Laird predicting a Nixon victory on the first ballot. Now here's Sander Van Oak.
I'm here by the New Jersey delegation with former Treasury Secretary C. Douglas Dillon, who will be nominating Senator Clifford Case, the favorite son of New Jersey. Mr. Secretary, we don't get a chance to hear a nominating speech in advance. Can you tell me what you're going to say and why the New Jersey delegation is going for Clifford Case?
What I'm going to point out is the great vote appeal of Senator Case, who is the greatest Republican vote getter we've ever had in the state of New Jersey, who carried the state by over 300,000 votes in 1960 when Richard Nixon was being defeated by John Kennedy at the same time, and who won in 1966 by over 500,000 votes. He is a man of the people. He's a great leader, and that's why we're nominating.
But you don't expect it to go beyond the first ballot. He's not going to be the nominee of the party. What is the purpose beyond the first ballot?
We will nominate him and vote for him on the first ballot. We will decide after the first ballot whether we will continue to support him or whether we will vote for other candidates.
Sir, I've noticed while we've been standing here, your delegation has disappeared. Are they going to into a caucus?
Probably. I guess I better go.
Could I just ask you one further question? We have heard that there's some trouble in the delegation, and it might split for Nixon on the first ballot or the second ballot. Have you heard anything about that?
We've been having arguments right along. I guess we're having another one now, so I better run.
Thank you very much. That was former Treasury Secretary C. Douglas Dillon. We had to break off. His delegation has gone into a caucus. There are rumors it is split over whether to support Senator Case or not. Mr. Dillon, just before he left, did tell me one interesting thing. There's a rumor they have heard about a possible vice presidential nominee for Mr. Nixon if he should get the nomination, and that is a surprise name. It is Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee. Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee, who is the son-in-law of Senator Everett Dirksen. This is Sander Van Oker. Now to Edwin Newman.
I am with Leonard Hall, who's the floor manager for Governor Nelson Rockefeller. Mr. Hall, we've just heard that the New Jersey delegation is caucusing to decide whether to break to Nixon on the first ballot. What's that mean to you?
Well, this is a day of rumors. The gentleman you just saw came up to me and said, that's just another one of those rumors. They're holding tight.
You say New Jersey's holding tight?
That's right, yes.
You say they're not caucusing with this one?
I don't know, but one of the men who associated with me just came to me and said that nothing is happening in New Jersey that will in any way affect the Rockefeller vote.
The man who just spoke to you is a former Republican national chairman.
That was me down in Connecticut. Yes.
Well, what do you think is going to happen on the first ballot then, Mr. Hall?
Well, I think at the present time, I'm sure of it at the present time, we have Mr. Nixon held under 600 on the first ballot.
You believe you have him under 600?
Under 600 on the first ballot.
One figure I've heard as it went around the floor is 597. Now, do you have things down that precisely?
Well, we have them down. We don't know how precise they are, but it's indicated that they will be under 600.
And you are convinced that if Mr. Nixon doesn't get more than 600, you've got him stopped.
That's right.
Well, what do you think will then happen to Reagan on the first ballot?
Well, I don't. I think Mr. Reagan will get 180 to 200 on the first ballot. Then we'll have a second ballot. I think there won't be too much of a shift, but Mr. Nixon will not go over 600 on the second ballot. I think the big shift will be on the third ballot.
Mr. Hall, one thing that strikes me about the campaign that's being waged on behalf of Governor Rockefeller is that it's based on the notion that Richard Nixon cannot win. And I suppose he were to get the nomination in spite of your campaign. Wouldn't that cripple him in the election ahead?
Well, I don't think we have ever said that Mr. Nixon can't win. Our attitude is that Mr. Rockefeller is the most electable candidate. We have shown, of course, that Mr. Rockefeller has started out behind in every race and has finished stronger.
It's a pretty fine line, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not a fine line. We just say Mr. Rockefeller is the most popular man. He's shown that he can win, and he's the most electable so far as the big industrial states are concerned.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. This is Edwin Newman on the floor. Now to Chet and David.
Those are the empty seats of the New Jersey delegation. They've gone out to caucus, as we heard from Mr. Dillon, C. Douglas Dillon, a few minutes ago. And they no doubt will decide now what to do on the first ballot and be back on the floor before the first ballot begins. Needless to say, they have plenty of time because there are a great many nominations left to be made. Former Senator Noland of California, now a newspaper publisher in Oakland, California, a Reagan booster, leader of the Goldwater group in California 4 years ago, is now on the platform seconding the nomination of Governor Reagan.
Of Illinois. If in 1876 a leading contender had the nomination on ice before the delegates gathered, the president who helped bind the wounds left by the war between the states and who withdrew federal troops so that who is more than an inspired leader and a champion vote-getter. This is a man of principle and integrity and courage, and yes, a man of common sense. This is a man whose leadership and fearlessness has kept California calm in a time of national crisis. He has a real compassion for the underdog and the underprivileged, but who demands respect for law and order and for the rights of all citizens. This man who has proved to California that government of and by the people is the way of the future. This is a man who can restore greatness and grandeur and purpose to our United States of America. I am indeed proud to second the presidential nomination of a new leader for our times and a man for all times, the Governor of California, Ronald Reagan.
We shall return to our coverage of the convention in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania, and America's first high-temperature gas-cooled reactor. It makes electric power from heat more efficiently than any earlier reactor. It was developed by Gulf General Atomic, where they're working on bigger versions to make more electric power economically. Others at Gulf GA are trying to make power from thermonuclear energy, hydrogen fusion. They're trying to tame this energy, to put it in a bottle and make it work. Because Gulf's concern with energy takes in a lot more than oil. Gulf, for whatever work there is to be done.
This is Representative Howard Pollock of Alaska, who is putting in nomination the name of Governor Walter Hickel of Alaska, a favorite son, not a serious candidate.
Give the nation a chance to learn more of this new North Star on the political horizons of America. Walter J. Hickel is eminently and uniquely qualified to guide the destiny of these United States. In his campaign for election, Wally Hickel said, "There is a better way," and he proved it. He also proved, sometimes to the consternation of his political foes, that when you do a good job for your country, you do a good job for your party, not the other way around, as some Democrats have tried to make us believe. Alaska is a land of fantastic opportunity and challenge. It's a land which has proved, sometimes harshly, what Wally Hickel has said many times. We have found that great cities and countries are built by men who make things happen, not by men who wait. Americans who have met Wally Hickel know what I mean when I tell you that there are few political men in America today with such genuine excitement about the nation and its people and its great potential. In 1966, Walter J. Hickel, for 10 years, a member of the Republican National Committee, gave up a comfortable position as head of a thriving construction, hotel and motel and investment organization to make a bid for the broader perspective and discipline of the governor's chair. Hardly anyone gave him much of a chance against the organized Democrat Party machine in Alaska, but when the returns were in, he had won. Again, his victory was a mandate for his theme, "There is a better way." With characteristic skill, Walter J. Hickel has thrust himself into the job of chief executive of our largest state with a devotion and an imagination which have made it clear that political leaders need not be mere caretakers. You know, hardly a day or even an hour ever goes by when I'm not approached by someone who asks, "What is Alaska really like?" Well, let me tell you quickly a little about our biggest state. I believe you will gain some insight into the character of our distinguished Governor Walter Hickel. Some of my colleagues in Congress are aware that one of my former companions in the Alaska State Legislature now serves as the single state senator for an area which is larger than the entire state of California. To give you some additional perspective of the enormous size of the state over which Walter J. Hickel presides as governor, let me simply say that if you took Alaska and superimposed it on all of the lower 48 states, excluding Hawaii, our southernmost city of Ketchikan would be located just a few miles north of here at Jacksonville, Florida. And our great Eskimo village of Barrow would then be located at International Falls, Minnesota. And the end of our Aleutian chain would be located in Santa Barbara, California. Believe me, that's a big district, and I know because I have to campaign it. You know, I often tell my good friends, Congressman Bush of Houston and Congressman Bob Price of Pampa, Texas, that my little old congressional district is 2.5 times the size of the state of Texas. You know, perhaps another way to equate the gigantic size of Governor Hickel's great state of Alaska is to tell you that the 49th state contains 41% of all the estuaries in the United States. You know, these are the prolific breeding grounds for our fisheries and other marine resources, where the freshwater streams and rivers mix with the salt water of the oceans. We also have in Alaska 54% of all of the coastline of the entire United States, and we have 64% of all of the continental shelf of our nation. As a matter of fact, while Alaska covers roughly 1/6 of the total area of the United States, if we included the continental shelf as part of our vast wealth and natural resources and area, Alaska would actually cover 1/4 of the entire area of the total nation. My dear friends, Governor Hickel sometimes kids his fellow governor, John Chaffee, that we have in Alaska one glacier which is larger than the whole state of Rhode Island. Now, of course, I don't want to give anyone here that's listening tonight the impression that we Alaskans are given to bragging like some of our friends just north of the Mexican border. I'm simply trying to point out for you a picture of the vast area administered by Governor Hickel. In the land where some of the governor's constituents live closer to Tokyo than to Washington, D.C., or to the state capital in Juneau, for that matter, it should be abundantly clear that to lead with skill and vigor, the state's chief executive must possess all of the qualities that we demand in a president. Mr. Chairman, Wally Hickel, the son of an immigrant farmer from Kansas, has proved that imaginative government coupled with private enterprise does have the capacity to ensure a free and productive America. Walter J. Hickel is a man who believes in making waves. He believes that the wave of the future must be a nation led by a Republican Party, sparked by vigorous free enterprise. As your president, Walter J. Hickel would act for the good of the nation and all of its citizens, and he would do so with honor and dignity, and he would do so as a problem solver and not a problem creator. Those of you who don't yet know this great guy will certainly have an opportunity to know him well in the next few years, because no matter what man we choose in the collective wisdom of this great body to be the next president of the United States, the tireless, energetic, and imaginative governor of Alaska, Walter J. Hickel, will always give total support to the winning Republican team. Now, I want to tell you folks, there aren't very many of us in Alaska, and there aren't many Alaskans here, but I would ask you if you would join me in giving a great Alaskan a cheer. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, it is my great privilege at this time to place in nomination the name of the distinguished governor of the great state of Alaska as our favorite son Republican nominee for the office of the President of the United States, Walter J. Hickel.
Second name goes into nomination, Walter J. Hickel, Governor of Alaska. He's a colorful gentleman. I am told by very good sources that Walter Hickel came to Alaska, I believe it was about 20 years ago. He arrived there on a borrowed $5 bill. In the meantime, he has prospered in the construction and lumber industry, and as we know, now is the governor of this new state.
And has paid back the $5.
And has paid back the $5.
Well, that speech took 7 minutes and 40 seconds, so that leaves, if they intend to use it, and we're not sure about 18 minutes. We got a nomination of the governor of Alaska, Walter J. Hickel, plus a little Chamber of Commerce material along with it. Sandy Van Oker on the floor. Sandy?
Thank you, David. I'm with Senator James Pearson of Kansas. Kansas has a tradition that senators and governors are not members of the delegation, but he is a floor leader for Nelson Rockefeller. And Senator, I'd like to know that what would happen after the Kansas delegation casts its 20 votes for Senator Frank Carlson. What will it likely break down after that?
As we talked, Kansas is going to stay throughout the first ballot to honor its favorite son. Thereafter, the Kansas delegation has decided that they'll caucus either here or at some other place and make a decision as to whether they'll continue with Senator Carlson thereafter.
If they did not, what would the breakdown likely be for Nixon, Rockefeller, Reagan?
It's my judgment that it'd be 12 for Rockefeller and 8 for Nixon and none for Reagan at this point.
So tell me, why would Nelson Rockefeller be that strong in a Midwestern state like Kansas?
Well, Nelson Rockefeller spent an awful lot of time in Kansas. I think he came out to 3 cities. He's been over here at Miami Beach on 2 occasions to visit with the delegation. They liked him when he came out. He really represents somewhat of an orthodox Republican politician. He solves problems at the state level, and he does them on a balanced budget. And this is what Kansas Republicanism is all about.
The strategy right now is to see if you can hold Nixon on the first ballot, I take it. But look, if at the end of the first ballot it doesn't look that way, will Kansas go with Richard Nixon?
Oh, well, I think if you get caught in the avalanche of the end of a first ballot, which we don't anticipate, well, I think they can go for Dick Nixon with a great deal of comfort. this convention in its entirety represents sort of a new spirit. I think whoever is nominated can carry a united party without any great philosophical conflicts.
Thank you very much, Senator James Pearson of Kansas. Now to Edwin Newman.
I am with Prentice Walker of the Mississippi delegation. Mr. Walker, you are a rare bird. Everybody talks about votes that are shifting but can't identify them, but your vote has shifted. You've gone over from Reagan to Nixon on the first ballot. Is that correct?
Well, Ed, I'll put it like this. Deep down inside of me, I didn't want to go that way, but we came here 20 delegates and 20 alternates, and 39 of them went for Nixon. In fact, when we had our delegation caucus this morning, we had 3 full votes for Reagan, 1 full vote for Rockefeller, and 16 full votes for Nixon. And I promise, because all the rest of them was going for Nixon anyway, that I promise.
Including the 3 Reagan votes that were going for Nixon?
Yeah, so they're going for Nixon if I poll the delegation. And so I promised that I wouldn't the first time, but I don't give them anything after the first time. After the first time, on anything goes to try to win this thing. And actually, I have had some commitments that they will help me with Reagan after the first ballot on the situation in case Nixon doesn't get the nomination the first time.
If Nixon doesn't make it on the first ballot, how many will go over to Reagan with you?
Well, actually, we hope that we get the 20 votes for Reagan the second time.
You think it might happen after the first ballot?
I think most definitely it could happen. I surely do.
Thank you, Prentice Walker, Mississippi delegate. This is Edwin Newman. Now to John Chancellor.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord.
We'll be back in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
A few minutes ago, we heard Representative Pollock of Alaska putting in nomination the governor of Alaska, Walter J. Hickel, whereupon Governor Hickel walked out and said that was nice and he was very grateful and so on, but he withdrew as a candidate and announced he was supporting Nixon. And so if all the favorite sons who are not truly running for president did the same, it would save a lot of time for the delegates and the party and everyone else. Now on the stand is a delegate from Arkansas named Cass Howe, who is a businessman, who is putting in nomination the governor of Arkansas, Winthrop Rockefeller, Nelson's brother. It is interesting to note that in that area, the only strength of any significance that Nelson Rockefeller has is in his brother's state, Arkansas. Nelson is supported, of course, by his brother. And whether he will withdraw right away or whether he will have seconding speeches, we don't know yet. Sandy Van Oker is on the floor with a report. Sandy?
Thank you, David. I'm just getting Senator Edward Brooke, the temporary chairman of this convention, and a Rockefeller supporter. Senator Brooke, the feeling around here now is that Richard Nixon has a very big lead. What does your count look like?
Well, I'm still very optimistic, Sandy. I think that Ronald Reagan is going to take more votes from Richard Nixon on the first ballot than had been anticipated, and if he does, that will slippage.
We've been trying to find out just where Ronald Reagan's getting those votes, and we can't find them. Can you tell me where?
Well, I think primarily they're coming from the South, but I think he's picking up 1 or 2 here and there, and I think he's going to surprise the Nixon forces with what he does on that first ballot, and if he does, that means Nixon gets considerably less than he had anticipated, and I think we'll hold him on the first ballot, and then I think we'll begin to move on the second ballot.
Can you spot for us where Nelson Rockefeller is getting his votes from? Picking them up.
Well, I don't expect that we're going to get more than 330 votes on the first ballot, frankly. I think that if we get any more than that, I'd be surprised. We are very realistic about it. But I do believe that on the second ballot, there are many who are waiting to come over to Nelson Rockefeller, and I think we will gain them.
Look, when you go around to see other delegations, what is your pitch to them about why they should hold and why they should go for Nelson Rockefeller in terms of the election?
Well, I just believe, Sandy, that we should have learned our lesson in 1964. And I think we ought to nominate a man who has broad appeal to the broad spectrum of our population. And I think that Nelson Rockefeller unquestionably is our best chance of winning in November. I think he can beat any Democrat candidate that the Democrats nominate in Chicago. And I think the delegates ultimately are going to realize it.
Senator Brooke, if you see that, and the polls show it, then why do you think that your fellow Republicans don't see it?
That's the most amazing thing I could ever think. I just can't understand it. Apparently we haven't learned the lesson as well as I'd like to see us learn that lesson. I don't even think some of them even realize what George Wallace conceivably could do to Richard Nixon in this election. And if he pulls away from Richard Nixon, it certainly would hurt us, because obviously people who vote for Wallace are not going to vote for Rockefeller and vice versa. So I feel very strongly that Nelson Rockefeller is the man if we want to win in November.
Do you think that if Mr. Nixon gets the nomination, we've been trying to find this out, he has made pledges to the Southern delegations, which would indicate he would have to take a very conservative man for the vice presidency, someone who would be acceptable to the South?
Well, I've heard that said. I've heard that the Florida delegation, for example, has told him what candidates they will not accept and whom they will accept, and they want a very strong conservative as his running.
Who did they say they would not accept for vice president?
Well, I understand that they will not accept John Lindsay, and they won't accept Chuck Percy and Mark Hatfield, and they won't even accept me.
I don't know what to say to that. Listen. Thank you very much, Senator Edward Brooke of Massachusetts. Now to John Chancellor.
To those of us who have been touring the Southern delegations here on the convention floor, one fact is apparent at this hour of this nominating evening. The support which lies in those delegations for Governor Reagan, the support that lies in those delegations for Governor Reagan just below the surface is not coming out. So far, all of these Deep South delegations are holding their Nixon votes as they did earlier today. And if any break were to come, it would have to come about now. This is the 11th hour for Reagan forces in the South, and a poll of those delegations, of some of the delegation leaders, including some delegates who are for Reagan, does not give us any indication that Reagan is moving up in the South. And if he is going to move in this convention to stop Nixon, he would have to move in the South. There are a number of people in all of the delegations who will go to Reagan if Nixon gets in trouble. But the basis of Nixon's strength here in this convention in the Southern delegations is so far unchanged at this hour, and this is about the last hour for any change. Now to Chet and David.
Thank you, John. A little demonstration for Governor Winthrop Rockefeller of Arkansas is now in progress on the floor, consisting of numerous delegates marching around carrying a green and white sign saying "Win Rockefeller." That's the nickname he bears. A picture of the governor in a cowboy hat. He also wears boots usually. He's in the cattle ranching business on a mountaintop in Arkansas. He does not have a marching band. I assume that Nelson Rockefeller would have lent his had he asked. And I also assume that had he wanted to, he could have hired his own. But he is, of course, a favorite son, has considerable votes for his brother in his Arkansas delegation.
By the way, you know, and may recall that in the efforts of several Negro groups to get additional representation at this convention resulted in an appeal to the courts. As a matter of fact, an injunction was asked in the courts. It was hoped on the part of these Negro groups that the courts might rule that additional Negroes must be seated. Well, the request for such a temporary injunction against seating the Florida and Louisiana delegations was denied today in a ruling by Federal District Judge William Mertens. The suit charged that these two states and others discriminated against Negroes in the selection of their delegations, but the request for an injunction was denied. As we progress toward that climactic moment when the roll call of the states is read again and the balloting is recorded, the whole thing is building up now to the question, is Mr. Nixon going to make it on the first ballot or is he not? An Associated Press poll of delegate votes just came along, and it shows Mr. Nixon with 2 more than the 667 required, 669. But still, on the other hand, as we observed earlier, you talk to anyone in the Rockefeller camp, and their conviction is absolutely unshakable that Mr. Nixon is not going to make it on the first ballot, indeed will not make it on the second, and then this convention could go in any direction. So all we can do is, right. So all we can do is listen and wait and see. The Illinois delegates believe, and probably very accurately so, that Ohio and Michigan are going to be the key delegations here tonight, and especially Michigan, which votes just a little bit before New York in the alphabetical roll call of the states. Michigan, as you know, came to this convention committed to Michigan Governor George Romney as a favorite son. Now, Illinois is going to give 50 ballots to Nixon on the first call, and they're going to sit back with great interest and watch to see what Michigan does. Michigan could very well then, rather halfway, Michigan being sort of halfway through the alphabetical roll call, could give us a very strong indication of which way the final results are going to go. Another key state in that alphabetical roll call is New Hampshire. As you heard earlier, the Rockefeller people have decided that by the time the alphabetical roll call gets to New Hampshire, they will be able to tell precisely how it's going to end.
It probably is futile to point out, but I will point out nevertheless that for those here in the hall, the delegates and others, and those tuned in and those everywhere else waiting for the actual vote and the decision the Republicans came here to make, waiting for the roll call, the nomination of favorite sons, that is, the speeches, the demonstrations, and so on, are totally unnecessary for any parliamentary reason. A delegate can vote for anyone, whether or not he has formally been put in nomination. And so this is a ceremony they insist on going through for reasons of their own, even though again, it is not necessary. When the roll call does start, and we don't know when it'll be, depends on how many seconding speeches there are and how many of the favorite sons withdraw. When the roll call starts for the balloting, when it reaches New Hampshire, the former governor of New Hampshire will point out they have waited longer than any other state in the hall to cast their votes for Nixon since March 12th, when he won their primary. He started his campaign there, and he won it very handsomely.
A little bit more, go ahead, excuse me. A little bit more on what might happen tonight. As you know, Governors Rockefeller and Reagan are urging all the favorite sons here to hold their votes back from Nixon on the first 2 ballots. That's been the name of the whole game here for the past 3 days. Now, another key state in all of this is New Jersey. Halfway through the roll call, that state could start a stampede by giving a bundle of votes to Nixon. Ohio is somewhat in that position. These 2 states are being watched very carefully. The last word we had, of course, and you heard it from both Ohio and New Jersey, were that those delegations are going to stand firmly behind their favorite sons, Senator Clifford Case of New Jersey and Governor Rhodes of Ohio. One of the Republican congressional leaders, Representative Laird of Wisconsin, predicted that Nixon should make it on the first ballot. But if he shouldn't, it would be such a narrow miss that then various states could gain recognition by the chair and switch a few votes here and there, change their votes, and that might tip it over. But he did observe, too, that much might depend upon the speed with which the chairman, Congressman Ford, exercises his gavel. But it is entirely within the rules of this convention, of course, that at the end of a roll call, any state may gain recognition and exercise its prerogative of changing its votes, indeed, if the delegates have caucused and have decided to do so change. Just outside the convention hall, Reverend Abernathy is preparing to come into Convention Hall, and with him is our reporter, Floyd Calvert.
I would like to see him President of the United States.
Reverend Abernathy, you're going back into the hall again this evening?
Oh, yes, I plan to go back.
How many people did you bring with you this time?
Well, we brought some 50 or 60 persons.
Where'd you get the tickets, Reverend Abernathy?
Only about 25 will be admitted to the hall tonight. And they came from Mr. Clarence Towns of the minorities division of the Republican Party through the chairman of the convention, Mr. Ray Bliss, and some other friends of the Poor People's Campaign who happens to be in the Republican Party.
Congressman Reed and Senator Percy involved in that?
Yes, Congressman Reed.
Hello, Congressman. And some friends of Mr. Nixon.
Yes.
What do you think you achieved by being in the hall last night?
Oh, we made visible the poor and called attention to the fact that we will no longer be invisible. And we were received graciously by everyone, and it was a magnificent evening, I think, and I really think that it gave new life to the convention. It really put the Republicans, this convention really on record during expressing a concern that up to this particular point has not been expressed.
Reverend Abernathy, did you attend a meeting this afternoon with Governor Reagan?
I eventually succeeded in getting in that meeting. It was a very difficult meeting. I was denied admittance for about 30 minutes.
Why was that?
I don't know why. I understand it was for black. It was a black caucus, and I know you can look at me and tell that I qualify. But the people on the door would not admit me. Maybe it's because I do not agree with Mr. Reagan's philosophy and ideas for moving America forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abernathy. Now to Frank McGee on the floor.
Thank you very much.
I have Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee, and Senator, one of the more intriguing reports that we've picked up in the last half hour or so is that you will become Mr. Nixon's vice presidential running mate.
Frank, I would be very, very much of the opinion that would be highly unlikely. I'll confess that it's a most gratifying rumor, but I think it's just that.
Some of your people have told us that you are at least among the top 3 for consideration. Have you discussed this at all with either Mr. Nixon or any of his key advisors?
No, I have not, Frank. I think Mr. Nixon has done exactly what he should do, that is to make it clear that he wants to find a vice presidential candidate cut out of the same block of wood, so to speak, that he wants to make the determination or the recommendation of the convention, and that he will do it if and when he's nominated. Well, I think that's precisely what he should do. And I think beyond that rumor and speculation obviously abound.
And you have not been approached about this, nor have you discussed it with him or anyone in his top echelon?
Well, I confess that I've discussed 100 things with 100 people, but I have never discussed with Dick Nixon the prospect of any such proposition.
Senator, just to nail it down, you haven't discussed it with Mr. Nixon, but what about his top campaign aides?
No, sir, I have not, Frank.
You have not?
I have not.
I'd like to ask you undertake one further line of questioning. There's so much speculation here that some one of these favorite sons may break and give the nomination to Mr. Nixon on the first ballot. What about the possibility of his getting it without any of them breaking?
Frank, I really believe that as of now that Nixon has probably in the range of 690, maybe 695 votes on the first ballot.
that would mean then, even without the favorite sons, that he'd be nominated on the first ballot, and I think he will.
Can you conceive of being something of a politician yourself and a skilled one? Can you conceive of one of these favorite sons passing up the opportunity for that moment of glory and caving in, no matter what he has said up until that moment?
Why, sure. Bear in mind, too, Frank, I was a favorite son from Tennessee, and I was the first one that broke, as far as I know, and announced my support for Nixon. So the bands and the balloons and the glory are really very, very secondary to the business of this convention, and that's picking the right man. So, yes, I do. I can visualize that.
Now, you're scheduled to make one of the seconding speeches for Mr. Nixon, I believe.
Yes, sir.
In what order will you appear?
I understand third. Governor Agnew will make the nominating speech. I understand Governor Volpe will make the next seconding speech. That I will make the next speech. No, that Dick Ogilvie, the candidate for governor in Illinois, will make the next. I will make the next, and then Mark Hatfield the next.
I see. Now, if we find out later that you are and have been considered all along as one of the leading contenders for the vice presidential spot, we'll come back and talk to you again.
If you do, I'd like to know, Frank.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee, rumored at this moment to be one of the top 3 contenders for the vice presidential spot. Frank McGee, now to Sandra Baddocker.
Front of Mrs. Dirkson's box, as a matter of fact. Senator, what's the latest count? How are you doing with the favorite sons for Rockefeller?
Well, I think we're doing very well indeed. Certainly, there's every evidence that the Michigan delegation is holding. I see the signs starting to go out now. Every indication we kept hearing for 2 days that Ohio was going to cave in and not have their demonstration for Governor Rhodes. I talked to half the delegation yesterday individually. They intended to stand firm, and they're standing firm. There's even a possibility of other states where they have decided not to have favorite sons to cast a few votes for their governors. And I think this would be a hopeful sign that we can keep this balloting open, the first ballot.
Supposing this happened with Alaska, with Governor Hickel, would that be encouraging coming on the first ballot?
I think anything would be encouraging coming from any state where there are votes that have been counted by one candidate and where they switch over. And we're working on the floor right till the last minute.
Senator, you are having trouble in New Jersey, are you not?
Well, we were...
They're caucusing right now. They went out again.
They did. I feel this way about New Jersey. Senator Case is a great senator. He's been a tremendous force in the Senate. What's the hurry? Why try to lock things up? Why try to deprive New Jersey of its capability of paying tribute to a great, distinguished senator? And I feel that this tactic to try to pressure them into giving up the favorite son will not sit well with many people in New Jersey.
But look, Senator, it's been my impression that the Nixon campaign has been very low-key. They haven't tried to pressure anyone. Do you think, or are you suggesting there is some attempt to pressure the New Jersey delegation, and do you take this to be a sign of some weakness on their part?
Well, I wouldn't say that this is any different than political campaigns in the past. After all, we're coming down to the wire now. They hear our numbers, we hear their numbers. We don't think they have it locked up, and they're intensifying their effort, just as we're intensifying our effort right now. But that's what makes politics exciting. There's not divisiveness, I don't think. There's not bitterness. I think this is par for the course, in fact, a little better for political arenas.
I'll come back and see if you still feel that way after the first ballot. Thank you very much, Senator Percy. Now to John Chancellor.
I'm standing in front of the Florida delegation here. In front of the Florida delegation here with Governor Claude Kirk. There has been a development in the Florida delegation. Governor, would you describe this vote that's just taken place on the floor?
Well, John, there was a written ballot with the names of the voter on the ballot stating their preference. Now, many of the Reagan people honoring an earlier pledge have voted for Nixon. That's 33 Nixon and 1 Rockefeller.
And you're the 1 Rockefeller.
And so I think that in a very closely fought battle here for whom will be the nominee for president, that perhaps Florida's Reagan people may very well have given that one little vote that is required to go to the top for Nixon. There are a lot of people that are telling me on the floor this won't happen in the first ballot, but nonetheless, that's a pretty a large number, and by an early vote like that, it has its psychological effect.
And you say this as a man who's going to cast his vote for Nelson Rockefeller.
That's correct. But by the same token, I think hopefully, from what I hear from other people around, it's still an open convention. But this will have a psychological effect, which may work the opposite of psychology. It may make the Reagan people in other areas work harder. It may make the Rockefeller people work all that harder.
But on the other hand, we have tallied here in this delegation now in the past few minutes a shift of how many? 9
this
votes?
Is not a shift. This is apparently a living to an earlier agreement to vote for Nixon on the first ballot. Now, if it goes to a second ballot, you'll see a bigger shift to Reagan than it originally was. So if second ballot, the Florida vote will, in my opinion, go heavier for Reagan than it ever was conceived of.
What would you, if Richard Nixon wins the nomination here tonight, who would be your candidate for vice president, Governor?
Well, Reagan would be my candidate. Of course, my mother wants me, and I'll go along with that. But logically, Mr. Reagan would be the best on the ticket, in my opinion.
Well, in view of the fact that the most members of your delegation are going for Nixon, and that you feel a Nixon-Reagan ticket would be the strongest ticket for you, why are you voting for Nelson Rockefeller?
I think the most strong ticket, of course, is Rockefeller-Reagan. No question in my mind that would sweep. But you asked me if Nixon is nominated, John. We lawyers have got to be careful how we say this. Is that right? So in the event that he is nominated, which it doesn't really appear that he will, but now let's just assume he does, then if you did accomplish that, I think the best running mate for him would be Governor Reagan. But I think Governor Reagan should be the number 2 man on the Rockefeller ticket also.
Right, thank you very much. Governor Claude Kirk showing a shift to Nixon, and now here's David Chet.
Drink orange juice.
Now down to the Speaker's platform, where Senator Griffin is about to place in nomination the name of Governor George Romney of that state of Michigan.
My good friend Jerry Ford and my fellow Americans, as we gather here in Miami to make history, our way of life is threatened by a deepening crisis of confidence. I wish that were only a political charge, but unfortunately, it is a tragic fact. Although confusion and turmoil are common elsewhere in the world, we have always expected America to be sure of herself, to be sure of her purpose, and sure of her direction. But today, many Americans have lost faith in their leaders.
We took our little separate
Tragic.
around, and we feel very good.
Mrs. Nixon, your husband has been very close to winning elections 2 times before, and he's lost. Is there anything different about tonight?
I think there's a spirit in the air in America today, and people do want to change. It's like in 1952, and I just hope we get that change so that we can get back on the track again.
Mrs. Nixon, what is Mr. Nixon doing now?
Well, he didn't say goodbye.
Is he up watching the...
Yes, he was a few minutes ago.
You have been through this before, 8 years ago, and both your daughters, and a few other people here.
That's
right. Can you remember your impressions at that moment? Are they significantly different than they are tonight?
Well, I just feel like an astronaut's wife feels when her husband is shot into space. It's just really a great feeling.
Do you expect to be back early tonight, Mrs. Nixon?
Yes, I do.
Early,
I'll
Richard?
see you early.
Hi. We'll try and move. Let's see if we can get your sister and David, move them in here a little bit. Hi. They have been campaigning, I think, started in New Hampshire this go-around, didn't it?
Yes, it
And
did.
how do you feel now that this seems to be coming to one of the climaxes of the whole venture? Tricia Nixon.
Yes. Well, I think that this is going to be the culmination of everything we've been working for since we began in New Hampshire. We went through all the primaries, and we did so well, and tonight is going to be the climax of all the enthusiasm that we witnessed as we've traveled around the country.
Are you looking forward to living in the White House?
I am. I think it's going to be first ballot, definitely. David has his piece of paper, and he's figured it up, and if David's right, right here.
What's your prediction, David?
Well, I'm not playing the numbers game, but it's going to be first ballot.
First ballot, says David Eisenhower. Are you looking forward to living in the White House? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Good night, Tricia.
Good night,
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
It's now official. 12 names are indeed going to be placed in nomination here, and the order is Reagan, Hickel, Winthrop Rockefeller, Romney, Carlson, Fong, Governor Nelson Rockefeller, Nixon, Stassen, Case, Rhodes, and Thurman. More from Convention Hall in a moment. Right now, a message from Gulf.
Which tire should you put your family on? One of America's 5 most widely used brands? Or the Gulf Deluxe Crown? For an answer, we asked an independent laboratory to give all 6 tires the U.S. Department of Transportation tire strength test. The plunger presses in until it breaks through. Tire A withstood 1,134 pounds. Tire B. Tire C. Tire D. Tire E. The 4-ply all-nylon cord Gulf Deluxe Crown took more than 1,600 pounds, yet sells in the same price bracket as the other tires tested. Which tire should you put your family on? The one that has more strength than America's 5 most widely used brands, but costs no more. Get Gulf Deluxe Crown tires at your Gulf dealers.
NBC News convention coverage will continue after station identification.
This is the decisive night, the balloting. Stay with NBC for continuous coverage.
What's wrong, Nancy?
Look what John left me this morning.
Can't take it much longer. Please do something about your coffee today. Signed, John. Nancy.
Mr. McGregor, what am I going to do?
This calls for my best coffee.
Instant Folgers. Is it really the best?
Sure is. Look here. Instant Folgers starts out as fresh perked coffee. Then they turn this percolated coffee into Instant Folgers.
So this is the coffee they percolate and then put in a jar.
Right. Tastes good as fresh perked because it is fresh perked.
Oh, I'll try it.
Terrific coffee, honey.
It's Instant Folgers. Tastes good as fresh perked.
I like it better.
Instant Folgers coffee tastes good as fresh perked because it is fresh perked.
One of life's greatest pleasures is tearing into a carton of Purity milk.
WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee, telecasting service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company.
That a truly great society can only be the achievement of people. People who individually and collectively possess the qualities and the ingredients of greatness. Strength of character, dedication to a spirit of brotherhood, self-discipline, respect for law and justice, the willingness to work hard, and a devotion to God. Make no mistake about it, we must vigorously wage a more effective war against poverty. But America needs much more. We need a leader who understands that you do not build character simply by handing out government money. We need a leader who recognizes the truth of an old Chinese proverb. If you give a man a fish, he can live another day. But if you teach a man to fish, he can live a lifetime. Deep down inside, I suspect that most Americans realize that each of us, in various ways, great or small, have contributed to the problems which confront our nation today. And I'm equally convinced that almost every American wants to make his individual contribution, great or small, to the solution of those problems. But we desperately need the example of leadership based on integrity and statesmanship, not the politics of expediency and cronyism. This nation is seething with unrest and calling for change. A new generation wants to be heard and demands a voice in charting our common destiny. When America has been in trouble in the past, somehow our people have always managed to demonstrate a special ability to call forth great leadership equal to the challenge. We can and we must demonstrate that ability here at this convention. And that's why I appear before you to speak of a man who is particularly gifted and suited to lead our nation at this crucial hour in history. I speak of a man of principle and courage who is prepared to do battle for his convictions and for his country. His background is that of the American pioneer, born in a small colony, an American colony in Old Mexico, and raised amidst the plains and the mountains of Idaho and Utah. He later moved to the nation's capital and then to the Middle West. Working with his hands and his mind, this pioneer rose to become one of the few in any lifetime who are clearly destined to provide leadership. As a dynamic businessman, he earned a permanent place in the annals of business leadership and achievement, named by the Associated Press 4 years in a row as America's outstanding man of industry. While in private life, he assumed countless public responsibilities, and in time the people chose him as the governor of our great state, a state which is confronted daily by all of the most urgent domestic problems which face our nation. For years, this man has been warning of the economic problems which are squeezing the average family today in the cruel vice of inflation. To the point of being ridiculed, he has focused attention on the moral decline which now threatens to destroy our basic institutions from within. With vision and courage, he has worked hard for peace in Vietnam and for peace on our streets at home. The ugliness of our core cities, the artificial barriers that separate men from one another, the indifference that condemns some children to poverty, the discrepancy that puts education beyond the reach of some who need it. Those are problems to which this man has dedicated great energy and inspired leadership. I speak of a man of deep moral convictions who believes this nation was founded on principles that were divinely inspired, principles that are as valid today as they were 2 centuries ago, who believes this country has prospered over the years and has achieved greatness through the triumph of principle. He is a man who has drawn great strength and inspiration from his wonderful wife and a devoted family. Several months ago, this man was actively campaigning for this nomination as a candidate. Then, with the same honesty and courage that have marked his entire life, he faced the situation squarely, withdrew from the race, and cared enough to bring the people into his confidence. Tonight, he is presented to this convention by acclamation of his state delegation as our favorite son. But he is much more than that, for he epitomizes, to a degree unmatched by few others now living, the American ideal. Fellow delegates, it's my high honor, and I'm very proud to place in nomination for President of these United States, Michigan's favorite son and yours, the great governor of our great state, the Honorable George Romney.
This is NBC reporter Floyd Calber with Senator Clifford Case of New Jersey. Floyd?
Senator Case, how did the caucus come out? You and your New Jersey delegation just met.
We had a good and a spirited discussion, and we ended by deciding to take no vote, but to recess our caucus until after the nominating speeches were over, to meet again if anybody wanted to before the balloting started.
Now, what will that accomplish, Senator?
I'm not sure that I can say what it will accomplish. I assume that it will be an opportunity which we might not have in the confusion on the floor to exchange with each other any additional tidbits of information or rumor that he may have picked up during the intervening period. And in any event, what it really will accomplish will be a decision made by people a little bit closer to the actual time they're going to register it, and therefore less likely to be used by anybody as a lever right now to get anybody else into action or to stimulate rumor or whatnot.
Everybody coming out of the delegation or the caucus meeting kept saying, no change, no change. What's the split in your delegation now? I mean, a number is split of delegates.
I think you have to start at least with the vote that was taken today, earlier today. The motion on which we voted, as I recall it, was whether or not the delegation should continue its support of me as favorite son. There was no time period put on that motion. Carried in the first instance by a vote of 24 to, I'm not sure what the other side was, but we have 40 votes altogether. It was agreed that Bergen might meet within its own delegation and add or not add its voice to that vote. It decided to add it, and so it became 29.
You're talking about Bergen County,
That's
New
right,
Jersey.
which has a total of 5 delegates.
Right. There was word that your split was 20-20. 20, in other words, for you as favorite son, 20 for Nixon. Is this correct?
No such vote occurred. I've given you the figures that actually existed, and the question, you see, even that question wasn't not a very accurate indication of how the Jersey delegation will vote on the floor, when, as I say, each one individually answers his name.
In other words, there's about 3 hours of maneuvering time now and arm-twisting time.
I would love to think that in 3 hours we should have finished this.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Case of New Jersey. Now back to the convention, to the demonstration on the floor.
This is something more than a modest little demonstration in behalf of Governor George Romney of Michigan, who certainly left no confusion about it. He withdrew definitely and emphatically as a serious candidate, but nevertheless his name has been entered here more in the nature of a tribute.
On the New Jersey caucus, which has just ended, Chet, and about which Senator Case was telling us, a confidential source in the delegation has told NBC's Paul Duke that they decided to caucus after the 3 delegates from Hudson County got a telephone call from their county Republican leader back home, instructing them to switch to Nixon. They had been supporting Case as a favorite son. We assume he'll follow the instructions, but we don't know yet. This again is the demonstration for Governor Romney, favorite son. Pretty big one. You've got what looks like a silver cornet band marching around the floor. Sign saying Romney great for 68. As far as we have heard, it is still holding pretty well for Romney, the favorite son, though the Rockefeller and Nixon sentiment in the Michigan delegation is somewhere near even. And it is said there are some for Reagan from the Detroit suburbs. Governor Romney, as you may have heard if you were tuned in with us, what, last night?
Yes, last
I
night.
guess it was last night. I was talking to one of our floor reporters. It was fun. Anyway, they asked him about his own expectations, and he said, in a burst of candor, seldom heard from politicians, I am a dead duck.
Governor Romney, I think possibly we might concede that he had some, demonstrated some fiber and some courage in offering a tenuous amendment to the platform before this convention last night. If you were with us at that somewhat late hour, you might recall that at first he was going to offer it as a firm amendment, then withdrew it and merely said he'd just like to call something to the attention of the convention. And in effect, it was a call for, I suppose, legislation, but a whole new economic approach for the entire country. He called for controls over the powerful unions of organized labor and for controls over the great centers of power and industry. His plea was that the consumer, the American consumer, has been forgotten, that when these two great powers meet, that they make their own decisions and the rest of the nation and the consumer finds that they can do very little about it. Romney pointed out that as a consequence, the dollar is under attack, that foreign producers can ship steel and countless other items into the United States cheaper than we can make it at home, that those who are living on fixed incomes, those who are living on welfare, find it more and more difficult to do so. So he called for a great economic reform and a new direction. He offered no precise prescription how this might be brought about. And at the rather late hour last night, this convention didn't seem to pay too much attention to it. And it'll be interesting to see how he intends to pursue this in the days and weeks and months to come, whether he will keep speaking out about it or whether it is just another statement to a convention which will be permitted to fade away.
Well, Chet, back when he was a serious candidate last winter before he withdrew in advance of the New Hampshire primary, he was the first of the big-name Republican candidates to take a strong, clear position against the war. You remember he was saying that the bombing was ineffective, doing no good, that it ought to be stopped, and the war was a huge mistake, and that he thought the U.S. should find as quickly as possible some decent way to get out of it.
Which demonstrates that politics is a very peculiar business. Because not long after that, or at about the same time, Senator McCarthy of Minnesota said just about the same thing. And by that curious process, Senator McCarthy seemed to elicit the enthusiasm of American youth and undeniably got a lot of their support and enthusiasm, whereas Governor Romney appeared to be overlooked. And what the explanation of that is, I dare say we shall never understand.
Well, one explanation was that the governor, being a talkative, outgoing, extroverted man, made a lot of remarks that may have sounded all right when he made them to him, but when they appeared in print and were heard on the air, they didn't sound very good. He spent a lot of time explaining what he had already said, and that's not a very good position for a candidate to be in. In any case, he decided, he says, he was a dead duck and withdrew.
of South Carolina. And Senator Thurmond, I understand that Mr. Nixon has invited you to meet with him after he wins the nomination. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. After he's nominated, and I think he will be nominated on the first ballot, he has sent me word that he would like to talk with me.
Well, now,
along with some others. There'll be a few others there, too.
Obviously, the subject would be a vice presidential choice, would it not?
I imagine that that's the purpose of the request to come and meet with him.
And who would your choice be?
My first choice would be Ronald Reagan.
And your second choice?
Ronald Reagan.
I take it stays the same from there on, right down the line.
Of course, there are others who are suitable, but I would just prefer Mr. Reagan.
And I've also heard, Senator Thurmond, that you have been promised by Mr. Nixon that you will have veto power over the choice of a vice presidential running mate.
Well, Mr. Nixon has indicated that he will not select somebody who will be objectionable to us.
And who would be objectionable to you?
Well, I could mention some, but I think it's better not to dwell in personalities on that particular point.
I appreciate your reluctance, Senator, but if I named a few, would you tell me whether they were acceptable? Let's say, for example, Mayor Lindsay of New York. Is he acceptable?
Well, I don't think it'd be appropriate to do that. I think that's unnecessary because I would give the Vice President my opinion when he calls upon me. And when I talk to Mr. Nixon, I'll be glad to give him my opinion about him.
I understand your preference for Mr. Reagan, but suppose it were Senator Hatfield of Oregon. Would he be more acceptable?
Well, as I say, I don't want to go on any others. I just mentioned Reagan, and I think we'd let it rest with that. There are others who would be acceptable, though.
But you would...
Some from the north and some from the south and west, different parts of the country.
Would you name any of those at this time?
No, I think it'd be better not to. I think it's premature.
I see. One further question. This plan to meet with him seems to indicate that he's terribly sure of getting the nomination.
Yes, I think he is, and we are. I'm quite certain that he will be nominated on the first ballot.
Thank you very much, sir. Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina. Frank McGee down to Edwin Newman.
I'm with Representative Albert Quee of Minnesota. Mr. Quee, we've been watching a demonstration go by ostensibly for Governor Romney, but it had an awful lot of Rockefeller and Rhodes people in it as well, which suggests that there's really nothing left here but an attempt to stop Nixon. Is that your impression?
Well, the favorite sons are doing that, an effort to stop Nixon so that this can be an open convention, if it goes past the first ballot. And it was hopeful by the Rockefeller people that if it can get past the first ballot, and then many people who came down here committed to Nixon possibly would be shifting their vote.
Well, you're one of the Rockefeller people. You don't sound very hopeful.
Well, all the news are that Nixon is close, and I think it depends now on what the favorite sons do to make it go past the first ballot.
You mean that there's still a chance to stop Nixon as you see it?
I think there's still a chance.
How big a chance would you say?
Well, I don't think it's very big.
Mr. Quee, there has been a shift within the Minnesota delegation within the last day, has there not?
That's right. It was estimated that Minnesota would break about 13-13 or perhaps 14-12. And if you did not count the Stassen and the Lindsay vote, which would be for Rockefeller, and then it would be a 17-9 now. And for Rockefeller.
So that within Minnesota there's been some swing to Rockefeller.
That's right.
How does that happen to come about?
Well, I think it is a conversation that the delegates ahead with the supporters of Nixon and Rockefeller, and also one of the delegates talking to the Rockefeller staff and Rockefeller himself on Rockefeller's attitude on rural America, small towns, and the farmers.
Well, is there some objection to Mr. Nixon's attitude toward
I don't
rural
think
America?
it's objection, but just this gentleman wasn't able to get through to Nixon, and he was able to get through to Rockefeller. And but I think there's also a feeling by the rest of them that it was hoped, I guess, that they would be with Nixon, and they were considered as leaning to Nixon. They just see that Rockefeller seems to be an easier chance of winning. And that's the reason for doing it, not for any opposition to Nixon on the philosophy or anything.
Thank you, Representative Quee. This is Edwin Newman, now to Santa Vanoker.
Okay. I'm standing down here on the floor with Governor Reagan's Communications Secretary, Lynn Nofziger, who has just come into the hall. Mr. Nofziger, where is Governor Reagan at this moment?
The governor is out in the communications trailer.
And what's he doing out there?
He is sitting in a kind of parlor room that we have, talking to people as they come in and out.
Yeah, I take it you mean delegates that you're bringing in there?
Yes, there have been some delegates in and out of there.
How does he view the situation at this moment?
Well, we think it's fluid. We don't think this is wrapped up yet. There's quite a while to go before the balloting, and we still think it'll go beyond the first ballot.
Mr. Nofziger, what gives you that optimism?
I'm a natural-born optimist, Sandy.
You're a natural-born reporter, too, and I remember that, and you know what I'm trying to do. But these Southern delegates, we were just standing there with somebody from Louisiana who said that the Louisiana delegation would be on their feet for Mr. Governor Reagan, even though they're for Nixon. What does that mean?
Well, it means that the Southerners probably would rather have Ronald Reagan because they think that he could do better in the South, but many of them have prior commitments to Mr. Nixon because when they made those commitments, Governor Reagan was not a candidate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lynn Nofziger, Governor Reagan's Communications Secretary. Now back to Chet and David.
We have a recent report here, a new one. The Nixon forces are now claiming 17 New Jersey votes on the first ballot. If this be true, it indicates that the New Jersey delegation is indeed breaking up. And again, if that be true, then it's virtually all over because Ohio and Pennsylvania will follow New Jersey in the roll call. And if New Jersey breaks up and some of these votes go to Nixon, then the delegates in the Ohio and Pennsylvania delegations will be inclined to do likewise. And by the way, on the roll call here, what we may see are a number of states ask that the roll be called for each delegation, which is almost an endless process. But we may see some of that. Delegates demanding that each name be individually called so that they can cast their individual vote. Down to the... we'll be back in just a moment after this message from Gulf Oil.
We still are having a series of seconding speeches for a favorite son, that is to say, not serious candidates. They may be serious, but they're not really candidates for President of the U.S. And there are several left to go, and in the speeches we're given a variety of reasons why they should be nominated and elected. I found a little newspaper ad in a New Hampshire paper put in by a Republican who was running for re-election to the state legislature. His name is Walter Kennedy. And the ad gave his name and said, Republican, 48, 3 kids, 1 wife, 1 horse. Not much to offer, but I need the money. Well, the New Hampshire legislature is paid $100 a year, which is not enough to feed the horse. Frank McGee on the convention floor. Frank?
Yes, David, I have Senator Mark Hatfield of Oregon, and Senator, in all the talk about the vice presidential possibilities, it seems to be narrowing down to about 3 or 4, and your name is prominently on that list, at least on that in that roster of rumors that we have. But I want to know have you been approached or have you talked to either Mr. Nixon or any of his key lieutenants about the possibility of your becoming his running mate?
No, Frank, I have not had any contact, direct or indirect, and I have heard nothing more or less than you have heard.
Would you be available?
Well, I don't think any man could turn down a bid of that kind to serve in that particular role, but I think it would be the kind of invitation in which there would have to be discussion or at least some face-to-face contact on what kind of role and what kind of responsibilities would be assigned to that task.
Well, Senator, we know that Mr. Nixon has already made plans to, if he gets the nomination, and he seems very sure of getting it in his own mind, to meet with a number of key members of the party immediately afterwards and talk about a vice presidential candidate. Are you invited to that meeting?
I have not checked my schedule recently because I don't try to maintain in my head the various activities of this convention. And so I'll have to check and know whether I'm going or not. I don't know at this time.
Surely, Senator, you would remember if you'd been invited to such a meeting as that.
I have been invited to a number of meetings. I'm not certain whether I have or not.
I see. I also talked with Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina a while ago, and I told him that I had heard that he'd been given veto power over the selection of a vice presidential running mate. He did not deny that. He did say that he had been promised that he would be consulted thoroughly. My question is, do you think anybody should be given a veto power like that?
I, of course, can only comment on my understanding and knowledge of Richard Nixon. I don't know about Senator Thurman's claim, but I do know that Richard Nixon is not a man who would give a veto to anyone on the selection of a vice president. Mr. Nixon is a leader. He's a man who will make his own mind up. He's decisive, and he does not try to shrug off or try to field out the responsibility that will be his.
Just to clear this up, Senator Thurman didn't make the claim, Senator Hatfield. I reported the claim to him, and he did not deny it. But I don't want to say he made the claim.
Well, now I just think it's completely untypical of Mr. Nixon.
I see. Have you talked with any of these Southern delegations who obviously are going to have some influence in the selection of the vice presidential candidate, or have they talked to you?
No, I've not had any other than just casual conversation with delegates from the Southern states. I have met many of them as I have traveled in the South and given talks and been attending meetings in various states. Most every state in the South, except Mississippi, I have visited and have talked and been well received.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Senator Mark Hatfield of Oregon on the possibilities of his becoming a vice presidential running mate. Frank McGee to Senator Van Oker.
I'm down here with Mr. George Hinman, the national committeeman from New York and a longtime advisor to Governor Rockefeller. Mr. Hinman, you got a piece of paper in your hand and some figures on it. What are the latest figures for Nelson Rockefeller?
No, that has not the latest figures on it, but Sandy, we're standing right in front of the Ohio delegation here, and I've just checked with them again, with John Andrews and Governor Rhodes, and they're standing firm, and that's the key to this first ballot, in our opinion. We feel that the lines are holding very firmly and that we'll hold through that and then go on and win this nomination.
How long will the Ohio delegation stand firm?
Certainly through this ballot, and then we feel that there will be a further erosion in the Nixon strength, and we can look for further gains.
Mr. Hinman, one of the things that Nelson Rockefeller might have had going for him was Ronald Reagan's candidacy starting an erosion of Southern strength for Richard Nixon. I've seen no evidence of it. Have you?
Oh, yes, there's been a considerable erosion. He's made a considerable gain in the southern states and through the rest of the country. If he hadn't come into this thing, the problem would have been considerably complicated, I believe.
What does Nelson Rockefeller have as you see it on the first ballot?
I would say we're still figuring in the neighborhood of 600. There is a...
No, I asked Nelson Rockefeller. What does Nelson Rockefeller have?
I haven't been in touch with him recently.
All right. Now, what does Richard Nixon have in your estimation on the first ballot?
We're sticking with the figure of around 600.
Do you understand anything from Governor Rhodes that if it gets that close, he might go for Richard Nixon?
What I understand from Governor Rhodes, if it gets that closer, he'll stick.
Thank you very much.
Fine.
This is Senator Van Oker, now to John Chancellor.
As has happened before in Democratic conventions, New Jersey begins to appear as the pivotal state on the first ballot tonight. And with me is Lawrence Kramer, the mayor of Paterson, New Jersey. And Mayor Kramer, you were in that caucus the New Jersey delegation held just a few minutes ago.
Yes, John, I was.
And you voted along with a number of other, I think it was 30-some-odd delegates here, to continue to hold for Cliff Case as a favorite son.
That is correct. I did, and along with the majority of the delegation at this point.
But you are going to caucus again, and that might change.
Correct. There is the possibility of another caucus later in the evening. At this point, the posture of the delegation is to hold, to support Senator Case on the first ballot.
Mayor Kramer, you must be under extreme pressure here in the New Jersey delegation because those states in the alphabet before you are likely to bring up a number of votes for Richard Nixon. And some of the states which follow you, like Ohio, have a lot of Nixon support in it. What is the argument being made by the people who want to go to Nixon now? I know you didn't do it, but I trust you to summarize their argument.
Fair enough. I would say that what we're getting basically is a tendency to be afraid of being left at the post. I don't want to use the word panic on fellow delegates, but I'm afraid there is a little bit of that going on in our delegation of people that just feel they don't want to get left. Pointing to the history of past conventions where this kind of a thing took place.
In other words, you're saying that if this is all settled on the first ballot and the New Jersey delegates voted for Senator Clifford Case, a very good man, this might not be so good to take home. Is that right?
Well, I can't imagine voting for Clifford Case on behalf of the people of Passaic County in my case, or all of New Jersey in my fellow delegates' case, ever being a bad thing. Clifford Case is the kind of man that I personally would be delighted to support for President of the United States. We grant that he's not a serious candidate. He's a stand-in at this time. But I think, with all due respect to Senator Case and the other candidates here at the convention, he is the man New Jersey owes their first ballot vote to, and I'm ready to go with him on other ballots if he requests it.
But you're also enough of a realist, aren't you, Mr. Mayor, to know that when you caucus again, the pro-Nixon forces, go ahead, Dury, the pro-Nixon forces are likely to prevail in this, or they couldn't they?
Well, let me say that there was not a polling of the delegation in that last session, so I wouldn't want to say that it's possible to have their influence have grown to the point where it's capable of toppling this thing in one direction other than where it stands at this moment. But it must be admitted that there is growing Nixon sentiment in the delegation in certain instances.
Thank you very much. Mayor Lawrence Kramer of Paterson, New Jersey, talking about the growing Nixon strength in this pivotal state, New Jersey. Now here's Frank McGee.
Thank you, John. I have with me Governor Dewey Bartlett of Oklahoma. And Governor Bartlett, I know that your assignment tonight has been to roam the floor, talk with various delegations, and find out what their preferences might be for a vice presidential candidate for Mr. Nixon. What are you learning?
Well, I'm learning there's a little difference of opinion, but the one thing that's very significant is the friendliness that exists, I think, not only for the presidential nomination, but also for the vice presidential nomination. Most of the people with whom I've talked feel that this should be a matter of decision by the nominee.
And they feel that Mr. Nixon should select his own?
With advice and with the advice of other advisors who will be meeting with him.
Do they seem that certainly there's a favorite emerging? Can you tell me who it is?
No, I cannot do that.
Can you tell me whether there is a favorite emerging?
Yes, I would say that it gets down to about two people.
Down to about two. Does the choice seem to be on the section of the country they're from, or the political philosophy that they espouse?
Well, I think that the two would give the ticket a broad look and would have real appeal.
Do you have a little list in your pocket someplace of how they rank at this time?
Yes, I do.
There's not any chance of sharing that list with us on television.
Frank, no, sir.
Thank you so much. Governor Dewey Bartlett of Oklahoma, who is canvassing opinion here on vice presidential possibilities. Here's Senator Van Oker.
Thank you, Frank. I'm down here at the Louisiana delegation with Mr. Tom Stagg, the national committeeman from Louisiana. Mr. Stagg, your delegation is for Richard Nixon, but one gets the feeling that in their hearts they know Ronald Reagan is right.
Well, in this morning's caucus, every delegate said his speech, were given the right to say what they thought and who they were in support of. And of the 19 people who spoke for Richard Nixon, they spoke affirmatively for Richard Nixon. And the 7 who spoke for Governor Reagan were just as firmly for Governor Reagan. I don't think you'll melt that 19-7 total through any number of ballots. I don't think you're correct in saying their hearts belong to Reagan. They love Governor Reagan, and they would have 26 solid votes for Governor Reagan for vice president.
Sir, I would be correct in assuming that when Governor Reagan is nominated, you folks will be on your feet cheering for him, will you not?
Yes, sir, we would.
And you feel that it would be a good vice presidential choice for Mr. Nixon, should he get the nomination, to go ahead and nominate Ronald Reagan with him?
Yes, sir, we would like, but we're faced with the fact that he adamantly refuses to accept it, and that kind of places us in a position of not knowing where we're going to go next. We haven't caucused on that yet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tom Stagg, the national committeeman from Louisiana. Thank you. I finished the interview.
That's Mrs. Nixon, as you see, getting into a car. She just came out of the Nixon trailer around on the west or back side of the convention hall. Each candidate has a trailer back there. It looks like a trailer camp, except they're bigger and have more wires running into them. I can't tell you at the moment where she's going, but it may be around to the front entrance of the hall. The two daughters, Patricia and Julie, are there in the car with her. So we'll see in a minute where they're going. We have been getting from the reporters on the floor various reports about various delegates and delegations and how they are standing. It helps to understand all this if you realize that the leader of a delegation has a great deal at stake at a time like this, like these last 2 or 3 days. He is a politician. He's a local politician. The assistants for the leading candidate, in this case Nixon, come to him and say, you better get aboard now because we're going to win on the first ballot. He has to decide whether or not to believe them. If he does get aboard, then he will be remembered as having helped Nixon get nominated. If he does not, and Nixon is nominated anyway, Nixon or anyone else, I'm not particularly talking about Nixon, these local politicians may thereafter have a hard time having any say about federal judgeships, various other patronage, ambassadorships to rich countries where they often send non-professional ambassadors, roads, public works, post offices, little favors like invitations to dinner at the White House, and that sort of thing. So that and more, some may have political ambitions of their own, would like, say it's Nixon, would like his help, and so it's not an easy decision for them. And the pressure on them, as you've seen, for those reasons and others, is very great. We'll be back with more of NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from Gulf.
NBC News convention coverage will continue after station identification.
This is the decisive night, the balloting. Stay with NBC for continuous...
Tired of roughing it? Stop horsing around with rough-tasting cigarettes. Smooth things out with Cools, the only cigarettes with the taste of extra coolness.
Come up to the cool taste.
Don't rough it. Cool it.
You can almost hear the good old-time beer flavor of original Pabst Blue Ribbon at popular prices.
WSM Television Color 4, the National Life and Accident Insurance Company in Nashville, Tennessee.
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Republican National Convention. Brought to you by Gulf Oil.
David, I was interested in what you were saying. This is Mrs. Richard Nixon entering the Nixon box, which is right down below our booth here. Mrs. Nixon and her two daughters.
And her future son-in-law. Wasn't that he in the back?
I believe so.
David Eisenhower?
He was with them in any event when they left the hotel a little while ago, you recall. I was interested in what you were saying earlier and how you were explaining why it is that delegations of various states want to stampede, no matter what they've decided before, and to jump on the so-called bandwagon of a leading candidate. Why this pressure is exerted and why delegates do respond to it. Perhaps the delegates from this rather key state of New Jersey are somewhat more sensitive to this sort of thing than some others might be. It might be because these Republican delegates have a somewhat well-developed memory. Because at the Democratic Convention in 1960 in Los Angeles, that delegation went to Los Angeles, you may recall, with a favorite son, namely Governor Minor of that state. And that delegation indeed held out. It held firmly in behalf of the favorite son candidate, and of course there was great pressure being exerted, and some wanted to bolt and to go with John Kennedy, but nevertheless New Jersey stood firmly, voted for its favorite son, and indeed John Kennedy was nominated, you recall, by the time the first ballot was over. So by the time Governor Minor and the delegation got back to New Jersey, there were indeed many irate Democrats in the state who felt that the entire state had lost its opportunities, that their votes had been wasted, and that New Jersey would have no influence whatsoever in the Kennedy administration.
There's I can add a little fact to that. Senator Ribicoff of Connecticut was one of the Kennedy managers in that 1960 campaign. And then, as now, each delegation has a telephone. You probably have seen them talking on the phone. When the roll call had proceeded far enough for Ribicoff to know that Kennedy was going to be nominated without the help of New Jersey, he picked up the phone and called Governor Minor and said, "Forget it. We don't need you now." Actually, I'm told that the message was in somewhat more vivid language than that, but that was the point of it. And so, as you say, New Jersey or Minor waited too long.
John
Chancellor has an interview with who did you say? Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina down on the floor. Come in, will you?
That's right. I'm standing with Senator Thurmond, whom we saw having a little conference a few minutes ago with Governor Romney of Michigan. Now, I know you're good friends, Senator, but was there even a little political purpose in going up to see him?
Well, he's just a personal friend. We don't have too much in common politically, I guess, or philosophically, I would say. But we're hoping, I think he probably will favor Nixon in the end. If he doesn't in the beginning, in that event, we would have something in common.
Did you whisper some of that in his ear when you were up there talking to him?
Well, we were just talking in general.
Senator, is there a Nixon telephone located right in the Michigan delegation there? I think I saw one.
I do not know.
But you think that there will be support coming to your man from Michigan?
Yes, I feel like there will. It's just a matter of time. In fact, it could happen on the first ballot.
What's your estimate of the big states, Michigan and Ohio and New Jersey, which seem to be so important this evening?
Well, I have a feeling that Michigan and Ohio will come in before the second ballot if there is one. However, Mr. Nixon now has a majority of pledged to him on the first ballot, so I don't think there'll be a second ballot.
What about the vice president?
Now, about New Jersey, I understand that maybe Senator Case will hold out.
Well, he has indicated that he plans to hold out, but would you expect to see him then, before the end of the first ballot, let his Nixon delegates vote for Nixon before they announce the tally?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him today. However, somebody who has talked to him indicated that he intended to hold out.
What is your reaction, Senator, to this talk that John Lindsay of New York may be Mr. Nixon's running mate? How would that affect you in the South?
Well, I'm quite sure Mr. Nixon has made no choice yet, because he has promised to meet with a group of people and consider this matter and discuss it after his nomination and before he makes a selection.
Yes, Senator, but what if he came out and said, "It's John Lindsay, fellas"? What would your reaction be?
Well, I have a feeling that he's going to select somebody who will not be offensive to any section of the country. And I don't think it'd be appropriate at this time. It'd be a little premature to discuss any particular personality at this time, except Ronald Reagan. I would say that my first choice would be Ronald Reagan.
Your first choice would be Ronald Reagan. And if we go beyond the first ballot, you say we won't, Senator. You're an expert Southern politician. Should Dick Nixon get into trouble, how much Southern support is there for Reagan lying just underneath the surface?
Well, there's considerable support for Reagan. If it were apparent that Mr. Nixon couldn't win, I'm quite sure that most of the South and probably most of the convention would go for Reagan. But that will not occur. Mr. Nixon has the election won. I think it's just a matter mostly of calling the roll.
Senator, it surprised me, and I think it surprised a number of people, to find you working for Nixon, who doesn't seem as strong on problems of local control and law and order as Ronald Reagan. I'm sorry, we've been asked to go along. I'll get back to you with that question, which I didn't think Senator Thurmond wanted to answer. Now to Senator Van Oker.
I'm down here in the box of the Nixon family, and I'm with young David Eisenhower. Mr. Eisenhower, can you tell us anything about the condition of your grandfather?
Well, all I know is what everyone knows over the newspaper reports and so forth. His condition is normal for this stage in a heart attack, and his progress is satisfactory.
Have you talked to your father today?
No, I haven't talked to him today. My mother has, and apparently he's resting very comfortably, and we suspect that this will be much like the last one. He'll be confined for another 40 days or so, and then we hope we'll finally get him out of the hospital. We're not sure.
Did your father say that your grandfather was in good spirits?
Well, we don't know. He's already discussed politics with him, so I guess he's in pretty good spirits.
Could you give us any inkling of what he discussed with him?
Well, I don't know. I assume it had to do with Mr. Nixon's prospects.
Is he watching it on television?
I doubt it.
When are you going back to see him?
Well, we might be able to go back and see him this week. They won't let my grandfather watch the Army-Navy game on TV, so they won't let him watch this.
Thank you very much. That was David Eisenhower, the grandson of General Dwight D. Eisenhower, talking about the former president's condition, which he said was satisfactory, and reported that the doctors won't let him watch TV, the Army-Navy game, or they won't let him watch the political conventions. This is Sandra Van Oker on the convention floor. Now back to Chet and David.
A modest delegation is going on the floor of the convention at the moment in behalf of Senator Frank Carlson of the state of Kansas. Senator Carlson, you may recall, has announced his retirement effective this year. He has served in the Senate of the United States for a number of years. I've forgotten how many terms now.
He was a great friend of President Eisenhower, very close to him during his term.
That's right. So this is more or less in the nature of a tribute and a farewell and a goodbye to the senator from Kansas.
They have 20 delegates pledged to Senator Carlson, his favorite son. Beyond that, they're divided among Nixon, a few for Rockefeller, one or two others. One of them told us earlier that the whole delegation was a little shaky. This was a week or two ago. Their commitments are a little shaky because they said, we want a winner. And we'll find out when the roll call comes what they decided.
Take their seats.
Again, a small demonstration, small but energetic, for Senator Frank Carlson of Kansas, a favorite son, featuring primarily the sunflower, state flower.
And Chairman Ford has now served notice that time is up, and
Will the Sergeant of Arms
he wants the aisles
clear
cleared.
the aisles?
Trouble seems to be building up here in the city of Miami. Several people have been injured by rocks thrown at passing cars in downtown Miami near the scene of an earlier rally at a black militant headquarters. Police were withdrawn from the immediate vicinity in the hope that this might permit the situation to simmer down. At the intersection of 62nd Street and 16th Avenue, both major traffic arteries, rocks and bricks were being thrown at nearly every car which stopped for a red light. One Miami woman, 27-year-old Barbara French, was injured when a brick was thrown through a windshield and struck her in the face. Several hundred people in groups of 20 to 50 are lining the nearby streets. A group of them overturned one car and set it on fire. The trouble started in the early afternoon when white reporters were thrown out of a rally at the Vote Power League, a strongly militant Negro group. The rally was sponsored by the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and Dr. Ralph Abernathy, as well as the other Negroes attending the Republican convention, had been scheduled to speak to it tonight. The police came when white newsmen were thrown out of the meeting. Now, a later report says that Miami police, not Miami Beach, this is all happening in Miami, by the way, Miami police with shotguns and carbines have moved back into an area of downtown Miami where Negroes have started looting after several hours of hurling bricks and stones at passing cars. 3 blocks of heavily traveled 62nd Street have been sealed off after black militants made a target of nearly every passing car. A department store closed for the night was one of the first buildings to be looted. Teenagers broke off an iron gate at the entrance to get in. 3 of them were arrested by police inside the building. The police had earlier withdrawn from the area, hoping the situation would simmer down. But when the looting began, the police returned in force. David?
By contrast, it's been very peaceful here at the convention. There's been no trouble at all. It is, of course, heavily policed. There are security men up on these catwalks over the hall. They check packages, briefcases, suitcases, and so on coming into the hall. It's very heavily policed, been quite quiet. There hasn't been any sort of unhappy, any sort of disturbance, whatever. Frank McGee is talking to the Nixon ladies. Frank?
Good and very charming young ladies they are. They're right in front of us. Hello, girls.
Hi, how are you?
Just fine. How are you getting along now?
Fine, I'm really excited. I'm so glad tonight's finally here.
What do you think of all this press and crush around your box here?
I think it's great. I think they know the winning box. I mean, my father's going to be the winner, and we think it's going to be on the first ballot.
And what are your thoughts at this time?
Well, I can just see that this is the culmination of all the enthusiasm that we've seen mounting since we began campaigning in New Hampshire in February. And as Julie said, we're looking to it. Victory on early ballot. We hope the first.
Now, let's see. The last time this happened was, what, 8 years ago?
1960, yes.
And if it's not asking too much of a young lady, how old were you at that time?
Secret. 14.
And you do?
12 years old.
I see. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we thank you for talking with us. And perhaps you'll get a little more privacy as the evening wears on and we get away from this box. I would like to say a few words with Mrs. Nixon, if I could. Hello, Mrs. Nixon. I'm sorry, Mrs. Nixon. Something has happened, and they're going to take it away from you.
How are you, Frank?
Yeah, they are going to stay with us. Mrs. Nixon, how do you feel now?
Well, I feel very happy. I'm not tired any longer, although I stood today 3.5 hours shaking hands, plus a luncheon, plus any number of other meetings.
That must get awfully tiring, and what you're going through right now, having reporters pester you about really trivial little matters, must get to be awfully tiring, too. How do you bear up?
Well, the people just sustain me, and it's such a happy, exciting time that I've just forgotten about that, being tired.
Well, your husband... I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
What was your husband's mood when you left him tonight? He was jubilant as well, because he'd heard from his lieutenants, and also all of us had taken polls, and we all showed a win.
You're going to stay here through the demonstration for him, I presume. And then what are your plans, Mrs. Nixon, for the remainder of the evening?
Well, I guess we go back to the hotel, and then as much as we haven't had dinner, maybe we'll have a bite.
Well, thank you so much for talking with us. We do appreciate it.
Okay.
Frank McGee and something of a crush around the Nixon box. Now to Sander Van Oker.
I'm standing down here with Mr. Peter O'Donnell, the chairman of the Texas delegation. Mr. O'Donnell, you've got some figures in your hand, or just lots of pieces of paper. How is the Nixon strength holding in Texas and in the Southwest?
Well, it's holding very firm at 40 votes for Mr. Nixon and 16 for Governor Reagan in this delegation.
I noticed a few moments ago that former Senator Nolan, the leader of the Reagan forces in California, came over here. And as he left, he said, California hold firms. Could you decipher that cryptic remark?
Well, I'm no expert on California.
Well, look, the thing is that we've been trying to find out all night, has Ronald Reagan been picking up any strength in the South? You had a lot of contacts in the South during your successful drive for Barry Goldwater's nomination. What have you been hearing tonight?
Well, I've been talking to the other chairmen from the southern states, and my information is they're holding firm with predominant Nixon sentiment in the southern states.
Well, what point do you think that Richard Nixon will reach near that magic mark of 667?
Well, that would, of course, involve all the states, and I'm just not in a position to estimate that, but the remarks I have heard from some of the Nixon floor leaders are that they'll win this on the first ballot.
I know you're in a position to tell us what nobody else has been able to tell us. What's going on in New Jersey?
Well, I don't know.
What is the trouble over there? It may not be trouble for you, but what's going on over there?
Well, I hear that what's taking place is that there are a number of New Jersey delegates that want to come out for Mr. Nixon on the first ballot, and I think that's what they're arguing about right now, and it may be as many as 20 to 22 votes for Mr. Nixon on the first ballot.
Who is resisting them?
That I couldn't say. This isn't my territory, Sandy.
Mr. O'Donnell, just supposing Mr. Nixon does get the nomination tonight, there's supposed to be a meeting later tonight with Mr. Nixon. Who do you think will be likely invited to that?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure he's going to consult with many people before a decision would be reached on the vice presidential.
What is your position and the position of the Texas delegation on the vice presidency?
Well, we feel very fortunate in Texas to have two wonderfully qualified men that are receiving consideration, Senator John Tower and Congressman George Bush.
Would you think that there's any strength to this rumor that we've heard tonight about Howard Baker of Tennessee being considered? Would that be acceptable to Texas?
Well, I think certainly Howard Baker would be entitled to consideration.
And would you be gratified if he were taken?
Well, we're not in a position to name the nominee. This has to be the responsibility of the presidential nominee. Naturally, we're pulling for the Texas men, but we recognize their national considerations.
Would the delegation in Texas not go along with the choice of John Lindsay?
Well, I think that has to be the position of the convention. If they have enough confidence to nominate a man to be president of the United States, then I think they're going to have confidence in his decision on who he selects as his running mate.
Would the Texas delegation like to see Ronald Reagan if it's not anybody from Texas?
Well, I think there's no question there's sentiment here for Reagan. And, of course, there's sentiment for the two Texas men, as I've mentioned before.
Thank you very much. We've been talking to Mr. Peter O'Donnell, the chairman of the Texas delegation. This is Sandra Van Oker on the convention floor. Now back to Chet and David.
Here is some more on the disturbance in Miami. When the police pulled back from the troubled area, groups of Negroes gathered on the streets. Some carried signs calling for black power, and others were generally just anti-Republican. At the corner of 16th and 62nd, one group stopped a car, turned it over, and set it on fire and fled. No one knows what happened to the driver. The area of the disturbance is a ghetto shopping district. An apartment building at the corner of 17th and 62nd appears to be the center of the difficulty. It's in this building that the Vote Power League offices are located. The Associated Press quotes Bob Johnson, one of the sponsors of the rally, earlier today as blaming the police because so many of them rushed to the scene when white newsmen were thrown out. He said if 10 black people get together, they call it a riot, but 300 white people can get together and they call it a convention. More from Convention Hall in a moment. Right now, a message from Gulf.
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Republican National Convention, brought to you by Gulf Oil.
We're told there are about 300 college students milling around outside here they are, milling around outside the convention hall, saying what they really want is to come inside and to demonstrate for Governor Rockefeller. But the rules against it, agreed to by the Republicans well in advance, are quite specific. Nobody comes in and demonstrates except one 50-piece band, and all the others must be delegates or alternates, and these are neither. So they're outside, you can see.
Apparently there's some others out there too, David, all small groups. Music and cheering comes from the demonstrations for Rockefeller, as we've just noticed here. There's another one out there, a small one, on behalf of Nixon. Some of the poor people who have stayed outside the hall are stretched out on grass near their wagon and mules, and they have been singing spirituals. Also on hand are Cuban women in a silent prayer vigil. One lone woman was seen walking up the sidewalk protesting the Pueblo incident, saying she wants her son back. And finally, there were 4 young girls out there a moment ago, dressed in colorful leotards, promoting Max Frost for president. I'll try this. Who's Max Frost? I think he's...
Well, I'm not going to plug any movies here. I'm just not. From Rockefeller's standpoint, it might be nice if those 300 students could come in here and vote for him, because I gather he could use them. We were told a little earlier in the day by NBC News' Robert Hager that Governor Spiro Agnew of Maryland, he will nominate Richard Nixon, was first approached about making the Nixon nominating speech 2 or 3 weeks ago, which suggests that Agnew had made up his mind to support Nixon sometime earlier than he announced it, and during some of the time when he said he was leaning first one way and then another. Agnew said he was a little nervous, in fact, about appearing on television from the rostrum here before all those people. To Newman, you say? To Ed Newman down on the floor. Ed?
Thank you, David. I was Governor Louis Nunn of Kentucky. Governor Nunn, you saw Richard Nixon this afternoon. I understand from you that he is so confident of nomination that you were discussing with him some of his post-convention plans.
Yes, I suggested while we had the Republican governors here that it would be a wonderful opportunity for us to discuss the future campaign. And I hope that we will have an opportunity to get together. Mr. Nixon recognizes the importance and the significance of the governors in his forthcoming campaign.
When might they get together, do you think?
Well, I'm hoping that we'll be able to do so Friday morning, sometime Friday before they depart.
How many governors are there here, Governor Nunn?
Well, I believe most of the 26 Republican governors are here. I don't recall seeing Governor McCall, but most of them are here. So I hope that they all will stay over till Friday morning.
And you've been charged with the job of rounding them up, haven't you?
Not necessarily charged with the job of rounding them up. I want to see if they are going to say if they would be interested in meeting. And I hope that they would, and I hope that the nominee will be able to afford them the time of meeting with
You yourself are in no doubt that Richard Nixon will be the nominee and on the first ballot, huh?
I feel quite confident this time that he will be nominated tonight.
Governor Nunn, did Mr. Nixon discuss vice presidential possibilities with you when you saw him this afternoon?
He did not.
What do you know about his attitude? I presume you know something about it.
Well, I am sure that he's giving it the greatest consideration, but I would not be in a position to make any comment on it.
What about your own feelings about it, Governor?
Well, I feel that we should not go either to the extreme left or the extreme right or a real liberal or a real conservative. I think that the people of this country are fed up with extremes in both ways, and that they would prefer to see someone that could work with all sections and all people.
In other words, you think that if Mr. Nixon is considered to be in the center, that he should choose somebody else who occupies the center with him?
I feel that he has a very broad support all across this country, and I would not want to see him alienate any of it by taking on someone who was considered to be to the extreme.
Thank you very much, Governor Nunn. This is Edward Newman, now to John Chancellor.
One of those delegates on the floor here at this convention who is still holding out very much for Nelson Rockefeller and who believes his candidacy is still alive is Governor John Chafee of Rhode Island. Governor Chafee, in moving around the floor, many of us have found that here's the Hawaiian delegation coming in with a sign saying you can't go wrong with Hawaii's Fong.
Yes, we all demonstrated for Hiram Fong 4 years ago, and I think we will again.
But do you think that you still think the Rockefeller candidacy is alive, and despite all of this sentiment on the floor that seems to be going the other way?
Well, I don't understand this statement that all of this sentiment on the floor. I haven't seen any specific indications of it. I noticed that the Nixon people came to town a week ago and said they had 700 ballots. Now tonight they're saying they have 680 or something. Of course, that's standard line that any organization puts out with hopes to cause some kind of a stampede. But it doesn't affect my belief in the situation at all.
We find that there are a number of people in some of the pivotal delegations about the middle of the alphabet who are anxious to get onto what we might call a Nixon bandwagon on the first ballot. What's your intelligence tell you about some of these delegations? New Jersey, Ohio, Michigan.
Well, on Ohio, the only information I've heard is that they're holding absolutely firm. On New Jersey, I understand that there might be some defections of the number of 11 or 8 or something to that effect, which is not enough to do the trick for Mr. Nixon. Those are the only ones I've heard about. Did you mention Pennsylvania?
No, tell me about Pennsylvania.
Well, I don't think Pennsylvania situation has changed at all from my talking with them. You see, the Nixon people obviously are putting on great pressure to try and squeak this thing over, because I think they know that if he does not win it on the first ballot, his chances are really considerably reduced, and I just don't think he'd make it.
Now, let me talk to you about, as a Rockefeller partisan, there is another feeling on the floor that if Nixon doesn't make it and begins to lose the broad base of support he has in the southern states, that many of these southern delegates will then switch their votes not to your people, but to Ronald Reagan. Well, I don't really think that will take place either. The delegations that I'm familiar with indicate strength coming to us in the second ballot. In other words, these are delegations that have been tied up by prior commitments, by primaries of some nature, and these delegates want to go for Nelson Rockefeller, but cannot in the first ballot because of these commitments. We'll be checking with you later. Thank you very much. Man standing firm for Nelson Rockefeller, Governor John Chafee of Rhode Island. And now here's Sander Van Oker.
I'm down here in the Texas delegation once again with Congressman Robert Price of Texas, who was one of the seconders of the nomination for Ronald Reagan. Congressman Price, we understand that Governor Reagan is back in his trailer here receiving delegates. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Many of the delegates that haven't made up their mind fully asked to see the governor, and he has made himself available for any questions they might have.
Well, look, sir, can you give us a breakdown? You have here in this delegation 40 for Nixon, 16 for Reagan. If you have 16 for Reagan, who do you send back there?
Well, we have and have had for some time, I think, 4 or 5 people who have said that they definitely had not made up their mind who they were going to support. And the ones that asked to go back there are these that had not made up their minds.
Look, sir, are you in constant communication with Mr. Clifford White back there in the trailer?
No, not Clifford White. There's several people working that answered.
Well, I noticed that communications gear looks like one of Clifford White's inventions that he used in '64 at the Republican Convention. Who can you talk to on that?
I can talk to anyone in the trailer that I would like to get a hold of that's authorized to be back there.
And you use the phone system, too?
Yes.
And you sit right behind your state chairman who's for Nixon?
Yes.
How do you keep all the secrets straight?
Well, I guess all the noise and confusion.
Look, sir, have you sent any delegates back who have been wavering and who have remained wavering, or have any gone back there and come back converted?
I cannot definitely say whether they've been converted or not, but they had the opportunity to ask the governor any questions that they might have to firm up their decisions.
And I trust when they come back, then Mr. O'Donnell or somebody else in the Nixon camp goes to work on them all over again. Is that right?
Well, it appeared so a while ago, yes.
Look, sir, one question. Why in the state of Texas do some people divide between Nixon and Reagan? Why do you think, for example, Ronald Reagan will be stronger in a state like Texas?
Well, my own personal opinion is that I think he will do the job that needs to be done in the United States. I think he has the intestinal fortitude to carry out the wishes of the people. And especially across the South, I think we all realize the threat of Mr. Wallace. And I think that Mr. Reagan is the only man that can counter that threat, as well as carry out the wishes of the people, not only in the South, but in the North. I believe that they feel that this man has the experience by example in California of what he can do if given a chance.
Look, with 4 or 5 delegates, you can't change the tide that sees him moving toward Mr. Nixon. What are you hoping for, second or third or fourth ballot?
Yes, I think if we count up Mr. Rockefeller's delegation, the California delegation, Mr. Rhodes, and several of the other favorite son candidates, plus their supporters, I just don't see how that Mr. Nixon can get it on the first ballot. And I think if there's a great swell for Governor Reagan, emotionally people, I think, will begin to move toward him, because I've had many people tell me, not only in our own delegation, that their heart is with Governor Reagan, but they're going to support Mr. Nixon on the first ballot.
How widespread is that in the South, so far as you can see?
I think it runs deeper than we might realize, and of course only time is going to tell whether this is a fact or not.
When you get in a situation like that, you can't do any arm twisting, you can't do any pressuring, you just have to say, we respect your wishes, and then wait?
Yes, I think so. We have to respect the wishes of these people and make up their own minds, and I think that's what has made a great open convention here, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congressman Price from Texas, the leader of the Reagan forces within the Texas delegation. Now back to Chet and David.
There's a speech in progress to nominate Senator Hiram Fong of Hawaii, who is not a candidate, and a little demonstration in his behalf will begin in a few minutes. And we'll be back with more of NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from Gulf. Nominating speech followed by 4 seconding speeches, the name of a candidate who is not a candidate. That has happened several times here this evening. Hiram Fong, Senator Hiram Fong of Hawaii, is being put in nomination now, and a little demonstration is about to begin for him. He was nominated on the same basis exactly 4 years ago, and at that time it took up an hour or so of the delegates' time. The Fong demonstration, as I say, is fairly small, and it's just begun. Outside the hall, here is a gathering of the Poor People's Marchers and their mule-drawn wagon, which is pulled up outside the convention hall. There is no disturbance out here. The disturbance we were talking about a minute ago, whatever it amounts to, is in Miami City, several miles from here. Outside here, it seems all very peaceful and quiet. The bugle is off key, but otherwise, the police are standing around and nothing much is happening. They marched up here from the hotel area of the beachfront area, with the mule-drawn wagon a while ago, and said they intended to come into the convention hall. As I say, inside, the little demonstration for Senator Fong of Hawaii is now in progress. Signs saying Ambassador of Aloha and Hawaii's favorite. They awarded the nomination on the basis of vividness of dress. Senator Fong certainly would win it, hands down. Frank McGee on the floor. Frank?
Yes, David, I have with me Robert Ellsworth, Mr. Nixon's national political director. And Mr. Ellsworth, I've talked to a number of the southern delegations, and they are disturbed. They have been told that Mr. Nixon has already decided on Senator Mark Hatfield of Oregon as the running mate. Is there any truth in this?
Mr. Nixon has said over and over again that he has neither selected nor ruled out anyone. Of course, at this point in the proceedings, Frank, as you well know, it's standard political gamesmanship to select somebody that, for the opposition to select a name that they feel would be politically irritating to a particular delegation and spread the word that the front runner has picked that man for his number 2 spot. I think that we can agree at this point that a reasonably tolerable amount of honest lying is all right.
Well, is this honest lying, or are you suggesting that Governor Rockefeller's forces are spreading the word that Hatfield is the choice in order to alarm the South and scare them?
Either Governor Rockefeller or Governor Reagan's forces, I'm sure, are behind this. One of the two.
Would you say both?
Probably.
Does this mean, then, that Senator Hatfield is not in the running and is not being considered?
Oh, I said, as Mr. Nixon has said, that he has neither selected nor ruled out anyone.
Now, we had another report a while ago. I was told that Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina had been given a veto over the choice of a running mate, and I reported this to him and repeated it to him. He didn't deny it. He said that he had been promised that he would be consulted and be given an earnest hearing, but he did not deny that. Now, has anybody been given a veto?
No one's been given a veto, and Mr. Nixon, of course, has said repeatedly that he does intend to consult with the leaders of the party in all sections of the country with regard to the selection before he finally makes up his own mind.
Well, I also talked with Governor Dewey Bartlett of Oklahoma a little while ago, and I know that he's making a canvass for you to see what the sentiment might be on the vice presidential choice, and he told me it had pretty well narrowed down to 2 names. Is that correct?
No, I don't think it's narrowed down at all, Frank, at this point.
Well, how wide open is it now? There's got to be some finite number that can be considered.
Well, if it has been, I'm not aware of it, and as I say, I don't think Mr. Nixon has ruled out anyone or selected anyone.
Well, there's to be a meeting, I understand, after he gets the nomination. This is his view. Once he gets the nomination, he's going to meet with a number of people and discuss this. Can you tell me, other than Senator Thurmond, who will be at that meeting?
No, Frank, I can't.
You can confirm that such a meeting will be held.
Oh, well, Mr. Nixon has said that he will meet with the leaders of the party from all sections of the country.
And so far as I know, only one has been invited, Senator Thurmond from the South. You can't tell me about the others who will be there.
No, I can't, although I can assure you that the leaders of the party from all sections of the country have been invited.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Been talking with Mr. Robert Ellsworth, Nixon's National Political Director. This is Frank McGee. Where do we go now? Sit Chet and David. David, I can see you waving. Take it away.
We thank you for that new little bit of philosophy we heard there, calling for a reasonable tolerance of honest lying. I suppose that a political convention, particularly at a time like this when there is one man ahead and others trying to catch up and say he is not ahead, a reasonable tolerance of honest lying is required, isn't it? They do lie in the sense of saying, well, we're still in there and we've got this and we've got that, when they know they haven't. The Fong demonstration is slowly clearing the aisles. There are seconding speeches for him coming up. Again, he's not a candidate. And I must say that from the standpoint of the delegates themselves, this kind of thing doesn't serve them very well because they're not in their seats much. They're wandering around outside buying sandwiches, talking, standing around the halls. And the chairman again is calling to have the aisles cleared, and it's taking a while. As I say, it's no doubt very pleasing to the candidate being nominated, to the politician being nominated. But beyond that, it serves no purpose whatsoever except to use up the time of a lot of people here in the hall who came here to do something else and are waiting to do it.
Well, apparently these new states, as they join the Union, David, feel that for several years thereafter they must make the rest of the nation aware of their presence. Leads me to observe that certainly no one made this disturbance when Montana joined the Union. It was barely.
We didn't have television then, Chip.
Here's more on this disturbance in Miami. In addition to the Miami City Police, the Dade County Police Department has set up a command post under a pre-existing plan. County policemen are diverting traffic from the area of the disturbance, which is just a few blocks from the city-county line. The disturbances are not affecting the police assigned to Miami Beach for the convention. police from Miami had been assigned to Miami Beach until today, but they were relieved because of the Cuban refugees rally being held in Miami Stadium tonight.
They have made, and are making, in fact, as we reported earlier, a brave, valiant attempt to move all this along by holding a stopwatch on the speakers. There's a man sitting in a little corner of the platform to the speakers, to the chairman's right, holding a stopwatch and keeping track of the elapsed time for the nominating speech and the seconding speeches. They're allowed 25 minutes for it. We were assured by the chairman before the meeting began that if, when the 25 minutes ran out, a seconding speech is still being made, the speaker would not be allowed to finish. I don't know whether that meant he would clap his hand over his mouth or what, but it hasn't happened yet. They have all got on and got off without violating the 25-minute rule. The next serious candidate to be nominated will be Nelson Rockefeller. After they finish with Senator Fong of Hawaii. Rockefeller, like Nixon and Reagan, has baskets of balloons in the attic, which is one way you can tell. Sander Van Oker on the floor. Sandy?
Thank you, David. I'm with a member of Congress, one of the prettier members of Congress, as you can see, David, Mrs. Margaret Heckler from Massachusetts. Mrs. Heckler, last night we were talking about the platform. We never got a chance to finish the interview we were about to start. You're a Rockefeller supporter, and you were considerably pessimistic about the possibility of Richard Nixon being the nominee of the party. Now, what do you base that on? Can't you work with him?
Yes, I do believe I could work with him, and I do believe that he takes a more moderate and compassionate point of view than is usually accredited to him. Unfortunately, I feel that his best qualities are very often largely missed, and that in the bold picture, Nixon does not come across to the average independent or Democrat, and Republicans have to think of them in a very appealing fashion.
Now, you're running for re-election, and you have a safe district. Joe Martin held it for many years. Are you concerned about being dragged down?
Well, let me first say that my district has been changed by redistricting, and it's not exactly a safe district. I do believe I can win. Of course, you shouldn't run unless you do have that confidence, but frankly, I think Rocky would mean 10,000 votes in my district, and Republicans want to pick up 31 extra House seats.
Do you see any evidence tonight, as against last night, that Governor Rockefeller still has a good chance for the nomination? I repeat, a good chance, not a chance.
I have heard that the New Jersey and the Ohio and the Michigan delegations are firm. This still doesn't mean that there is a good chance. It means that there is some hope, and that's just the way I feel about it. But I think it's also strange that since Richard Nixon has campaigned for 2 years and done so much for the party, that he couldn't build up more of a bandwagon of enthusiasm. And I think it's more that the average delegate still has some reservations, not about their fondness for Nixon, but about his electability.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Margaret Heckler from Massachusetts. This is Sander Van Oker on the convention floor. Now back to Chet Huntley.
You may have read several weeks ago, as a matter of fact, the advance publicity releases on behalf of this convention indicated that well, he'd be the grand old man indeed of this party, Alf M. Landon, the 1936 Republican presidential nominee, would be here this year. But Mr. Landon decided not to come. As a matter of fact, he's making his political contribution this year as a babysitter. Mr. Landon has stayed home in Topeka, Kansas, caring for 2 of his grandchildren while his daughter and son-in-law attend the convention in his son-in-law's role as Kansas chairman for Rockefeller. Landon said he didn't come because I'll be 81 in September and I wouldn't get my usual amount of sleep, my usual amount of exercise, and I'd smoke too much. And besides, he added, one more convention doesn't mean that much. NBC's coverage of the Republican convention will continue after this message from Gulf.
We are now here in the convention hall. We're on the 4th seconding speech for Senator Fong of Hawaii, who is not a candidate. You've been hearing from our floor reporters and elsewhere a great deal about the importuning of the candidate, of the delegates to vote this way and vote that way. And it has also been pointed out that during these 2 weeks, particularly this last week here in Miami Beach, there has been no great flood tide of sentiment toward any one candidate. And very roughly, they remain in about the same relative positions as when they arrived. And so there seems to be some lack of excitement throughout the ranks of the delegates, and a little insight into some of their thinking. The Michigan delegation is one of those that remains committed to its favorite son, and a member of the Michigan delegation told us last month, after Richard Nixon came and visited them and talked to them, told us his reaction. And he said Nixon knew all the issues backwards and forward, as they expected he would. And they said the delegates, the Michigan delegates, kept waiting for him, literally or figuratively, to take off his coat, to relax, and to be a human being who excited them with his visions and hopes and dreams, as this delegate put it. But they concluded he did none of that he remained at all times very careful and cautious, careful not to make a mistake, to say exactly the right things, to appeal to the maximum number of people, and to please them, but not to excite them. And so the Michigan delegation, still, so far as we know now, has not overwhelmingly gone in the direction of any candidate and remains still committed to Governor Romney. Pleased, but not excited. Again, inside, again, we're going through the fourth seconding speech for a non-candidate outside. Marchers with their covered wagon and their 2 mules are attracting some attention, but no trouble at all. It's not disorderly or apparently very peaceful, and I would gather that they're enjoying it, and so is their audience.
Seeing those police lined up there, David, reminds me that the long arm of Attorney General Ramsey Clark, a man whom the Republicans would like very much to get out of office, is behind the tight security, keeping all these candidates safe at his Republican convention. Now to Sandra Van Oken.
I'm down here in the New Jersey delegation with State Senator Raymond Bateman. Mr. Bateman, we're trying to keep up with what's happening in the New Jersey delegation. What is the latest? We got to keep up every 20 minutes.
Pretty hard to keep up, but Sandy, as far as I can see, on the first ballot, we'll be anywhere from 29 for our favorite son, Cliff Case, down to 23 or 24, and that depends on the Bergen County delegation, essentially. And their position is that if the Nixon figures don't hold up to New Jersey, they're going to stay with Cliff Case as a favorite son. If not, I think they're going to vote for Mr. Nixon on the first ballot.
Well, now to help us, so we can watch for this on the first ballot, what does the Bergen County delegation think is the figure that they have to move one way or the other on?
Well, they had a count earlier today, and I don't know whether they're still holding to that one. I think it's 384 votes up to the point of getting to New Jersey. That's a vote that the Nixon people gave to them. And so I assume that's about what they're talking.
Well, will Bergen County go for Nixon on the first ballot, or will they hold?
Well, we don't know. There are 5 votes. They're either going to do one or the other. They're going to go for our favorite son, I believe. If the anticipated Nixon vote is not up, or the Nixon vote is not up to what they anticipated would be, up to the point. We're going to caucus our delegation just before our vote.
Well, what's going to happen? You're voting. How can you caucus that quickly and get a determination?
I think we're going to poll the group right here on the floor just before we vote.
Will the tempers not be hot? Do you think you can get a rational decision at that time, or you can leave the hall or stay here?
We're going to try to stay here. I think to leave the hall, I don't think we'd ever get back.
What is the great force behind people wanting Richard Nixon in your delegation, not willing to go along with Senator Case?
I think the greatest force is the feeling that he's going to win. Many of these people, I believe, would rather have other candidates, but I think it's a feeling that he's a winner. I think that's it. I hate to put words in their mouths because they
they're good at speaking for themselves.
So the figure to watch for when New Jersey comes around is something around 384.
Yes, that's right.
And then what's going to happen, just to make sure we know?
Then we, if it's not up to that, then I think we'll have 29 or 30 or 31 votes for Cliff Case and the rest for Nixon. If it is up to that, I believe that the favorite son vote will be down around 23 or 24.
If we see a lot of heads huddled together, that looks like it's a good sign for Mr. Nixon.
We'll be counting.
Thank you very much. State Senator Raymond Bateman, a member of the New Jersey delegation, a delegation that we are to watch and will watch throughout the evening. Now, where am I to go? Thank you very much. Chet and David.
Governor Schaefer of Pennsylvania is just being introduced, and let's go to the Speaker's platform. Schaefer, of course, as all these delegates anticipate, is going to enter the name of Governor Nelson Rockefeller in the nomination.
The chair wishes to announce that the time of demonstration will come out of Governor Schaefer's time. The chair wishes to announce the chair announces that the time being used at this time for demonstration will come out of Governor Schaefer's time. Demonstration time now being taken will be taken out of the 25 minutes for the nomination and the seconding speeches.
I guess they don't want to hear me speak.
Jerry Ford, my fellow delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, this great convention offers the Republican Party a great moment, a magnificent moment to serve and perhaps to save the nation. We can, by the wisdom of our choice, unite a people now deeply divided. We can heal a nation now sorely troubled. We can make a clean break with the politics of the past and offer America the hope of a new beginning. We can usher in a new dawn for the Republican Party if only we will offer new leadership to the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time in human affairs when nothing less than greatness is needed to lead us from the devastation of hatred, violence, and confused goals to an era of new direction, peace, and humaneness. Each American today, regardless of his or her measure of affluence, in some way feels the agony of our nation at war, in foreign battlefields or in our city streets. We are indeed a nation in search of a great new leadership. We are a people in need of a new Lincoln. An uncommon man with the intelligence to face realistically his problems and the courage to rise above petty political criticism to create a new national conscience, which Lincoln then made the conscience of his party, our party. Lincoln was the man for his time. I come before this convention tonight to place in nomination for the presidency of the United States a man who is the man for our time, Nelson A. Rockefeller. Delegates and ladies and gentlemen,
the cry, "We want Rocky," is coming mainly from the visitors' galleries.
Nelson Rockefeller does not offer America a politics of joy and over-optimism that unrealistically says all is well with America. He does not offer America a politics of pessimism that tells us constantly how bad we are. He offers us a politics of realism that tells it as it is to all Americans. Politics of realism says that we are not a sick nation, but a good and great nation with some very serious problems which must be solved and which can be solved. It says we must have someone who can build bridges across the deep and fragmented divisions that separate black from white, old from young, rich from poor. Someone who is sincerely determined to help bring every citizen into the mainstream of American life. It says we must have someone who is not afraid of change and who will take us confidently down new and untried paths to a new America and a new world. It says the time has come for an inventory of our national goals, for a setting of priorities that realistically tells the American taxpayer what is essential on a first things first basis. It says we must have someone who can bring new respect for our way of life around the world without pretending or acting like we are supermen. Such a man and leader is Nelson Rockefeller. Rockefeller, as governor of New York for 10 years, as an advisor to presidents, as a businessman, as a sensitive citizen whose heart and mind responds to those who need help, Nelson Rockefeller has shown that he is in tune with all America and not just part. And because he is in tune, yes, and because he is in tune, the people, young and old, rich and poor, black and white, have responded to him. He has never lost an election. His leadership in providing solutions to critical problems has been the most farsighted of any chief executive in the nation. Rockefeller programs have become models for other states and the federal government. This is a man who is sure to bring victory to the Republican Party in November. Ladies and gentlemen, a victory is what this party needs if we are ever to regain the majority. And put the principles of modern republicanism to work for the people. I need not remind this convention that the only president that we have elected in the past 4 decades is our great and beloved Dwight D. Eisenhower. And his nomination was not won easily in convention, but his November victory was overwhelming. The people of the United States are turning away from the old cliches and the worn-out programs of the Democratic Party. The American people, not just fellow Republicans, are looking to our party for the great new leadership we gave them through men like Lincoln and Eisenhower. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow delegates, let's remember this one fact. We represent only 27% of the electorate today, but we also represent the best hopes of millions of Americans who are with us in spirit tonight and will, if we respond to their need, be with us in November. Ladies and gentlemen, we should nominate Nelson Rockefeller because he is the Republican who can most surely win. He is the Republican who will inspire and lead all Americans to a new unity. It is with great honor ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and pride that I place in nomination an extraordinary human being, the man most qualified to be President of the United States, the man for our time, Nelson Rockefeller.
And so the second major demonstration of the evening, this one in behalf of Governor Nelson Rockefeller of New York. As we've reported to you tonight on several occasions, there is a potentially serious disturbance in North Miami, in the northern part of the city of Miami. The Reverend Ralph Abernathy, who is here in Miami Beach, has called the National Broadcasting Company and requested the use of our facilities and a bit of our time that he might go on television and radio to address the people of this city and talk to them briefly, and we have complied. So to the Reverend Ralph Abernathy.
I would like to make a special appeal to my brothers and sisters here in Miami, especially in the area in which the violence is taking place, to refrain from violence, for violence is not the way to solve our problems. We're working every day in the Poor People's Campaign, carrying on programs designed to put an end to poverty, to do away with police brutality and the many other injustices which we suffer as black people in the cities across this nation. Violence is not the weapon of strong people, but it is the weapon of cowards. The appeal which I am making now is that we will refrain from burning automobiles, throwing rocks, or attacking policemen, or doing anything that will mar the beauty and the dignity of our communities. Let us remember the words of Martin Luther King during this period. Let us make his dream a reality and build a community of love and brotherhood. I know that there are reasons why people must feel despondent. I know that we have been left out of the mainstream of American life. I know that we have been brutalized by the police force. But let us move now in constructive channels. Let us move now to put an end to the violence that is destroying our cities. And this cannot come through burning of our cities. I'm dependent upon you, my brothers and sisters of Miami, to remain nonviolent at every cost. Please go home and let us abide by the law and change and straighten the law and build the beloved community.
That was the Reverend Ralph Abernathy of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He called NBC News a little while ago and asked if he might, as I say, use our air and facilities to address the people of Miami. And we understand now the Reverend Abernathy is en route to North Miami, is going into the troubled area, and there will ask the Negro youngsters to go to their homes and get out of the streets. Here at Convention Hall, the demonstration in behalf of Governor Nelson Rockefeller goes on.
It's a very large and excited one. It is hard to say whether it is any more feverish or fervent than the Reagan demonstration was, because regardless of the resources available, the limitations on all the candidates are the same. As we said, they are allowed to hire 50 outsiders, a band, a 50-piece band, or a smaller band, and a few others to come inside and march around, and that's all. They can't hire the entire city of Miami to come into the convention hall. And so they're limited to that, plus whatever delegations inside can be induced to march with them. As you saw there are 3 or 4 people in feathery costumes that look as if they might have been rented from Earl Carroll's vanities in 1935, plus other delegations in the hall, delegates and alternates who like Rockefeller and are willing to get up and parade for it. That's a mummers band from Philadelphia, I'm told. The skimmer, the straw hat, or plastic imitations of it, appear to have become some sort of symbol in political rallies like this. I believe the Kennedys started it, didn't they, in 1960? That's the first time I remember seeing it. And now they're used by everybody. Maybe because it's easy to put signs on them. Governor Schaefer of Pennsylvania, who put Rockefeller's name in the nomination, described him several times using a phrase they have been using in the campaign, described him as a man for our time. He also said he has never lost an election. Senator Javits of New York there in the middle of the picture, and Mayor Lindsay behind the sign. In the Texas delegation, which is all Nixon and some Reagan, in the Texas delegation, I can see from our booth a nice gray-haired lady, obviously not taking part in this, sitting down very quietly with a needle, colored wool, hooking a rug. Outside the hall, we're told. Well, we'll wait till we see it. We'll switch out there in a minute. There is a banner on the outside of the hall 3 stories high. 3 stories high. Across the street on an apartment building, spotlighted. Rocky can win. The implication is very clear. What they're trying to tell us is that Nixon cannot. Have it on their posters, as you see here. Rocky has never lost an election. members of what I'm told, members of a mummers band from Philadelphia, where they are very numerous, popular. The band marching around the floor is the same one that appeared earlier for Governor Romney because played for Governor Romney because Rockefeller lent it to him. He did not offer to lend it to Nixon or Reagan, leaving it to them to hire their own. Sticks, standing on chairs, holding them up, aiming them at the television cameras. And with some success. Well, it's a gaudy scene in color. We hope you can see it that way. In the middle of it, and I trust strong of wind and limb, is Edwin Newman. Ed?
Thank you, David. Mr. Ambassador John Hay Whitney, how long have you been out in this demonstration?
We've been out here for about 25 minutes now, I guess. And stay here as long as it lasts, because we want Rocky.
Well, and Mr. Walter Thayer feel the same way.
He certainly does. We want Rocky, and we think we're going to get it.
Mr. Thayer, isn't it easier to publish a newspaper than to do this?
They're both very tough.
Mr. Whitney, how's it look to you?
Thank you very much.
How's it look to you?
How's it look?
Yeah.
Well, we're still hoping. Still very hopeful.
Well, how do you rate?
Convention still.
Really think so? How do you rate your chances?
Well, I wouldn't want to go into a gamble at this time.
Are you going to plunge back in with these things?
What?
You going to plunge back into the demonstration, or have you had enough?
No, we'll keep demonstrating until we win, Ed. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer. Well, David, that's how one of the richest men in the United States spends tonight. And if he chooses to do it, I guess he has his reasons. This is Edward Newman on the convention floor.
Well, Ed, if you were one of the richest men in the United States, what would you be doing? I guess he couldn't hear me. He surely has an answer. He obviously couldn't hear me. I know he has an answer. That's Chairman Ford.
Will the delegates please take their seats? Will the Sergeant of Arms please escort the band or bands to the rear of the convention hall with the help of the frame people? It's awful hard throwing up the frame.
There's also quite a lot of activity up in the visitors' galleries. They're not allowed to get onto the floor for Rockefeller I don't know whether there are more of them or they are better equipped with big printed signs. But in any case, there's a great show of Rockefeller sentiment from the audience on the three sides of the hall.
Will the delegates please take their seats? Will the Sergeant of Arms please clear the aisles with the help of the framed people?
The framed people are the professional hired ushers, guards here in the hall.
If I may, I'd like to clarify a little bit about the disturbance in the city of Miami. The area cordoned off by the police and the area where the difficulty is located is between Northwest 12th and 17th and Northwest 54th to 79th. If I seemed to imply a little while ago that the entire northern area of the city of Miami was in difficulty, that is completely wrong. It is a relatively small area, and to repeat, Northwest 12th to 17th Avenues and Northwest 54th to 79th Streets. Here's a little bit more on that key New Jersey delegation. We keep getting additional information. It's now reported that Senator Clifford Case had to make a quick change in the script for his nomination tonight. Nelson Gross, one of the delegates who was supposed to second Case's nomination, switched his vote to Richard Nixon. Gross therefore said it would be hypocritical on his part not to vote for the man he had seconded and asked therefore to be relieved of the assignment. So it now appears that between 17 and 20 of the New Jersey delegates will desert favorite son, Senator Clifford Case, and will go for Nixon on the first ballot.
The Rockefeller demonstration is beginning to wind up under the urging of Chairman Ford. It's noisy, colorful, excited, filling the aisles. Take a few minutes to clear it out. And then Governor Rockefeller will have been put in nomination. The picture that many of us may have of him as a candidate of being very manic, active, always smiling, handshaking, eating blintzes, so on, riding around in convertibles, standing up in the back, perhaps has concealed one side of him that is not often seen. He was talking not long ago about his campaign for president, his decision to make one, and he said, "One benefit in growing older is that I am no longer afraid of getting what I want." He may or may not get it here tonight. It appears the odds are he won't, but in any case, he tried. Governor Schaefer, who put Governor Rockefeller back in nomination, is back on the rostrum trying to calm the crowd.
Have you got a floor pass?
Trying to end the demonstration.
I think it's coming.
It is ending, but slowly. They're not too anxious to stop. They haven't used up all their energy yet. In referring to floor passes, I think the hired musicians, that is, the spirit carriers and the mercenaries who are hired to come onto the floor and demonstrate, 50 of them, don't have passes to stay on the floor, and so when their demonstrating is done, they're supposed to get off. Those are burst balloons on the floor. There are two more big baskets of them left, being held for the Nixon demonstration, coming later. NBC's coverage of the Republican convention will continue after this message from Gulf.
Brought to you by Gulf Oil.
Jerry Ford is now asking the Sergeant-at-Arms to please clear out of the hall everyone that doesn't have a floor pass. be a little difficult to find that out, but in any case, he's been asked to try. Nancy Dickerson of NBC is in a corridor just outside the convention hall here and has a report for us. Nancy?
With me is Mrs. Gordon King of Waco, Texas, a Texas delegate. And to give you an example of the attention, sometimes called pressure, that these delegates are under, Governor Ronald Reagan is out in his tractor trailer outside this hall, and he is talking with various of the delegates. Now, Mrs. King, you've been out there, but you already are for Richard Nixon, isn't that right?
Yes, I'm going to vote
For
Mr. Nixon. Yes.
But then what was the activity tonight out in Governor Reagan's trailer to talk to you about switching to Governor Reagan?
Well, Governor Reagan would much like to see it go to the second ballot, of course. And there are many delegations who are pledged to certain candidates. The Texas delegation is not pledged to any candidate. And he knows that some of us very much admire him and might be persuaded on the first ballot to go for him.
Were you persuaded?
No, I was not.
Well, what happens? Do friends of yours take you out to this tractor and then you get in to see the governor?
Yes, this is the way it works. Many of my very good friends in the delegation are supporting Governor Reagan.
How many in the Texas delegation?
We don't have the count yet.
You think it's going to be more than 12?
Yes, I think it will run between 15 and 20. I'm not sure, but in that region.
But when you went out and talked with Governor Reagan, were there long lines of people going in to see him? Or what is the operation exactly?
Two of us went in with his manager from Texas, I shall say. And we sat down across the desk and talked to him. He did not pressure me in any way. He only reasoned with me that it would be nice to have the second ballot so that the people who are pledged could be released and vote their own conviction.
Do you think this kind of conversation with somebody out in a tractor outside the convention hall is very convincing? Do you think he's going to get many people to switch their allegiance from other candidates?
Well, evidently it works, or he wouldn't be doing it. I feel there must be some delegates who are still very much apt to go to him because he would ask them.
But it didn't work with you?
No, it didn't. I decided about 3 days ago that Richard Nixon was my man, and I'm going to stay with him.
Do you hear of any other delegates, either in the Texas delegation?
Had been reached, it looked like Richard Nixon would be going over in the first ballot. How did you arrive at that figure?
Well, just by taking the states in alphabetical order and tallying, I don't know what exactly breakdown he had to arrive at the 384, but that's probably pretty close.
He said he got it from the Nixon forces. If at that time it's 384 in the vicinity, do you think you're headed for a first ballot victory?
I think we're headed for a first ballot victory, period. I don't see any break in the strength of Richard Nixon. We are picking up 10 or 20 delegates per hour right now.
What are you doing, 10 or 20?
Per hour, yes. Every minute this demonstration goes on, we're stronger.
Why is that?
Well, I think the bandwagon psychology is beginning to build in New Jersey, in southern states, in the Midwest. So,
could you give me some more specific examples besides New Jersey?
Well, that's a little unfair to the states involved, but throughout the South, we have, I think, successfully now blocked the Reagan move. And we do anticipate at least 80 to 85% of the southern states to vote their delegates in behalf of Nixon. The same sort of pattern is developing in the Midwest. We have a great deal of sentiment in favorite son states, particularly Ohio, wanting to break and to get on the bandwagon to vote for the winner.
Could you give us some more specifics about Ohio? Would it go necessarily not beyond one ballot now?
I think there is some strong possibility that Ohio may...
It looked like Richard Nixon would be going over in the first ballot. How did you arrive at that figure?
Well, just by taking the states in alphabetical order and tallying, I don't know what exactly breakdown he had to arrive at the 384, but that's probably pretty close.
He said he got it from the Nixon forces. If at that time it's 384 in the vicinity, do you think you're headed for a first ballot victory? I think we're headed for a first ballot victory, period. I don't see any break in the strength of Richard Nixon. We are picking up 10 or 20 delegates per hour right now.
What are you doing, 10 or 20?
Per hour, yes. Every minute this demonstration goes on, we're stronger.
Why is that?
Well, I think the bandwagon psychology is beginning to build in New Jersey, in southern states, in the Midwest. So,
could you give me some more specific examples besides New Jersey?
Well, that's a little unfair to the states involved, but throughout the South, we have, I think, successfully now blocked the Reagan move. And we do anticipate at least 80 to 85% of the southern states to vote their delegates in behalf of Nixon. The same sort of pattern is developing in the Midwest. We have a great deal of sentiment in favorite son states, particularly Ohio, wanting to break and to get on the bandwagon to vote for the winner.
Could you give us some more specifics about Ohio? Would it go necessarily not be on one ballot now?
I think there is some strong possibility that Ohio may, after they cast their votes for favorite son, they may want to come back and change their mind. If at the end of the roll call they see that we are within 3 or 4 votes, which I think is quite probable if we haven't already gone over by that point.
Thank you very much, Congressman Bill Brock of Tennessee, who is the deputy leader of the Nixon floor forces. Now back to Chet and David.
This is the scene just outside Convention Hall, where a number of rather small and certainly peaceful demonstrations are going on. One of the groups, which has been demonstrating throughout the evening, consists of a group of young people working in behalf of Governor Nelson Rockefeller. They were hopeful of getting into the Convention Hall here during the Rockefeller demonstration. They were unsuccessful, but there seems to be no difficulty about it at all. But their demonstration... We understand, too, that Governor Kirk of the state of Florida has gone to the troubled section of Miami. It's in the northwest quarter, and is in the company of Reverend Abernathy. And this comes, by the way, this information comes from the staff of Governor Kirk of Florida. A moment ago, you saw and heard Nancy Dickerson interviewing a lady from Texas, a member of the delegation. And we have some other information on what's going on in that delegation. It seems that some angry words are flying among rival factions over a canceled caucus. Ronald Reagan supporters claimed they were cut off from a chance to argue in behalf of their man. Jack Cox of Austin, one-time Republican candidate for governor, charged state party leaders with high-handed tactics designed to help Richard Nixon. Cox said the delegation majority didn't want anybody to say anything in behalf of Reagan. Senator John Tower denied the charge. Tower said all Texas delegates had their minds made up and there was simply no point in having another caucus. Tower argued that a caucus would not have changed any votes in the delegation, and he estimated that 41 will vote for Nixon, 15 will vote for Reagan. Now back to the rostrum, and Senator Edward Brooke of Massachusetts is seconding the nomination of Governor Rockefeller.
Domestic and international problems which now oppress our nation. No man has grappled so successfully with the central dilemmas of American society in the 20th century. The dilemmas of an urban nation undergoing rapid and difficult change. The man whose nomination it is my privilege to second has the rare gifts which promise America what she so desperately needs. The inspiration to undertake new duties and the innovation to meet new challenges. With his leadership, the Republican Party can transform social discord into social harmony, social lethargy into social energy, and social paralysis into social progress. And this man has the broadest appeal to Americans in either political party. He will shatter the solid labor vote in which our Democratic opponents are counting for victory. He will inspire young Republicans but he will also recruit and inspire the millions of young Democrats and young independents who are looking for a man in whom they can believe. The vital task of this Republican convention is to select the candidate for whom Americans of all parties, all regions, and all races are yearning. The man who can unite not only the Republican Party, but all Americans of all races, creeds, and colors. This man awaits our call. Let it resound through this hall and through the nation as we nominate the next president of the United States, Nelson A. Rockefeller.
So the Rockefeller name is in nomination. The demonstration for him has occurred. It was a very large, excited, splashy one. Many of the delegates on the floor joined in it. Many others did not. To them, Rockefeller has a number of handicaps, none fatal in itself, but the combination of all of them just too much for them. And they are that he is Eastern, liberal, divorced, and did not support Goldwater in '64. We'll be back. NBC's coverage of the Republican convention will continue after this message from Gulf. There are more testimonials to Governor Rockefeller being spoken from the rostrum now. He, of course, is not here. He said the other day that Richard Nixon was the most experienced man in American politics as vice president. And Nixon said that Rockefeller was spending $5 million hoping to move the public opinion polls about 5 points, or about $1 million a point, which he thought was a bad buy. Now to Chancellor, John Chancellor. John?
David, I'm standing here with the assistant Nixon floor leader in the New Jersey delegation, who has confirmation of a report Chet Huntley gave us earlier on the dissension, indeed the mutiny in the delegation. They are not holding for favorite son Clifford Case, and Harry Sears, who is a state senator from Morris County and one of the Nixon operatives in the New Jersey delegation, can tell us about this. How many votes will Richard Nixon get, Mr. Sears, in the New Jersey delegation on the first ballot?
Frank, our latest head count indicated that we would have 18 votes for Dick Nixon on the first ballot, assuming Cliff Case's candidacy stands. If we were to be released, we would have significantly more.
How many more if Senator Case decides to let the delegation just go without any control on it?
Well, our best tally, and this was prior to today and without the impact of any events of today, indicated that we could have as many as 25 to 27 Nixon votes.
Now, Mr. Sears, you've had 18 members of the delegation say to you that no matter what Senator Case says to them, the chairman of the delegation, they intend to cast their votes for Richard Nixon on the first ballot. Have we got that clear?
That is correct. That's right.
So this means that a lot of people who are watching and keeping tallies on delegations are going to have to move those 18 votes from a favorite son, Case, into the Nixon column. How do you suppose Cliff Case is going to react to those of you who are doing this?
Well, Frank, we've had a lot of discussion in our various conferences, particularly in the last day or two. Cliff Case has been aware of the fact that the Nixon people, many of them in the delegation, wanted to be able to vote on the first ballot for Nixon. This is predicated to some on a feeling on their part, I think, that this may very well be over on the first ballot. And we didn't want to be in the position of swinging along with everybody else at the end when it was all over just to make it unanimous. We wanted to have some significant part of it.
What communication have you had with the Nixon people?
The Nixon people, I'm sure, are aware of the fact that these votes are here. I'm not sure whether they're including them in figures that they're giving out now or not, because I haven't heard any figures from the headquarters in the last half hour.
But did this come at their initiative? They encouraged you to do this, didn't they? I mean, they needed those votes at that part of the alphabet.
Well, I have to be candid and say that the Nixon people, did not discourage and certainly have encouraged us to do what we could to get some votes for Dick Nixon on this first ballot.
Right, although, of course, they've been saying publicly that they've been leaving all the favorite son delegations alone, but politics is politics. Thank you very much. Harry Sears of New Jersey describing to us 18 votes that are going to Nixon on the first ballot. Now to Frank McGee.
Thank you, John. I'm standing in the aisle here with Senator Hugh Scott of Pennsylvania, who is listening to the second speeches for the nominee that he favors, Governor Rockefeller of New York. Now, Senator Scott, we know for a fact that there is a general belief or rumor in the Southern delegation that Mr. Nixon has already chosen Mark Hatfield as his running mate. Now, the Nixon camp says this is a rumor being spread by the Rockefeller people to frighten the Southern delegates away from Nixon. What can you tell me about that?
Well, I have understood that all along many Southern delegates have said that they would only vote for Nixon if he would take Reagan as his candidate for vice president. And a number of people have been telling the Southern delegates it's going to be Reagan. I assume, and I believe it to be true, that Hatfield is on the list of possibilities in several camps, and certainly that of Mr. Nixon and Governor Rockefeller as a possible vice president. I don't think it was originated from the Rockefeller camp at all. The only people who have told me before you did have been members of the press in the various outer lobbies here, and they seem to feel that it was a genuine move on the part of the Nixon forces to select Mark Hatfield. I don't know myself what the proposal is.
It is not true, however, that the Rockefeller people are spreading this rumor in order to frighten the Southern delegates away from Nixon.
No, it is not. I think that the Southern delegates want to vote, many of them, for Reagan.
Yes.
But they have been begged to stay with Nixon on the ground that he would perhaps pick a conservative as his vice presidential candidate. Well, I like Dick Nixon, and I have a feeling he's much too smart to do that.
Yes. Well, as you know, Mr. Reagan has circulated on the floor a statement removing himself in the strongest language I've ever seen from vice presidential consideration.
Yeah.
Now, what effect do you think this might have on those Southern delegations?
Well, I think probably the Nixon forces will continue to offer very conservative prospects for the vice presidential candidacy. But to the best of my knowledge, Senator Hatfield, Senator Percy, and others are very actively being mentioned in all camps as vice presidential possibilities.
Well, looking a bit ahead, and it's sometimes difficult to do under these convention circumstances, Senator Scott, but once this is over and the campaign begins, do you believe, despite your respect for for Mr. Nixon, if he selects a conservative running mate, that he will have the broad-based appeal that might be necessary to win the election?
I have just said that I think that Dick Nixon is too smart to select a conservative for the vice presidency. I think unless he elects a moderate and someone who has a very broad appeal, he has weakened the overall strength of his candidacy in the fall, and I intend to support whoever's nominated.
I see. Now, we also, thank you very much, Senator Scott. Pleasure talking to you. Frank McGee, here's Edwin Newman.
In connection with this talk of who would be Mr. Nixon's vice presidential running mate if Mr. Nixon wins the nomination, I've learned that there is to be a meeting tonight called by Richard Nixon, a meeting to which he's invited about 20 Republicans. I do not by any means have the names of all of them, but 4 of the names, Les R.N.C of Illinois, representative in Congress, and the Republican whip in the House, Everett McKinley Dirksen, senator from Illinois, the Republican leader in the Senate, and of course the chairman of the platform committee here, and a man to whom any vice presidential candidate I think would have to be acceptable, Gerald Ford of Michigan, who is the permanent chairman of the convention, Representative Gerald Ford of Michigan, the House minority leader, and Senator Roman Hruska of Nebraska.
also very prominent in Republican councils. Now, Mr. Nixon, so I'm told, is to have two meetings, one tonight, one tomorrow, with a variety of Republicans to discuss who would be his running mate if he wins. Absent from tonight's meeting, and this may be of some significance, are Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee and Senator Mark Hatfield of Oregon, which suggests that they ought to be discussed as possible candidates. I'm also told that Senator John Tower of Texas is to be at tonight's meeting. I have not succeeded in confirming that. Senator Tower is thought to be another possibility. Further on the vice presidential matter, the Illinois delegation took a poll today, a secret poll of its members, to see who would be favored there. And Senator Baker of Tennessee and Mayor John Lindsay of New York, I'm told, did very well. Mark Hatfield did fairly well. Senator Charles Percy of Illinois did less well than he might have been expected to do in his own state. This is Edwin Newman, now to Santa Van Oker.
Continuing on this theme of the vice presidency, I'm with former Congressman James Martin of Alabama, the national committeeman-elect from that state. We hear, Congressman Martin, that there is some discontent among certain delegations, yours included, southern delegations, about the possibility of Mark Hatfield being picked by Mr. Nixon if he should get the nomination.
Well, Sandy, first let me say that dissatisfaction does not run just through the South. I've just been over in other sections of the country, the western states, Washington, Montana, and other states. I think that the people of this convention who are for Dick Nixon are hoping and praying that he'll select a running mate that philosophically stands where he stands, that the integrity of his approach to all issues will go right down the line. We haven't forgotten that Senator Hatfield said, well, look, if Nixon's nominated, I might vote for McCarthy. To me, this is a dishonorable approach. Here he is saying that, and then the next thing he switches back over to Nixon. It means to us that down underneath, Hatfield sided with the McCarthy on a lot of issues, and I don't believe this is compatible with Nixon in his philosophy and his stance.
Do you think this is possibly a rumor started by the Rockefeller and Reagan forces?
It could be. It could entirely be a rumor, but the best way to find whether a rumor is a fact is to get to the bottom of it, and I've been trying to get to the bottom of it, and I think I have.
Well, what have you found out?
Well, I'll just say that I'm not as upset as I was. I believe that Dick Nixon, and I think he has the privilege of selecting his running mate. The South is not trying to get the veto power, but we want to have a voice. And I believe in Dick Nixon's honesty and his integrity. I believe in what he said. I believe he will have someone philosophically aligned with him, and I don't believe it will be Senator Hatfield.
Is there any possibility that this rumor, if it keeps going like this whispering campaign, may turn some votes away from Mr. Nixon before the balloting starts?
Well, I want to stop that because I'm for Dick Nixon, and I don't want to see any votes come away from him, and I'm opposed to Rockefeller. I don't want to do anything that might assist his nomination. So, obviously, we don't want rumors to run wild without being stopped. And what we were trying to do was find out what the facts were and stop rumors.
Well, I'd like to find out, what did you find out were the facts? Where did you go? Did you call the former vice president?
Well, I just have to say that I think there's some things that you want to keep to yourself and without involving anybody else. I want to say that at the present time, I believe that we're going to have a running mate for Dick Nixon that's compatible with his philosophy, and I don't believe it's going to be someone that be repugnant to any section of the country, including our Southland.
Would you like to tell us who that is?
No, I don't. I don't know who it's going to be. Dick Nixon hasn't said, and we're not trying to dictate, but we do want to have a voice, and we do want to have a strong, solid voice from the South that states our position in an unequivocal manner.
And you don't want Mark Hatfield?
I think he's unsatisfactory, not just to the South, but the broad spectrum of this party.
Thank you very much. Former Congressman James Martin from Alabama. Now to John Chancellor.
I'm standing near the Minnesota delegation with Congressman Clark McGregor, who is one of the significant movers down here, not only for Richard Nixon, but for a Nixon-Lindsay ticket. Would you kind of briefly, because we've been getting commercials on this all night long, Congressman, tell me why you're for Nixon and Lindsay?
Well, just as some of Mr. Nixon's close advisors in the South would like to see him pick Mr. Reagan. In the West, would like to see him pick Mark Hatfield. In New England, John Volpe. I believe that a Nixon-Lindsay ticket would be the strongest ticket in Minnesota. I say that notwithstanding the fact that there is a technical constitutional bar to two men from the same state running. But I don't think the American people would stand still for the operation of that 12th Amendment, which was adopted when women couldn't vote, the Negro couldn't vote. We never heard of one man, one vote. And I have recommended to Mr. Nixon that
John Lindsay be considered for his vice presidential running mate. Of course, Mr. Nixon has made no decision, will make none until sometime tomorrow morning.
Now, this is a little-known constitutional provision to most members of our audience, but could it not be overcome, not having two men from the same state, if, say, Mayor Lindsay were to move to Washington after the election and before the inauguration?
John, let me put it this way. The Constitution in the 12th Amendment, adopted in 1804, says that electors from a given state may not cast their ballots for both the president and a vice presidential candidate from that same state. But they don't, nothing prohibits in the Constitution a dividing of the ballots. 22, for example, to the presidential candidate, Mr. Nixon, and 21 to the vice presidential candidate. And I think that if George Wallace frustrated the will of the American people, and if the Nixon-Lindsay ticket got a plurality of the national vote, your network, the leading newspapers of the country would demand that one or the other take up residence in Washington, D.C.
And that, you feel, would solve any constitutional difficulty?
I'm sure it would.
Now, Congressman, can you pretend for a minute that I'm Mr. Nixon? Would you make your argument to me? This boggles the mind. But would you make your argument to me as to why Lindsay would be stronger than Reagan or stronger than some of the other, Hatfield, for example?
Well, Mr. Nixon is getting input from all over the country. He has regional chairmen from all regions of the country, and I feel that I should speak on the vice presidential question for my region of the country. And in the state of Minnesota, a Nixon-Lindsay ticket would be the strongest. This might not be true elsewhere in the country, and of course, Mr. Nixon will make his decision from the input of a great many people, including every single member of the Republican National Committee at breakfast tomorrow morning. But his decision has not been made. He won't make it tonight. He will not make it until he's counseled with his own advisors and with the Republican National Committee tomorrow morning.
Congressman, a very reliable source told me earlier this evening that John Lindsay said the following thing to him yesterday, quote, "I have not coveted the vice presidency, but if Dick Nixon offers it to me, I cannot turn it down," end quote. Is this his view?
I don't know. I've talked to John off and on the floor tonight. When he was going around in the demonstration for his governor, he stopped and we chatted from time to time. John has not expressed his view to me, and I simply don't know what his response would be. But I can say this categorically. Mr. Nixon has not offered the vice presidency to anyone because, quite obviously, he hasn't decided on whom he feels should be the vice presidential nominee.
Fine. Thank you very much, Clark McGregor, Congressman from Minnesota.
Thank you, John.
Learning to be a constitutional expert on the question of two men from the same state as president and vice president. This is John Chancellor in Convention Hall.
The next nomination is Nixon. On the rostrum, Chairman Ford is about to introduce. We'll let him introduce.
Is the Honorable Spiro T. Agnew,
stand over here,
the distinguished governor of the state of Maryland, Governor Agnew. The chair specifically requests that all individuals in the convention hall, delegates, alternates, and guests, please be quiet so that Governor Agnew of the state of Maryland can proceed with his nominating speech. Governor Agnew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very short nominating speech. I would appreciate your indulgence, if I may. Mr. Chairman, my fellow Americans, if there is anything predictable in this unpredictable time, it is that from this convention will emerge not just the standard bearer of a grand old party, but the president of a brave new country. We are a nation in crisis, victimized by crime and conflict, frustrated by fear and failure. A nation torn by war wants a restoration of peace. A nation plagued by disorder wants a renewal of order. A nation haunted by crime wants a respect for the law. A nation wrenched by division wants a rebirth of unity. If there is one great cry that rings clear, it is the cry for a leader. At this moment of history, the Republican Party has the duty to put forward a man to not only match this moment, but to master it. We have that man. He has spent years building his party. He has spent a lifetime serving his country. He has fought throughout his political career for principle, and he has not hesitated to pay the price of unpopularity in standing up for principle. He has traveled the continents, taking America's message to the world. He has shared in the decisions which shaped for America the Eisenhower era of prosperity, untainted by war, dissension, fear, lawlessness, or the threat of fiscal and moral chaos. He knows what is needed to be president, and he knows what a president needs to be. But it is not only his record of yesterday, It is his voice for tomorrow that matches this man and this moment. He says, "This is a moment of opportunity for America. We sense that opportunity when we put aside what's wrong with America and start looking at what's right with America." I believe that, don't you? He says, let's stop apologizing for America's wealth and power. Instead, let's use it aggressively to attack those problems that threaten to explode the world. Isn't that what this party stands for? He says, let's stop apologizing for the success of free enterprise. And instead, let's work at spreading and sharing that success. He says, and listen to this because it's one of his most important quotes, right now, change rules America. It's time for America to rule change. And I can see that you believe that just as I do. He says, to a crisis of the spirit, America needs to provide an answer of the spirit. What is the spirit of this man who seeks to answer the nation's call? Ask the people of New Hampshire, of Wisconsin, Indiana, Nebraska, South Dakota, Oregon, and they will tell you of a man who took his case to the people. And put his prestige on the line in every primary. Ask the people with whom he shared the power in Washington. And they will tell you of a man who has the mission to comprehend history and the foresight to anticipate it. A man who has the confidence to make hard decisions, the courage to keep cool before one man in Moscow or a mob in Caracas. And ask the people who have known this man throughout his lifetime, and they will tell you that he is a man of warmth and wit, his perspective enriched by the private years. Ask the people of this convention, and they will tell you of a man who helped lead his party to its greatest victories in the past decades, and who stood by the party and its candidate in their darkest hour. And when the American people are asked in November, they will speak too. For a man firm in upholding the law and determined in the pursuit of justice. For a man who can negotiate peace without sacrificing life, liberty, or land. For a man who had the courage to rise up from the depths of defeat 6 years ago and make the greatest political comeback in history. For the one man whose life gives proof that the American dream is not a shattered myth, and that the American spirit, its strength and sense and stability remain firm. The final test of a man who seeks the presidency is not what he promises, but what he can do. And not what he says, but what he is. The man I nominate tonight is a president. When a nation is in crisis and history speaks firmly to that nation, it needs a man to match the times. You don't create such a man. You don't discover such a man. You recognize such a man. It is my privilege to place in nomination for the office of President of the United States the one man whom history has so clearly thrust forward, the one whom all America will recognize as a man whose time has come, the man for 1968, the Honorable Richard M. Nixon.
Nixon balloons are falling nicely. I believe that's the last basket full of balloons.
That's all the balloons. There are more nominations, but they don't have balloons. Nixon himself is down in his hotel, described by his staff as being elated by the course of the convention, which he is watching on television from his suite. He's been, that's in an 18th floor penthouse. He's been working on his acceptance speech, which he began writing 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think.
Well, he certainly has heard few discouraging words.
That's Mrs. Nixon. Mrs. Nixon, you see there. Frank McGee of NBC is down there. Frank?
Mrs. Nixon.
Why is he pushing me for? Who are you? Huh? You want to pull favors still?
Mrs. Nixon. Mrs. Nixon. Mrs. Nixon. Mrs. Nixon. Let me apologize and say that I must compliment you on your poise, your serenity, and your patience. And I wonder if it's at all possible in all this pandemonium to collect your thoughts enough to tell me how it feels the second time in your life to be in this situation and have these hopes and ambitions.
Well, to me, it's the American dream come true, where when you work hard, you can accomplish anything.
Mrs. Nixon, I'm sorry they didn't get all of what you had to say. Could you repeat part of it, please?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, it's so noisy. I said they couldn't hear everything you said. Could you repeat it, please?
I think that this is proves that the American dream still holds true in this country, where when you work hard and you believe, you can accomplish anything.
I watched your 2 daughters while the speech was being made, and they got so excited they could hardly wait for those last words so they could jump to their feet.
That's right.
They enjoy this life, don't they?
They really do.
Well, thank you so much, Mrs. Nixon. We do appreciate it. We're sorry for this imposition. Could you just tell me what your plans are for after this week? Do you plan to go someplace and get some rest?
Yes, indeed, we will.
Thank you very much.
Have your thing, Catherine.
I don't have a picture.
Did you hear anything?
Some of the inspirational messages offered on the floor are to close the credibility gap, elect a man that can. Vote for Nixon. And another one is to cure the sickness in Washington, elect Nixon. There's a stilt walker down there carrying a sign that says, Uncle Sam needs him. Nominate Nixon. I guess he's twice as tall as anybody else, but I guess he counts as only one in the allotment of 50. Remember the Pueblo? Now the lady in Texas who was hooking the rug is out of her seat, and I assume marching. I can't find her. gigantic horn has been passed around here in the hall. That's what you keep hearing. Little piercing, brassy sound. Most of the signs are the names of states. Montana for Nixon, Alabama for Nixon, North Dakota for Nixon, Indiana for Nixon, and so on.
Notice, David, how the signs and banners don't stop where the convention floor leaves off. They go right up into the audience.
Into the audience. The candidates' managers have been very busy and quite efficient. So it's Nixon's turn now, Nixon's followers' turn to demonstrate. They're doing quite a job of it. The floor is crawling with signs, banners, marchers, people blowing horns, whistles, and on up into the galleries. It'll continue for a while, and we'll be back with more of NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from Gulf. Richard Nixon is in nomination, and his demonstration is in progress. Chet?
Earlier this evening, when trouble broke out and developed in the northwest section of Miami, we had a film crew there. That film has now been processed, and we are ready to broadcast it. Here is Floyd Calber with that report.
More than 70 police officers armed with rifles and shotguns have now moved into a Negro section of Miami where gangs of young people have been looting stores, setting fires, and throwing rocks at cars and white people. At least 7 people have been hurt. There have been 40 arrests, and all of this is going on only about 6 miles from where we are now in Convention Hall in Miami Beach. This violence grew out of an all-Negro rally, which was broken up by the police earlier in the evening. The rally had been called by the young militant group that calls itself the Vote Power League. Shortly before the violence began, one of the leaders explained to NBC News correspondent Bill Matney that the Negroes were resentful because the Republican National Convention was almost all white.
Point where we finally realized that this is a lily white delegation there, and they don't know exactly what we want, so we thought that we would get it together and then take it to them for acceptance. But the people have gotten aroused because anytime more than 10 Negroes get together, it's termed a riot. When 300, 400 can get together on the beach, and it's called a convention. This is what has seemed to cause this disturbance in the area.
Bob, are there any other black people at the convention that you'd like to have come over here to see the situation?
Let all of the black people come over here to see the situation. Let all the black people. Because they are curious to the delegation. Let all the black people come and see exactly how we are living, how our conditions are, so that we will be remembered into the black background.
Bob Johnson, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Police have moved in now. They've ordered this gathering and this interview terminated, and we will have to disperse. This is Bill Matney, NBC News, at 62nd and 17th Street in North Miami.
The police had been called after white newsmen were thrown out of that rally, so what was to have been a 12-hour meeting ended somewhat like this, with rather deceptive quiet. A few Negroes who resisted the police were arrested. Shortly after this film was taken, the police left, hoping that would be the end of it, and soon afterward the violence began. Reverend Ralph Abernathy, who is the head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, has appealed to the demonstrators in Miami to go home. He made this appeal over this network just a short time ago from our studios here at Convention Hall in Miami Beach. The violence, said Dr. Abernathy, is not the weapon of strong people, but is the weapon of cowards. He added, let us move now to put an end to the violence that is destroying our cities. Earlier today and yesterday, Dr. Abernathy had led peaceful demonstrations in Miami Beach designed to call the attention of Republicans here to the plight of poor people. Tonight, both Reverend Abernathy and Florida Governor Claude Kirk have left the convention. They are on the scene of the trouble at this time. Now back to Chet and David.
Thank you, Floyd. New Jersey continues to be the key delegation, somewhat by accident because it starts with the letter N and therefore is more or less in the middle of the roll call of states. And there has been a minor revolution within that delegation. It was originally pledged, more or less, to go with favorite son, Senator Clifford Case. But the last we heard is that it has broken up and it has split deeply into two factions. NBC's David Schmerler with the New Jersey delegation reports that the delegation is in the unhappy spot which it has genuinely tried for the last 2 or 3 months to avoid. When the 40 delegates first met in June, they unanimously vowed to keep the party together at all cost. All the delegates said they wanted to avoid the kind of battle which split the Republican Party in New Jersey in 1964. 4 years ago, the New Jersey Republicans divided 20 to 20 between Goldwater and Scranton in San Francisco. Well, that fight continued when the delegates got home, and the 1964 election was a disaster for the Republican Party, and particularly so in New Jersey. The wounds remained open through 1965, and the gubernatorial election that year was another disaster. Tonight, the New Jersey delegation is once again split almost down the middle. The supporters of favorite son Senator Case are no longer on speaking terms, so we're told, with the delegates who have defected to Nixon. And the Nixon people are angrily denouncing Case for depriving the state of New Jersey for its chance to play a bit of the kingmaker. Jack Perkins is outside Convention Hall, and let's go to him for a report on tonight's activities in that area.
A lot of the Rockefeller people, after their demonstration inside the hall, came back outside, came across the street to the front of an apartment building and started another demonstration out here. So they're continuing their efforts for Rockefeller and saying that they have shown by the response they got from their demonstration that the people really want Rockefeller. While they're doing that, across the street, the Poor People's Campaign is still in progress. The mule train rolled up here. It's only one wagon, but they call it a train. One wagon and 2 mules. It rolled up here early this evening, and they've been here since then, singing the songs that they sing and doing the chants that they chant. They loaded the mule wagon back onto a truck a few minutes ago, and they're going to take it home now. They've been here long enough, they figure. They came here, they said, to dramatize the plight of the poor people. They probably have not dramatized anything tonight. The people who gathered around were entertained. The delegates to the convention barely saw them, and have paid, of course, little attention to them, being much too busy inside. They claim the Republican Party does not listen to the voice of the black man. That is the frequent complaint from blacks. And, of course, tonight, it did not and could not. The people around here listened to the songs and the chants, and I guess were entertained. And perhaps that is the sad fact of demonstrations like this. They start out by entertaining people. They soon get to boring many people and infuriating some people. But rarely do these demonstrations in their course ever get around to moving people. And they probably have not done so tonight, and without that, they mean nothing. This is Jack Perkins outside Convention Hall.
inside Convention Hall. This is the Nixon demonstration, still going, still noisy. And now all the major candidates have been put in nomination. There are some others to come. Harold Stassen, Senator Case, Governor Rhodes, Senator Thurman, 4 more. Not with demonstrations like this, but 4 more names to be put in nomination, and then the voting starts. And so with this, Nixon is in nomination, is well in the lead here in the delegate count. And after these 4 years, all those nighttime airplane trips, all those all-night rides, all those fundraising dinners in hotel dining rooms, all those speeches, all that chicken and green peas have paid off for him here. Chairman Ford is now trying to get the delegation, get the demonstration to wind up. And they are now beginning to leave the floor. And NBC's coverage of the Republican convention will continue after this message from the Gulf Oil Company.
I think I can do that, John. I've jotted them down as I picked them up. Let's take the urban group first. Would include Lindsay and Volpe and Bill Scranton, who, by the way, has quite a bit of support, I find. Agnew, who had just delivered a very fine nominating address. I suspect you'd have to include Percy and Rhodes and Romney and Ford in the category appealing primarily to urban. When you get over to the rural or southern, you come up with the name of Reagan and Tower and Baker. I don't know just where to place Percy. He's middle America, but I suspect he'd appeal primarily to urban people. And that pretty well does the list of 12.
Did I hear you mention John Lindsay?
Yes, I mentioned Lindsay first.
Yes, I see. And he just happened to be at the top of your list. Is there any preference involved there?
No, actually, of a consensus so far, and this probably represents about 35 or 36 people I've talked to. The 4 that seem to be mentioned most frequently, and not in their order, but in the 4, in the grouping is Ford, Percy, Volpe, and Scranton.
Scranton. Bill Scranton is back in it.
Quite often, to my surprise. I was a little bit surprised the first time.
When I ask you to hold on to that, because I'd like to go over those with you, but tell me about former Governor Scranton.
The argument you get on Scranton is this. Here is a man who is a regular Republican. He stuck with the team in the tough going of 1964. He's a recognized, honest, sincere, intellectual liberal, and is a man who understands the problems of urban America out of his vast experience as governor of the big urban state of Pennsylvania. That pretty well synopsizes what the arguments are in favor of Scranton.
And what if we were to extend this now? The other is Volpe.
The other is Volpe, and he adds a new element, and that is an appeal.
Excuse me, I should say this is John Volpe, the governor of Massachusetts.
Right. He brings in another element. The things I have said about Scranton have said about him, too, although he was not so prominent in the campaign of 64. But it brings in an appeal to the great block of ethnic groups in this country.
That's right.
And he also is a very successful, eminently successful businessman.
And he also would have a certain amount of urban appeal.
Of course, because Boston is one of our great cities, and he could not win Massachusetts for the governorship without carrying Boston.
All right, let's go on, sir, if you don't mind.
Really?
Charles Percy, the senator from Illinois.
Yes. The only difficulty with Percy is that they say he doesn't have the long build-up that these other people. He's relatively new in the minds of a great many Americans, but he does have an appeal of youth and a great appeal of geography, I find, because he comes from the heartland of America and
an important state.
Would bring in from the Rockefeller camp one of his ardent supporters to sort of marry the two groups together.
And finally, Gerald Ford of Michigan, the congressman from Michigan.
A lot of support for him. The question they all raise would be, would he run or would he rather be Speaker of the House? But he, too, has a geographical value. He's a young man, and he's made a great imprint on this convention.
Senator Mont, in looking at these 4 names, Ford, Percy, Volpe, and Scranton, it seems to me that the feelings that you've gathered here tonight go more to a candidate that would appeal to urban voters than to rural or southern voters. Would I be correct in that?
Yes, as far as those four are concerned. You will note that there are some others in the area that might appeal more to rural America or southern, like Baker, Senator Baker of Tennessee, Senator Tower of Texas, but they have not been mentioned quite as frequently as the four that I alluded to previously.
Well, then in the 30-odd important people with whom you've spoken tonight, or 30 or 40 here in the convention hall, these Republicans then, if you're representing them correctly, would be saying that Dick Nixon needs a city man or an urban-oriented man to run with him.
Well, you always try to balance a ticket as much as you can to get the maximum appeal. Now, Dick Nixon is very much of an all-American candidate. He has appeal in every section, but does not have that special appeal to an urban group that a Scranton would or a Percy would, and that might tend to attract votes in the fall.
You think it would offend and hurt his support in the southern states if he went for one of these, not going for John Tower or not going for a border state man like Baker?
No, I don't think so. I don't think any of these four would be offensive to the general attitude of the South. There might be some on this list of 12, and I shall not mention them by name, who might be a little bit repugnant to the South. But I don't think that a Ford or a Volpe or a Scranton would. Percy is a bit more of a borderline, but that's because he's not so well known. I think when they knew him, they would accept him also.
In the order of priorities in the Republican campaign, Senator, would you then say that there would be a feeling that George Wallace, who's going to do very well in some southern states, you might just say, let him have some of those southern states. We'll do stronger in the north and in the big cities?
At least the thinking that I pick up, and I've raised the Wallace question a couple of times, is that Dick Nixon and presumably Hubert Humphrey will provide such a sharp contrast, such sharp differences, that the South, when it is faced with the question of making the ultimate decision, will vote in the main for Nixon. And he may very well carry a great many southern states. And so you begin to look then for other fields to conquer.
Senator, you were in the House of Representatives with Representative Nixon, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And you got to know him pretty well in those days?
Indeed, I did. We were on the same committee.
And how he makes up his mind. What insight can you give us into what he must be going through tonight? He thinks he's probably on the verge of the nomination. He knows you've got this list. How does he go about thinking these things out?
I suspect that when we meet with him about 30 minutes after the nomination is made, he will sit down and ask each man around the room, and I presume there'll be 20 or 25 altogether, what their opinion is, what they have learned, or make an analysis such as I have made from the canvassing which I have done and what I expect to do in the next couple of hours. And then we'll evaluate the pros and the cons in a very analytical way, and I'm perfectly convinced that as of now, as he probably watches us, he himself is not sure who he wants for vice president.
Then will he withdraw and make a solitary decision?
I think he will.
This is characteristic of him.
Characteristic of after he's picked up all the advice. I think he will withdraw from that group to a much smaller group to finally analyze it, and then into a soliloquy with himself to make up his own mind.
All right, should he win the nomination tonight, when do you think we might know his choice? At what hour tomorrow?
I think we'll make it tonight, or he'll make it tonight before the meeting breaks up. And by the time you reporters bounce around in the morning, it'll be available.
So that, in other words, excuse me, sir, I don't want to get too technical, but that means that you would, all of you, the large group would talk with him, and then the smaller group, and then you'd wait while he went in and thought it over himself?
I presume we'd wait. We wouldn't have to wait because at that time he wouldn't be asking for further advice.
But you're pretty interested.
Unless he got clear down to two people with a pretty close decision, I can conceive of him calling back and saying, look, we're not talking about 12 anymore. We're talking about two. Let's consider the pros and the cons and see whether there's any consensus among you, one against the other.
There has been talk, Senator, that in this day of great communications and instant communications around the United States, that the geographical balance of a ticket is no longer as important as it used to be.
I agree it is no longer as important as it used to be, but it still carries some importance. And while television has merged together one great people, you still have sectional differences. You have a rural America with problems quite different from an urban America, and vice versa. So that there is still some significance, I think, in the geopolitical approach.
Would you put Richard Nixon in the urban or the rural America category?
I'll put him about halfway between. I said earlier he's an all-American candidate in that he has appeal, as this demonstration has just shown, appeal all over the country. He doesn't have the souped-up special appeal that some candidates have to special areas. And I would think in putting a vice presidential team together, you'd want to think of the areas where a little extra oomph might be helpful in terms of the Electoral College vote.
Then I gather from what you've been saying here about the candidates, the four you've heard most prominently mentioned, which are Volpe, Percy, Ford, and Scranton, that Mr. Nixon, in the middle, as you say he is, in terms of a rural or an urban orientation, would maybe the party, the people you've talked to, would rather have him have somebody with a little more urban appeal because they feel that he can handle the rural areas better. Would that be a fair way to put it, Senator?
I think it's a pretty fair analysis, but I think we'd be jumping too far if we concluded from that he might be looking hard at only these four, because Rhodes would fit into that category.
Yeah.
The urban. Hatfield would. Agnew would.
Let me ask you, Senator, you've been to a number of national political conventions.
Yes, everyone starting with 36.
Well, since 1936, you must have heard candidates for the presidential nomination say to you in the most heartfelt and sincere way that they are not interested and would never take the vice presidential nomination.
And then change their mind.
And then change their mind.
Yes, I have.
Now,
yes, I have.
Do you think we have any chance of that with Governor Reagan?
I think there's a chance, but I think it would be an outside chance. I think there's a chance Lindsay might change his mind, but I think it's an outside chance. Or that even Rockefeller, if offered the vice presidency, might think it over carefully. But in the end, I would believe that each of them, with the kind of important jobs they now have, would be inclined to turn it down. Normally, we haven't had that in previous conventions. You've had people who didn't want the vice presidency or who said as a candidate president, no, I won't take the second spot, but not because of the fact they were governors of the states of the two largest size or the largest city in the world.
Senator,
have here.
This has been very, very interesting. I appreciate you're showing us the most interesting paper on the convention floor, which you've scrawled on the back of an envelope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Senator Carl Munt of South Dakota. Now, here is Edwin Newman.
I'm with former Governor William Scranton of Pennsylvania. Governor Scranton, Carl Munt, the senator from South Dakota, has just said you are one of four possibilities being prominently mentioned as a running mate for Richard Nixon if he wins the nomination. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of it at all, Ed, and I would doubt very much that there was any truth in it, because although I have a very high regard for Senator Munt and I appreciate his kind comment, we're good friends. He knows, and I'm sure all the Nixon people know, that I said in May of 1966 that I never again would run for public office. And I've been utterly consistent in this, that I meant every word of it.
Well, that's only 2 years that's gone by, Governor.
Well, I've been consistent for 2 years, and I expect to be consistent all my life. I said not only then, but then, now, and always, sir.
Governor, Senator Munt told us that his conclusion was based on a poll of delegates that he made at the request of Mr. Nixon, and that you were one of the four who were most prominently mentioned by the delegates. Now, does that make any difference to you?
No, I am very happy to have that kind of feeling among delegates, but it makes no difference. I made it very clear then, I meant it then, I meant it now, I meant it always.
So under no circumstances will you not merely run for the, under no circumstances will you run for the vice presidency. There are no circumstances in which you will ever run for any public office.
That's correct, sir. I made that very clear and mean every word of it.
That being the case, Governor Scranton, who would seem to you to be a good vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party?
Fortunately, we have an enormous number of excellent leaders in the United States who are Republicans, more incidentally than do the Democrats. And I think that if Mr. Nixon is nominated, and as you know, that's by no means certain at this point, then I may say he would have a wide choice from which to draw, and I assume that he would do so.
And if Mr. Nixon himself asked you, it would make no difference?
No, and he knows this too.
And if Governor Rockefeller asked you, it would make no difference?
It would make no difference. It has nothing to do with personality, sir, whatsoever. I'll work hard for whoever is nominated here, but I do not want to run for public office.
Thank you very much, Governor Scranton. This is Edwin Newman, now to Sander Van Oker.
I'm down here with Governor David Cargo of New Mexico. Governor, is it true that you have switched from Nixon to Rockefeller, and if so, why?
Because I feel that my motives in switching to Richard Nixon have impugned my integrity, and I think that the implication is very clear. And this has been put forward by some people in New Mexico, that the only reason that I would even think of supporting Richard Nixon is for political advantage. And this is not true. I was inclined to support him. As a matter of fact, this afternoon, I voted for him in caucus. I have great respect for the man, but it's my feeling that the only way that I can preserve any integrity at all is to vote for Nelson Rockefeller, and I'm going to do it.
Why was your integrity impugned because you made a decision for Richard Nixon? Could you amplify that?
The statement was made that I had sold out to him for political support.
Who made that statement?
This was made in an editorial.
Back home?
In Albuquerque.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. I followed you now for a couple of years, and you were a Romney man in the beginning.
That's right.
And Governor Romney's positions, you said at the time, were very close to those of Nelson Rockefeller. Nelson Rockefeller was not a candidate. Why then did you not move from Romney to Rockefeller before, Governor?
Because I felt that Nixon could bind up the party, could bring it together. I think he's a constructive man. I think he's a progressive man. And I think he would have made a good nominee and may make a good nominee. And if he is nominated, I most certainly will support him, because I have the greatest respect for him. But I think that under the circumstances that I'm going to have to shift my support, and I'm doing it.
Would now people be able to say, though, that they can impugn your integrity from switching from Nixon to Rockefeller?
No.
Will this not put you in bad order with your own delegation?
Probably.
What are you prepared to do about it?
I'm prepared to stand up for principle. I'm prepared to go through our primary. And if I happen to be beaten for standing for a little integrity, then so be it.
Do you feel that you might be beaten because you went from Nixon to Rockefeller in your primary?
I think that it'll hurt.
Thank you very much. Governor David Cargo of New Mexico, who has switched from Nixon to Rockefeller. As I said before, Governor Cargo for the past 2 years was a supporter of Governor Romney. One always felt that he really wanted to be for Governor Rockefeller, but Governor Rockefeller was not in the race. He, Tom McCall of Oregon, John Love always seemed to be leaning toward Rockefeller. And now he has gone for what he says are reasons of personal integrity. Senator Van Oken on the floor. Now back to Chet and David.
Well, that was very interesting, and nobody in the news business that I know or have ever known has ever had any idea he was taken that seriously. The governor changing his affiliation at the convention because of what was said about him in a newspaper editorial. Why didn't he say something to the editor?
Well, it bears out to it we were saying earlier, David, that there are 1,001 forces at work back home for every one of these delegates, and that has a great deal, frequently, to do with the way they're going to vote when they get here at the convention. It's always not completely apparent.
People in newspapers and on television don't deserve to be taken that seriously. Anyway, we have had 3 extremely interesting interviews, as you've noted. Senator Carl Mundt giving us his analysis of his choices for the vice presidency and telling why. Former Governor Scranton of Pennsylvania saying in absolutely no circumstances will he run for vice president with anybody or run for anything else. And Governor Cargo of New Mexico saying that he was for Nixon, but it was accused by a newspaper of selling out, and so he has switched to Rockefeller. We'll continue NBC's coverage of the Republican convention after this message from Gulf Oil.
Here is the latest information we have on that troubled section in northwest Miami. Florida Governor Claude Kirk and Reverend Ralph Abernathy are walking together through the area. The 2 leaders, both of whom left Convention Hall, joined the mayor of Miami, Steve Clark, at the police command post and started a tour of an area plagued tonight by some looting, rock throwing, and vandalism. There have been few incidents reported in the past 2 hours, although large crowds of Negroes are ignoring police pleas that they go home. The governor and the civil rights leader have picked up a crowd of teenagers who are following them about in their walk through the primarily Negro section. Hosea Williams, the action leader of the Poor People's Campaign in Washington, is reported to be visiting another section of the disturbance-ridden area. So altogether, it looks as though things there are cooling off. Senator Hatfield of Oregon is just concluding a seconding speech in behalf of Richard Nixon. to the Speaker's platform.
To see war not in terms of body counts, kill ratios, or tons of bombs. He recognizes human suffering, whether it be ours or that of the enemy, and he is the man who can best put a stop to it. While President Johnson continues to escalate, Richard Nixon urges massive commitment and training of the South Vietnamese to defend themselves and to guarantee their own freedom and security, and phasing out of American troops. Richard Nixon does not see the answer in terms of more bombs, but greater utilization of our political, economic, and social instrumentalities. Because of my faith and belief in our young people, I believe this is one of the greatest of all of our responsibilities, that we must provide them with the leadership that will deliver on the promise of peace. Richard Nixon is not bound by the mistakes of the past. He does not have to defend them or apologize for them. And he can bring to this government a new faith for our young people, that it will be responsive to their needs and the needs of all our citizens. From experience, from personal involvement, from intellect, and most of all from compassion, Richard Nixon is a fighter for peace and a pilgrim for peace. I second the nomination of Richard Nixon.
The chair now recognizes, for the purpose of placing a name and nomination for the office of President, the delegate from the state of Minnesota, chairman of the 1st Congressional District of Minnesota, Mr. J. Robert Stassen. Mr. Stassen.
You can obviously guess whose name is about to go in nomination.
That's Harold Stassen's nephew.
And the Nixons are now leaving Convention Hall. David Eisenhower is with them. They're going to watch the balloting, the voting, from their hotel headquarters.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, I count it a privilege and honor to address this great convention tonight. A hall filled with concerned Americans, an official body of dedicated Republicans who are charged with an awesome responsibility of making momentous decisions which could mark a turning point in our party, for our nation, for the world, and yes, for all mankind. I also count it a signal honor to place a nomination before this convention, the name of a man who has dedicated his life to the cause of world peace and the freedom of man. A man who is perhaps the most misunderstood and underestimated man in America today. I am humbly grateful for this opportunity to place in nomination the name of Harold E. Stassen as a candidate for the Republican nominee for President of the United States. Now, Harold Stassen's name has been placed before this convention before, but only twice. In 1948, the great former congressman from Minnesota, keynoter of our national convention in 1960, the Honorable Dr. Walter Judd, placed his name in nomination. In 1952, Mrs. Marge Howard of Minnesota presented his name, and it was Stassen's votes that allowed Minnesota to put General Eisenhower over the top on the first ballot in 1952. Now I come before you tonight as an American concerned about the state of this nation. under an incredible Democrat administration. I rise as a businessman, concerned about the economic climate as affected by high interest, high prices, spiraling inflation, and excessive government spending in America today. I rise as a Republican who believes the strife-torn and divided Democrat Party is even less qualified to govern America now than it has been during these last 4 agonizing years. I rise as a party officer, believing that above all else, the Republican Party must win the presidency in 1968 by uniting behind whomever we nominate at this convention. It is somewhat incidental, therefore, that I also rise as a member of a family which has a heritage of public service in Minnesota and America. And it is a heritage of which I am proud. My grandfather's example of dedicated public service had a profound effect on his sons, especially on Harold Stassen. I am active in politics today because they have had an effect on me as well. Harold E. Stassen, as a young man, took the lead in the depths of the Depression in organizing the Young Republicans in Minnesota into a dynamic campaign organization. In a dramatic defeat of an incumbent and the entrenched opposition party, at age 31, he became the youngest man ever to be elected governor of any of the states of this union, and he still holds that record. As governor, his administration established the Minnesota Labor Peace Act, still on our books in Minnesota, and still producing constructive results, which transformed one of the worst labor strike records in the nation into one of the very best. Its far-sighted principles later became some of the major patterns for our present federal legislation, the Taft-Hartley Law. Under his administration, Minnesota was one of the early states in the Union to install an effective system of civil service. In the early 1940s, before the current emphasis on civil rights, Harold Stassen became the first governor in America to desegregate the National Guard. When Minnesota was still the undisputed leader of the world in iron ore production, it was Harold Stassen that had the foresight to see that someday our high-grade ore would be depleted. And his administration began the taconite and low-grade iron ore programs, which today have become one of the strong industries and favorable resource development programs in our state and in our nation. He was elected and reelected and reelected again by 3 of the greatest votes the people of Minnesota ever gave to a man of either political party. At the beginning of World War II, he resigned the governorship and went on active duty to serve in the Navy as Assistant Chief of Staff to Admiral William Halsey. He was decorated 3 times for service above and beyond the call of duty. He stood on the battleship Missouri and watched the Japanese surrender in 1945. In the early 1940s, Harold Stassen had begun to speak out against the dangers of isolationism and for the need of organizing a United Nations in our world for peace. And while others were turning their eyes inward and refusing to recognize America's proper role in our world, Harold Stassen was battling the isolationist elements in America and openly advocating that the nations of the world must not merely agree that they wish to live in peace, but they must establish a mechanism of government to achieve that end. He was one of the 3 Republicans called by President Roosevelt to take part in the drafting and signing of the United Nations Charter. He is now the only living man who signed the United Nations Charter on behalf of the United States. During the presidency of Dwight D. Eisenhower, he served as Director of Foreign Operations. He was a member of the National Security Council, the Cabinet, and the Operations Coordinating Board. President Eisenhower referred to him as his Secretary of Peace and specifically assigned him to begin America's quest for a plan of world arms control. But the question is often raised, why does Harold Stassen keep running for political office? Have you ever heard that question asked? Well, in my opinion, his remarkable vision and foresight have enabled him to discern an impending problem long before it becomes a public concern. And he has always felt the political arena was the most effective way to alert the public to a serious impending problem, either as an office holder or as a candidate. His dedication and concern drive him to take courageous action, even at the risk of public misunderstanding and ridicule. Political victories and political defeats have often been accompanied by eventual breakthroughs. Who can measure the degree of effect his efforts have had on public opinions and public attitudes of America? His motives and his actions are not misunderstood or ridiculed by those who comprehend his real purpose in life. Again and again and again, when others are not seeing the real problems, he has been farsighted. He saw the problems. He advocated the solutions others later accepted. He plowed the ground for others who came later and reaped the harvest. This is the key to this man's life work. While others argued whether the solution to the core city problem was to be found in stricter law enforcement rather than an attack on the basic root cause of poverty and violence, Harold Stassen emphasized that either approach would fail, would most surely fail, without equal emphasis upon the other. 30 years ago, he foresaw the need for a drive toward complete equality of opportunity and human dignity for black as well as white, for poor as well as rich. And he was right. 30 years ago, before Pearl Harbor, he foresaw a need for a United Nations organization to serve the objective for peace, and he helped in its formation. 10 years ago, he foresaw the need to modernize and strengthen the United Nations to better serve the peoples of the world for peace. And although few have hearkened, he is right. 17 years ago, he saw the change and noted it in many of his speeches, which the people of Czechoslovakia and Romania, in their desire to be free, would bring about to move away from totalitarianism and Soviet communism. And he is being proved right this very day. 3 years ago, when the Johnson-Humphrey administration made the Vietnam War an American war, Harold Stassen foresaw that this was a tragic mistake. He and precious few others, but some of those few are in this room here tonight, spoke out boldly in the face of ridicule and scorn against the escalation and the Americanization of the war. And time has shown in a disastrous way that they were right. And I thank God that our platform is testimony to their foresight. In each case, he not only foresaw, but he spoke out. He worked, he showed leadership and brought forth proposals. He helped guide America toward the solution of the impending problems. But another question has also been raised. Why should Harold Stassen's name be placed in nomination in this year of 1968? During the months leading up to the Republican National Convention, I have publicly stated my belief in the necessity for a vigorous dialogue and debate on the pressing issues of the day, and for an open contest in this Republican convention. I believe those who have been openly discussing and debating the issues over the past few months should be commended, for in so doing they have kept our party in the news between the primaries and now, and they have made our convention an open one and a meaningful one. Harold Stassen is one of those that should be so commended. Now, I fully realize that even in an open convention, the chances against his nomination are great. But I strongly feel that his name should be placed before this convention for the following three reasons. First, the proposals of Harold Stassen for solutions to the problem of our day are clearly among the most constructive, far-sighted, and logical of any proposals suggested by any man in America today. By submitting his name to this convention, I have hoped his positions would have a greater influence on the delegates and would have a better chance of being reflected in the platform that we adopted here in Miami Beach. I believe the platform we adopted has been influenced by his proposals. Secondly, this is an open convention. It may go several ballots. It may even become deadlocked. In the event that none of the current front-runners are able to gain a majority of the votes at this convention, then I believe Harold Stassen's name should be one of those before the convention as they seek possible compromise candidates. Thirdly, I believe if Harold Stassen were nominated, he would win the election. He would beat Hubert Humphrey even in our home state of Minnesota. And if elected, his experience and ability would make him a great president. A president who could lift our nation up from the morass of problems in which we have become mired in these last 4 years. And now, fellow delegates, if on the early ballots you are not ready to make a choice between the front-running candidates, I invite you to consider casting your vote for Harold Stassen until you see how this convention progresses. And if perchance none of the front-runners is able to achieve a majority of the votes, I would ask you to consider the experience, the courage, the far-sighted vision, and the unquestioned integrity of my proposed nominee. Now may I also say with a smile that in the interest of time, our campaign organization has not arranged for or planned a spontaneous demonstration on his behalf. But if you think, as I do, that the life of Harold Stassen has counted for something for world peace, has contributed something to the principle that man was meant to be free, then as I place his name in nomination, I simply ask that you stand and give him a well-deserved hand. And with that, it is an honor for me to place in nomination for President of the United States a man who can lead our party to a decisive victory in November and who would lead our nation on the path to peace with freedom and justice, the Honorable Harold E. Stassen. Thank you.
Thou shalt not kill. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you, and love thy neighbor. And yet 10% of our gross national product is spent on war every year, while hunger, poverty, and overpopulation abound, both at home and abroad. The fault lies not in the black man aspiring for what is rightfully his, or in communist stars, but in ourselves. For the true tragedy is, we are not even trying to reach our ideals. And those few who do put principle above personal ambition are threatened with prison, such as Dr. Spock, the 20th century Sir Thomas More, or ridiculed as Governor Stassen, the modern Don Quixote. As Sancho Panza told Don Quixote, "Don't die, Don Quixote, don't die." For the greatest guilt in this life is to die without good reason. These men have helped build the foundation for a lasting peace. The next time we deride them, we should ask if we have done as much. And so I second this nomination as a symbol to all who place ideals above personal considerations. For that is what makes mankind meaningful. Thank you for your inattention.
That was a biting little speech. Paul Walter, 21, the youngest delegate in the hall, who said last night he actually supported Lindsay, though he was willing to say a word in behalf of Stassen.
For the purpose of placing a name in nomination.
He said last night that the Republicans' peace plank and their Vietnam plank in their platform might be set to music with a string background, Senator Dirksen reading it on an LP record. We'll be back with more coverage of the Republican convention after this word from Gulf Oil.
Back at Convention Hall, former Secretary of the Treasury C. Douglas Dillon, who now resides in the state of New Jersey, is about to place in nomination the name of Senator Clifford Case of New Jersey to the Speaker's platform.
He has represented our state with the highest distinction. Our candidate is an outstanding vote getter, the kind of man we Republicans must have at the head of our ticket to bring victory this November. Let us look at his record. It shows 13 successive victories in general elections, including 3 statewide, and no defeats. In 1954, when our nominee for his campaign for statewide office, he was elected to the Senate by a majority of just over 3,000 in a state which casts over 2 million votes. But after his first 6 years in the Senate, the situation had changed dramatically. Running for re-election in the presidential year of 1960, he carried New Jersey by a massive 332,000 votes and ran even further ahead of the national ticket. And then came 1966. With only a very modest campaign effort, our senior senator swept to a third term on a veritable tidal wave of votes, a plurality of 500,000, 62% of the two-party total, a new record in the political history of New Jersey. This overwhelming voter approval did not come about by mere chance. Rather, it was in recognition of our senator's outstanding service to the people of our state and to the nation. Quality, integrity, and courage have become synonymous with his name. He has been a prolific and a forward-looking legislator, always in the forefront of action in the fields of civil rights, education, health, social welfare, and more recently, foreign affairs. He originated and he fought for the Community College program, now a part of the Higher Education Facilities Act. He favored new departments of transportation and urban affairs long before their necessity was appreciated by the Democrat administration. And the same goes for the National Teachers Corps, voting registrars, electoral reform, a clampdown on conflicts of interest, and a host of other items. Our senior senator is a true man of the people. He is loved and admired across the length and breadth of New Jersey, by rich and by poor, by black and by white, by young and by old. Unassuming and modest by nature, he is a tower of strength whenever the public interest is involved. We Republicans of the great state of New Jersey are proud to offer to this convention and to the nation our candidate for the presidency of the United States, a proven winner, the Honorable Clifford Case.
Very good, John. Thank you. Fine. He's a great fellow. He is. He's a nice little chap as well.
C. Douglas Dillon, a Republican who was the Secretary of the Treasury in the Kennedy administration, has put in nomination Senator Clifford Case of New Jersey. One of the, I think he has the best vote-getting record in Republican history in New Jersey, if I have that right. In any case, he is much admired in the state and is their favorite son. Sander Van Oker, down on the floor. Sandy?
Hey. Thank you, David. I'm standing here with Dr. Max Rafferty, the Superintendent of Public Instruction in California and the Republican candidate for U.S. Senate in that state. Dr. Rafferty, if Governor Reagan, whom you're supporting, cannot get this nomination and Mr. Nixon does, what ticket would you like to see? Nixon and who else?
Well, of course, I'd like to see, if that should occur, I'd like to see Nixon Reagan. But our governor has said very clearly, about as clearly as anybody since General Sherman, that he would not accept the position. So in that case, I guess I would want to find out who's going to be nominated for this job and then draw my conclusions from who is presented to this convention.
All right, go beyond Governor Reagan. Who would help you the most get elected in California?
Well, Governor Reagan, of course. Aside from Governor Reagan, I can think of a number of people who would be a great help. Certainly Senator Tower of Texas would be a tremendous help. Certainly folks like Governor Rhodes himself and probably Governor Hatfield would be of great help.
Dr. Rafferty, I don't know what these words mean any longer, but you are considered to be a conservative, and you beat a man who is considered to be a liberal, Senator Thomas Kuchel. Is there a conservative trend in this country growing now?
Yes, I think so, but more than a conservative trend, there is a trend to oust the ins and to put in the outs. I think what happened to Senator Lauschie in Ohio, as well as what happened to people like Senator Morse, who came within a whisker of getting beaten in his own state for the first time in a long time, is indicative that it's not so much an ideological trend that we're witnessing as the fact that people are fed up. They're actually fed up with what is going on with the mess in Washington, the mess in Vietnam, the mess on our city streets, the escalation of crime, and they want to get new blood and new people in to see if they can't do better. I think this transcends the ideological issues, Sander.
Look, could it be a mess, say, in Sacramento, your state capital, no matter what a governor does? We're in a period of volatility in American politics, and people just want fresh faces.
Well, I think that Sacramento has been in a mess up until last year for quite a while. I served under the administration of our preceding governor, and you can't imagine a bigger mess that he left the state in, including about a $500 million deficit. Our present governor, Mr. Reagan, has done Herculean work to clean up those particular messes. I don't think it's inevitable that any state capital is in a mess. I think it's inevitable if you let incompetence govern. But in California, we're determined not to do that. I hope America will be determined also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Max Rafferty, candidate for the U.S. Senate in California. Sander Van Oker, now to Frank McGee.
Thank you, Sander. I have Congressman William Brock of Tennessee with me here, and Congressman Brock, a little while ago, Governor Cargo of New Mexico, who had been counted as a Nixon supporter, changed courses and said that he would now support Rockefeller. My question is, what effect will this have?
One vote.
No more than that?
No more. We have 8 very solid Nixon votes in New Mexico. We don't see any change in that situation at all. We frankly hadn't counted on the governor to begin with, Frank, so we don't have any particular problems with this one.
You say it's changed nothing then?
That's right.
Can you give me a possible explanation for why he changed his course?
I think perhaps the local political situation in New Mexico, I don't know what particular problems he has, but this may have been the major thrust of it.
Well, I understand from some other source that he was very anxious to have Mr. Nixon come into New Mexico and help him in his campaign this fall. I'm not at all sure that we can be heard, but we're here and we'll stay with it, and we'll keep going. That he was quite anxious to have Mr. Nixon come in and help him in his campaign in the fall. Now, this is the sort of thing that a candidate is subjected to all the time. Mr. Nixon can't possibly get around to all these states. But you've been working very hard here, trying to keep your area of responsibility open for Mr. Nixon. And I know that you've had some difficulties with North Carolina. I'm curious to know what kind of an argument, what kind of a persuasive argument you give.
Well, I think that varies by the area. The primary argument, of course, is the fact that we think Mr. Nixon is the most qualified man. Number two, we are convinced he's going to win and win on the first ballot. So it would be particularly significant, I think, to the political leadership of a state to be with a winner, to be on the right side. We obviously are under some pressure in a convention when you have float going back and forth, but in the overall situation, it's very important to a state to be a part of a winning program, to identify with the leadership of the Republican Party. So I think this is perhaps our best argument.
Well, has their concern about a possible vice presidential candidate been a major factor with these southern states, as we've been led to believe?
No, I don't think so. I think they have been concerned, unduly so, about certain rumors. I know for a fact that Mr. Nixon has not made a decision on the vice presidency. I don't think he will without consultation with the leadership of the party from all sections of the country. So I discount the rumors and I discount any potential problem from it. I see no defection in delegate strength because of the rumor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're talking with Congressman William Brock of Tennessee. This is Frank McGee. Now here's Edwin Newman.
I am with a member of the Alabama delegation, George Dale, one of half a dozen members of that delegation who called in today to see Governor Reagan and asked to support him. What did you say to him, Dale?
Well, Ed, this morning I woke up and I had a telegram under my door inviting me to attend a private conference with Governor Reagan. And I found in the lobby of the hotel that about 8 of our Alabama's delegates were invited up to have an informal meeting with Governor Reagan this morning. Frankly, I was surprised why I was invited, because from the beginning I've been one of the dedicated Nixon delegates in our delegation. We went up and found it a very informal gathering. Governor Reagan came in and we were able to sit around and chat with him. There were delegates from other states, from the Midwest and the South, and we talked to him. He actually talked to us about winnability. He felt that often the Republicans come to a convention and we nominate a man who wins at the convention but can't win the election. And I asked Governor Reagan the question that's been on my mind, and that is just how can he prove his winnability nationally, since he had not been subject of the recent controversial polls. We know of his great popularity in California and of his popularity in the South. The other question that we asked him was whether or not he was firm on his stand not to accept the second place on the ticket with any nominee, and he read the telegram to us that he released this morning to all the delegations, stating he definitely wouldn't accept it.
Did he tell you that Nixon could not win?
No, but I would say that he implied that he could win and that he was a sure winner.
That he was a sure winner and Nixon was not.
Right.
Mr. Dale, you didn't give way to that. You thought that Reagan had come in too late with this. Is that it?
Right. That was our feeling.
And that he had not demonstrated nationally he could win.
There was no pressure whatsoever put on us. It was a very friendly, informal meeting. It was delightful to be with Governor Reagan as always.
But he got nowhere.
And there were no votes changed.
Mr. Dale, what is the view of the Alabama delegation on a vice presidential running mate, let's say, for Mr. Nixon, if Nixon wins the nomination? Some southern delegations are said to feel that there should not be a liberal on the ticket. How do you feel about that?
Well, Ed, of course, we came to this convention, those of us who are Nixon delegates from Alabama, hoping to come up with a Nixon-Reagan ticket. And until Governor Reagan assured us, and we have to believe him, that he would not accept the second place position, we were holding out that he could be talked into it if we could help get Mr. Nixon the nomination.
Let's assume he's out. Who then?
Well, we feel at this stage that we must allow Mr. Nixon, that is, I can't speak for all of the Nixon delegates in Alabama, but speaking for a number of them, we feel that Mr. Nixon should pick the best possible running mate to win, whatever it takes.
Lindsey, Percy, Hatfield, makes no difference to you.
Well, I'd say that we have some preferences, but he should be the best possible man to help make a winning ticket for the Republicans this fall.
Do you think any Republican can win in Alabama? Or do you think George Wallace has it?
Oh, we have to admit that Mr. Wallace is mighty strong in Alabama. But we hope to run a good race with Mr. Nixon and his running mate this fall.
Thank you, Mr. Deo, George Deo of the Alabama delegation. This is Edwin Newman, now to Sound of Van Oak.
Standing with Mr. Clark Reed, the chairman of the Mississippi delegation. Mr. Reed, where do you think these rumors about Hatfield and running as vice president are coming from?
Well, Sandy, they're coming from both the Rockefeller and the Reagan camps. I think it's an obvious attempt to prevent a first ballot victory for Richard Nixon.
Who's come to see you, if you can tell us?
Or at least a dozen members of each camp with newspapers and all, and clippings about Hatfield being the vice president.
What do you say when they bring this to you? Or when did you begin to suspect it was a plot or a plant?
Well, we didn't pay much. Yesterday it was Lindsey, and if we're still here tomorrow, probably somebody else. It's the idea to play up the fact that there may be a vice presidential nominee we would not prefer.
Well, what would you prefer?
I'd prefer a philosophical united ticket, and not a split like in the case of Hatfield and Nixon, a hawk and a dove. I don't see that would be valuable to the American people, not just the South.
Well, what would help you in Mississippi get state and local tickets elected? Which kind of a ticket?
A ticket of it that represents the Republican philosophy, as Mr. Nixon represents.
Well, look, sir, getting back to the planting of the rumor, that's what it was. How did the Nixon forces go around counteracting that?
Oh, they came around with their different parties, pointing out the fact that it didn't mean anything, that they made bet offers within the different camps with odds and all. This wasn't so, and they had no takers.
Thank you very much. Clark Reed, the chairman of the Mississippi delegation. Now to John Chancellor.
As we learned from Senator Munt's famous little list here of possible vice presidential candidates to run with Mr. Nixon, the name of Senator Charles Percy is on that list. I ought to tell you, Senator, that there were about 15 names on it, but they've narrowed down to about 4 who will most prominently mention. Governor Volpe of Massachusetts, former Governor Scranton of Pennsylvania, yourself, and Representative Ford of Michigan. Now, Bill Scranton says he just simply won't do it, so I think we've got 3 on the list. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think Bill Scranton would be exceptionally good. I do believe he'd be a marvelous choice if he was selected and would accept it.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, about Charles Percy.
Well, Jerry Ford would be outstanding. And I'd say John Volpe, with all his experience in government administration, is another fine candidate. I haven't given any thought to this. I'm the least likely on any list, I should think, at this point.
Senator, let me ask you a question. An awful lot of us were very surprised when you endorsed Governor Rockefeller, because you know there's been a lot of talk about you all season. And we thought that you were going to stay loose or perhaps go to Nixon. Now, did you think that when you endorsed Rockefeller that you'd burnt all bridges to the Nixon camp?
Yes, I did. I've had no contact with the Nixon camp other than on the floor, but no working relationship, of course, at all. I made my decision based entirely on the fact that I did not intend to sit this election out or ride the fence or straddle the middle. I wanted to make my decision. I waited until the issues were clarified, and I made my decision.